All right. I didn't get to go to bed until like maybe 6 hours ago from answering questions last night, but we are up a good 5.5 hours before the games start today, so I can answer as many of your questions as possible. I'm extremely tired. Going to try to power through this. Obviously, still stuck at this freaking Airbnb. Can't go home because my internet's out. So I'm stuck with coffee instead of my usual liquid IV caffeine. But anyway, we're going to go ahead. We're going to answer some questions here. Before we get to the general chat, let's make sure we catch up on the questions on flockfantasy.com. Now, this first question is going to be coming out from Little Faith. Their team name is It's Ya Boy. And going through looking for this team. Actually, we're having an issue. It's not loading. We're just going to move on to the next one. We'll get to that. I'm sorry. I'll message you privately. But anyway, this is a trade question coming out from Dill Knapp. Says, sorry for the confusion. I also have Josh Allen, and the other trader had Jordan Love get injured. Okay, so yeah, if we were looking at this, I think we saw this trade last night. If you have Josh Allen on your squad and the other team had Jordan Love get injured, for you, I think I would rather have the Drake London side of things. I think it does make a lot of sense if you already have Josh Allen to take the Kyler Murray value package and with Malik Neighbors to go tier up at wide receiver. If he had somebody like A.J. Brown, Puka Nacua, Garrett Wilson, I'd definitely prefer that player over Drake London. But if London's the best you're going to get to, I think that is a good move, my friend. But let's go over to our next question. This one coming out from Gnarls. This is Josh Allen, DJ Moore versus CJ Stroud, Rachaad White, and T. Higgins. Now, this looks like it's a 10-team start 7 format, so the depth here isn't really going to matter too much. Looking at Allen to Stroud, clearly you're getting that downgrade. Going from DJ Moore to Rachaad White, I think that is probably a little bit of a lateral move depending on the position that you need. Adding on T. Higgins here isn't going to do much, specifically if it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I think this is one of those trades that the format matters a ton in. If it's that league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and there are only 10 teams in your league, then at that point, I think it does make sense to just go out, get arguably the best player in the deal, go get Josh Allen. However, if it is a little bit of a deeper format, there maybe you go with Stroud, Rachaad White, T. Higgins. But very fair trade overall. And you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to mark both sides as a winner here because I do think you can kind of do whatever you want on that end. Now, going over to our next question. This is actually a team review coming out from La Lamborghini Ukme. I probably mispronounced that. Saying it's an 8-team league. Need to defend back-to-back titles. What are we going to do? And yeah, there's David Njoku on the waiver wire. So if you are looking at an 8-team league, clearly the only thing that is going to matter is stud in your starting lineup. The depth doesn't matter in the slightest. You have players like David Njoku on waivers that you just mentioned. So if that is the case there, you know what I want to be doing? As many 2-for-1 deals, as many 3-for-1 deals as we could possibly get. Now, using the league analyzer, we can see that your team is currently rated numero uno, which does look great. Going ahead and pulling this up, we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Quarterback we start every single week, regardless of matchup. Don't need a roster or backup. Can say the same thing there with Trey McBride at tight end. We're going to keep it stupid simple. We have great options. At QB, tight end, don't roster backups. Now, this is what I absolutely love to see, my friend. If it is this league where there are going to be phenomenal options on the waiver wire each and every week, where the only thing that we need to be considering for ourselves will be upside, I want no business in rostering wide receivers like Tyler Lockett, rostering wide receivers like Raheed Shaheed, rostering wide receivers like Brandon Cooks, and instead we want to be rostering as many running backs as possible that are an injury away from making a true difference. So we go ahead and look at this team. We have Pacheco, Kamara, Ramadre, Javonte, Ford, Dowdle, Chubb. we are rostering 2 more running backs than we are wide receiver. Obviously, at wide receiver, we are extremely strong at the top with CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, Nico Collins. These are the 2 guys we're going to put in the wide receiver 2 slots and the guy that we're going to put in the flex every single week. So the depth behind here doesn't matter a lot with Jaden Reed. Deontay will get by if we really needed to. We could hit the waiver wire. It's an 8-team league. So you are already doing exactly what I would want with this league. The roster construction is on point. In terms of the league analyzer trade value, we do have the most value in this league. So I don't particularly know what there is to say for the squad. Y'all are going to have to try to watch me drink coffee. I need to do anything I can to get energy. Like I said, we're stuck at the Airbnb. Coffee's the only option. But I think this is a great team. I would say that any chance we get, I'm still making those 2-for-1 deals, particularly trying to pivot off of players in bad offenses to players in good offenses, since this is that league where upside's the only thing that matters. So if you could move, say, Deontay Johnson and Ramondre Stevenson in a package to go get a running back upgrade that way, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer for you, to be honest. But I think the construction's on point. You have the most valuable team. There's not much I can say here. But thank you so much, of course, my friend, for being a member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out. Now we're going to go over to G. Now, this is something you can do on flockfantasy.com. You could submit your starting lineup and you can put like, okay, I know I'm starting Josh Allen. You could fill it out. Or you can just load your roster, hit submit on the start sit tool. It leaves it entirely blank for me. And I go through and I submit your starting lineup exactly how I would. Now, I would kindly ask that if you started somebody like Rashee Rice on Thursday nights, that you please go through and you please put him into your starting lineup on this tool. That way I know that if we started him or not. So, and same thing with Jaden Reed. So I'm going to assume that we did not start these guys. So we will put Chase and Diggs into our starting wide receiver slots. We'll have Sam Laporta in there at tight ends. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs is an absolute no-brainer start. Between Cook, David Montgomery, Jerome Ford, I think you could make an argument for a couple different backs here. David Montgomery has a great matchup. I wouldn't shy away from starting both Montgomery and Gibbs, but this is a team that we are just absolutely loaded up, so we don't have to do that. We'll go James Cook. Quarterback, we have Josh Allen. And then for the flex, you may have already started Rashee Rice. You may have already started Jaden Reed. So obviously, if you already did start one of those guys, then ignore what I'm about to say. Between David Montgomery, Jerome Ford, I think that this is an interesting situation. I wouldn't start Brooks. I wouldn't start Moss. I wouldn't start Brian Robinson. So with Montgomery, he's in the better offense. He has a very good matchup in what should be the highest scoring game of the week, and he should be in the highest scoring offense of the week. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take David Montgomery. If it was a full PPR format and you wanted to go with Jerome Ford over him, I would not fault you for doing so whatsoever there, my friend. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to lock him in. But like I said, thank you. I really do hope that you are enjoying the site and that tool is easy for you to use. But let's go over and let's show off this team for the last king. Now, this is very different of what we've looked at with some of the other teams. This is a 16-team league. So with this being a 16-team league, oh dear God, that coffee is the worst thing I've ever put in my body. Ugh, gross. Full PPR format. Depth is going to be king, right? Depth in a 16-team league is what we're looking for. Saying full PPR, been in it for years, so I'm used to drafting in this deep kind of league. Took a different approach in the draft this year. What are we thinking of the team, and where can we potentially improve? So the league analyzer does have us as the third team out of the 16. And obviously, as we go through and we look at positions here, we kind of have to change our mindset of this. Typically, in a 12-team league, for it to be a running back 1 or a mid RB1, you have to be RB6. Or to just be an RB1, you have to be a top 12 guy. Here, to be an RB1, you have to be a top 16 guy, right? And same thing, RB2, instead of being top 24, you just got to be a top 32. So the bar is definitely lowered for the teams here in a 16-team format. Here at quarterback, we have Kyler and Geno. In a 16-team league, 100% please roster 2 quarterbacks. Kyler's going to be the guy that we start here every single week. But yeah, I think it does make a lot of sense to roster 2 just because options on the waiver wire will be non-existent. If you have that injury like Jordan Love, all of a sudden you are just screwed. Now going over to running back. Here, is Kenneth Walker a top 16 running back? Probably, yes. We have an RB1. Is Jalen Warren a top 32 running back? Probably, yes. We have an RB2. Can Trey Benson turn into a top 32 running back this season? Yes, probably. So we potentially have the 2 RB2s. Obviously, Vidal is somebody that's more so a long shot, but it's a good situation. It's not like Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins are certified studs. So I think you could go ahead. I think you could see Vidal taking over the backfield halfway through the year. So I think in a 16-team league, this is a perfect example of somebody we want to roster. Going over to wide receiver, we're starting Lamb, we're starting Waddle every single week. I would even throw Brian Thomas Jr. in the flex spot right now. We have the injured Downs. We have Jalen McMillan for the upside rest of season. We are only rostering Dalton Kincaid at tight ends. Let's see what most other teams are doing in terms of how many tight ends they are rostering. As my concern is in a 16-team league, it possibly could make some sense to roster multiple. But no, it looks like you have a couple other teams in this league only rostering 1 tight end as well. So if we're looking at this overall, my friend, it's a 16-team league, so it's going to be difficult to come up with too many suggestions. I think this team for sure needs to sit on its hands for now. And the reason being is if we are looking at the bottom end of the bench, Trey Benson gives you nada early in this season. Vidal gives you nada early in this season. Josh Downs gives you nada early in this season. Jalen McMillan gives you nada early in this season. Brian Thomas Jr. is probably going to start a little slow early in the year. So we've already constructed this team in a way that the bench should get better as the season goes forward. If this was a 10-team league, I would tell you, my guy, you need to go through and you need to completely move away from some of these options down here at the bottom end of the bench because they're going to be roster cloggers. You're going to have great options off the waiver wire. We want to have the ability to go through and pick them up. But since it's a 16-team league and options on the waiver wire are going to be extremely limited, I think actually rostering guys like Jalen McMillan, Kamani Vidal, players that have upside later in the season, I think that does make sense. And you are able to just go ahead and shoot for the upside that you have later in the season, and you may not necessarily have to worry about what they're going to give you right now. So overall, great squad. Obviously, top 3 team in the league analyzer. Well-balanced thing. The only thing is I'd consider possibly rostering a second tight end, but looking at a lot of other teams in your league only rostering 1, I guess the options off the waiver wire shouldn't be too bad if anything does happen to Kincaid. But thank you again for being a member of the flock, my friend. I really hope I was able to help you out. Really wishing you the best of luck for week 1 as well. I can't believe we are actually finally here. But let's move over and let's answer some questions in the general chat. I do want to remind y'all, of course, if you wanted to get any of your question answered, whether that was a start-sit question or a trade question, you can purchase those over on flockfantasy.com. And at the same time, if you want to get a full-blown roster review, you can purchase that on flockfantasy.com as well. I will let you know, though, the cheapest way to get that roster review is actually going over and taking advantage of some of the options that we have on Underdog Fantasy. If you look at Underdog right now for week 1, they have a ridiculous amount of promos. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night, plus a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Cowboys game. A 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And also with code FLOCK, you'll be getting a free roster review from yours truly over there on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure you have a flockfantasy.com account set up with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. And this was an offer that we started with Underdog on September 5th. So it's going to apply to first-time depositors September 5th and afterwards. And I'm hoping that we can hook you all up with those free team reviews tomorrow if you take advantage of the offer. But let's go ahead and let's pull up what we have with some of the live chat questions. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Really do appreciate you. And, I know I'm probably a little tired. I know I'm a disheveled mess. I've said this a million times now, but I have no internet at my house. So we are on the go here. We are at an Airbnb trying to make it work. Slept for 6 hours last night. But we are here. We are here. Okay. So JN says, Mason, I need your help. If Chase doesn't play, PPR, start Zach Moss, Brian Thomas Jr., Shakir Palmer, or Rico Dowdle. So Rico Dowdle is a running back that I would be completely fine with rostering. I think he has late season ups. I think possibly he could turn into the starting back in Dallas. But definitely not somebody that you can go out there and start week one. Be extremely difficult to do that before we actually see the splits of Dowdle versus Ezekiel Elliott's. So what I am probably going to be doing here instead is benching Dowdle this week, even if we like his rest of season upside. And I think I may be going with Joshua Palmer. If you look at Palmer, you have no DJ Chark through the first month of the season. Not only do you have no DJ Chark through the first month of the season, Ladd McConkey got banged up during training camp. It's going to be his first NFL game ever. Quentin Johnston most likely is nothing. Quentin Johnston most likely is just a bum. So Joshua Palmer has the rapport with Justin Herbert. Obviously, I'm operating the assumption here that it is a full PPR format, but it does look like Herbert is good to go as well. So I think you're just good to go start Joshua Palmer here, to be honest. Okay. Now let's move this over. Joshua says, what defense should I start? Have Dallas, but I could switch to the Bears or Vikings. So the Dallas-Cleveland game should be a lower scoring game overall. Typically, I don't like starting defenses that are underdogs in their respective matchups. Typically, you want to be starting defenses that are actually winning the game in the second half. So the opposing offense has to have dropbacks. We can generate sacks. We can generate turnovers. It looks like you may not end up getting that with the Dallas Cowboys this week against Cleveland. But I think the Dallas defense is probably the best out of this list. Their over-under in that game is actually lower than it is in the other. I'm probably just going to go ahead, probably take the Dallas Cowboys, to be honest. Okay. Now, let's move this up over to our next one. Jeremy, happy to see you in the live chat. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Luso says, Kyler or A-Rich? I am going Anthony Richardson this week. I think Anthony Richardson is in a smash spot. If you look at what Vegas sportsbooks are projecting out, they are projecting out the Colts to be an above average scoring offense this week, trail this game. I think you have a ton of A-Rich dropbacks. I think this is an offense that's not too bad this week. It's a high scoring game. You have primarily the rushing upsides, what I'm excited about. And then David Montgomery or DeAndre Swift in a full PPR format. So I want to be on record. I think it's Gibbs' season. I think Gibbs is going to crush this year. Obviously, Gibbs coming off an injury. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, both phenomenal matchups going up against the Rams here. So I think you can go ahead and take David Montgomery. I would love to sit here and be extremely confident in what we have with Jahmyr Gibbs, but it is kind of difficult to do so. I'm sorry, with Montgomery. It's hard to know what you're going to get from Gibbs coming off the hamstring. I think Gibbs comes out, crushes it rest of season. I'm for sure starting him in 100% of leagues. But I wouldn't be super surprised if you had an expanded role for Montgomery here. Now, Herman says Tank Dell or Brandon Ayuk. Now, I think this is a very interesting question because of the reports that we've had out of San Francisco regarding Brandon Ayuk's usage this week. So the reports are that Brandon Ayuk is possibly going to have a limited role this week from the amount of time that he missed during training camp. Brandon Ayuk also has a very tough matchup going up against the Jets. So I know a lot of people are kind of panicking. A lot of people are pivoting off of Ayuk. My general advice for Brandon Ayuk is, unless you have another great option, I think you should start Brandon Ayuk this week. Now, let me go ahead and pull up what is actually the underdog pick'em for both guys. Brandon Ayuk, underdog, has higher, lower 49.5 receiving yards. You have Dell, higher, lower 54.5 receiving yards. You have Dell, higher, lower 9.15 fantasy points. Whereas Ayuk is at 9.95. I guess Ayuk's just more likely to have the touchdown. I don't know. If you look at my rankings this week, I believe I did rank Brandon Ayuk ahead of Tank Dell. Completely understand possibly being a little bit nervous based on the reports with the Ayuk usage. I still probably play him, to be honest with you. Okay. Let me go ahead and let me pull up what we have with all the injury reports that came in overnight. So I believe Adam Schefter dropped a report with Ja'Marr Chase. Let me get this going. Okay. So here are some reports that happened last night. Adam Schefter says, Ja'Marr Chase extension unlikely before the season opener. A decision on if he'll play week 1 has not yet been made. Terrifying. I have Chase. I am still planning on starting Chase over Terry McLaurin. Still planning on starting Chase over McLaurin. Antonio Gibson plans to play week 1 as well. With the Antonio Gibson news, obviously you're not playing Gibson, but it does put a little bit of a damper on if you wanted to start Ramondre Stevenson. I was potentially looking to go with Ramondre over DeAndre Swift this week, but now that Gibson's good to go, I'm just going to take Swift. But we actually have this question coming out from 2 different people, Jerome Ford or Raheem Mostert. So I think Raheem Mostert has more touchdown upside in an offense that should be much higher scoring. I think Jerome Ford has a higher percentage of his own backfield. If you're playing in a non-PPR format where typically we're only just chasing those touchdowns, I think Raheem Mostert's almost the easy play. If you're playing in a full PPR league, I wouldn't fault you going with either guy. I probably do go with Raheem Mostert, though, until we see otherwise based off the season that we had last year. But let me pull back up flockfantasy.com and see if we have any additional questions to get to. And like I said, if you want to guarantee that your question gets answered, if you want to guarantee that you get a team review, you can purchase that over on flockfantasy.com. Or also the cheapest way, like I already mentioned, to get that team review is just going over to Underdog Fantasy, using promo code FLOCK, taking advantage of the promotions that they have this week. A ridiculous amount. They have the CMC special pick'em, more than less than half total yard. That's only to code FLOCK users. They also have a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, coming in for the Dallas Cowboys game today. And if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review from yours truly over there on flockfantasy.com. So make sure you take advantage, ladies and gentlemen. Really hope that I can check your team out for you. It's only $10 too if you go through Underdog Fantasy. Okay. Now let's find our next question. Blitz Rule says Burrow or Matthew Stafford in a 6-point passing touchdown format. So previously I did have Joe Burrow ranked ahead of Matthew Stafford. I think that was a mistake. I think Burrow is somebody that this week you probably shouldn't start. If you look at the spread, it's 8.5 points, 7.5 points, depending on if Chase plays or not. We don't know yet. But it's around that range, different sports books, different lines. This shouldn't be a Bengals offense that has to throw the ball in the second half based off how bad this New England Patriots offense is going to be. You have no Chase. You have no Higgins, potentially. Obviously, things are up in the air right now. We don't have confirmation. We're going to get to know 90 minutes before kickoff. But even if Chase does play, more likely than not, he will be limited. In the case of Matthew Stafford, you have a fully healthy Cooper Kupp. You have a fully healthy Puka Nacua. In the case of Matthew Stafford, you are in a very good spot in terms of just the overall game environment where this is supposed to be the highest scoring game of the week. I think the Rams actually will have to throw the ball in the second half. Neither quarterback has a ton of rushing upside. So I think I just go ahead. I think I take Stafford over Burrow. Now, Shuhan says Malik Neighbors or Devon Achane in the flex in a full PPR format. Obviously, with it being a full PPR league, typically you want to lean a little more towards the wide receiver who has the just reception premium. But with that being said, I mean, Achane is just in so much of a better spot. Playing in Miami in what should be one of the highest scoring games of the week. You drafted Achane in round 2. You got him in round 3. Malik Neighbors is a rookie wide receiver. Obviously, Neighbors is one of these prospects that you can say, oh, okay, yeah. He's so damn good that you can start him week 1. But where we're starting Malik Neighbors isn't like a spot that it's like, oh, I want to start Neighbors over a running back that some people have ranked inside their top 5 RBs. No, like that's not where you start Malik Neighbors week 1. Please go ahead and just take Devon Achane. Brian says Jamar Chase or Jackson Smith-Njigba. Here's how I'm personally operating with the Jamar Chase situation. Very black and white for me. If Chase plays, he's in my lineup. If Chase doesn't play, he's on my bench. There's almost no world where Jamar Chase plays this week and I put Jackson Smith-Njigba over him. Would not be a fan, my friend. You could say, oh, well, maybe Chase has a limited role. Oh, well, JSN has a limited role in Seattle. Metcalf's going to be the wide receiver 1 there. You have Burrow versus Geno. You have, Jamar Chase's talent versus Jackson Smith-Njigba's talent. Please go with Chase week 1. Now, S'mores says Jameson Williams or Raheem Mostert in a full PPR format. So I think this is a great setup for Jameson Williams. If you're playing in like a tournament, a DFS thing, maybe an underdog tournament draft, then maybe you look at Jameson because he does have the upside to pop in this game. Like we talked about, this should be one of the highest scoring games of the week. Jameson looked really good in this matchup last offseason. And I know that's maybe steering some people towards Jameson Williams. However, Jameson is this field stretching option that is going to be boom bust from a week-to-week perspective. He can be a great real-life player just creating space underneath for St. Brown and Laporta while not drawing a ton of targets in his own right. This is going to make him extremely volatile with an extremely low floor. Whereas with Raheem Mostert, he himself has a great matchup. He himself has a ton of touchdown upside. I think you go Mostert, and I think it's pretty easy. I understand like the appeal in Jameson with this probably being a much better matchup than what you're typically used to for him. But still, I think it'd be tough for me to go through and take Jameson week 1. Like this would be something that you have to think about for quite some time before you actually are able to pull that trigger. Okay. Now, next switch coming out from Mando says, Christian McCaffrey or Joe Mixon. So obviously what we're hoping for here is we are hoping that we get some McCaffrey clarity by the time that you have to make this decision at noon Central or 1 p.m. Eastern. I will say if CMC were to be active, it's Christian McCaffrey very, 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 very easily over Joe Mixon. But CMC did pop up with the questionable calf Achilles. The expectation is that McCaffrey starts, but it is not a guarantee by any means. I think it would be nice to know if you had potentially a pivot that you could look to if CMC does not play on Monday night, but if McCaffrey is good to go, I think you just go ahead. I think you plan on McCaffrey. Unless any more news drops, which of course I'll let you know in this live stream. It's just so freaking tough with McCaffrey playing on Monday. It's so tough. Definitely pick up a pivot. Like if Jordan Mason's on the waiver wire, for the love of God, make sure you have him. Okay, let's move this over. Rudy says, Raheem Mostert or Brian Robinson Jr. Raheem Mostert's somebody that you should start this week. I'm not even the biggest Raheem Mostert fan. I think Mostert has some general uncertainties. One, surrounding his receiving volume. Two, surrounding the fact he's a 32-year-old running back here. Three, surrounding the fact that they add in Jalen Wright. But if you drafted Raheem Mostert, the last, reason you drafted him was to shy away from him week 1 in a great matchup. That's early enough in the season where Jalen Wright probably can't establish himself. So I'm going to go Mostert. Trailer Park Boy says, why can't I sync my ESPN team on flockfantasy.com? So to sync your ESPN team, I know it's a little bit of pain in the butt. Trust me, it's ESPN's fault. It's not our fault. We're doing everything we can to make it the easiest possible. You do have to be on your computer to sync your ESPN team to flockfantasy.com. And what you have to do is you have to log into flockfantasy.com on one window, log into ESPN on the other window. You have to add the flockfantasy.com ESPN extension. I'd recommend doing it on Chrome. You can do it on Safari as well. And then you hit add extension, you hit sync my team, and then we can go through and we can grab those private cookies from your ESPN league. We're allowed to save them for a year. So it's a pain in the butt. You only have to do it once, and then your team's synced up for the rest of the year, my friend. So yeah, definitely recommend on flockfantasy.com. Just going through the painful process. Link your ESPN team one time, and then you never have to worry about it again. And then to link with Yahoo, all you have to do is literally log into your Yahoo account and hit sync teams. And then to log in with Sleeper, all you have to do is copy and paste your league ID over. Okay. Kyle says, how do I set up an auto sub? Please need help with CMC and Jordan Mason. To be honest with you, I don't know how to set up an auto sub yet on Sleeper. I know it's a very new feature. I'm definitely going to figure it out. I'm going to be on my phone anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm going to be able to go through and start them. Emmanuel says, what about NFL fantasy? I am very sorry, but for the time being, we cannot link with NFL fantasy on flockfantasy.com. It's very hard to get that permission from NFL fantasy. I'm going to do my best to try to get that for everybody here. I will say also, if you wanted to submit your team for a review, though, you don't even have to link your team. If you wanted to submit a start-sit question, you don't have to link your team. If you want to submit a trade question, you don't have to link your team. You could always just submit screenshots on the roster review, and then we built out a bunch of tools where it's easy to ask a start-sit question even without a linked team. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Luke says, Jerome Ford versus Dallas or Zamir White versus the Chargers? So if you are looking at Ford, so running back that should have almost the entirety of his backfield, similar to Zamir White. But kind of the difference that you're going to have between these two backs is, in the case of Jerome Ford, we've seen him catch the ball in the past. Zamir White, maybe he turns into a receiving. We've never seen it before. In the case of Jerome Ford, he's in the better offense as well. So if I'm looking at Ford versus White, I think you have running backs with probably a similar amount of touches this week. Jerome Ford has access to more high-value touches, specifically red zone opportunities and targets out of the backfield. So I will be going with Jerome Ford over Zamir White. Junior F says, Najee Harris or Raheem Mostert in a full PPR format. I do want to reiterate, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Raheem Mostert, but if you drafted Raheem Mostert to shy away from him this week, you should not have drafted Raheem Mostert. This is a good matchup, should be a high-scoring game. I think it is kind of a no-brainer to just go ahead and jam him in, to be honest with you. Especially over Najee. I mean, Najee should be a bad offense. I know you're going up against Atlanta, so it's a little bit of an Arthur Smith, a revenge game, but you do have Jaylen Warren good to go week 1. He's not even on the injury report at all, so I don't necessarily know if we can say this hamstring is going to limit him in any way. Okay. I'll smooth this over. T-Shaw says Aaron Jones or Jerome Ford. Here, if you wanted to go Aaron Jones, I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. I think these are two running backs that you can pretty much rank back to back. I mean, the thing with Jones is this is a player that typically is going to be in a very bad offense. But this week, it is surprising to actually see sportsbooks give the Minnesota Vikings like a 20-point implied team total. Sportsbooks are saying that the Vikings should be a decent offense against the Giants in particular. And right now, the spread on this game is only 1 point, so it should be competitive throughout. And that's going to be very rare for Vikings games. But it does look like we got another question coming in from Vosker over on flockfantasy.com. Thank you so much, my friend. You're saying start 3 between Chase, McLaurin, Ridley, and Ayuk. So right now, the guys you're going with are Brandon Ayuk, Jamar Chase, and Terry McLaurin. Now, if Chase were to miss, then at that point, I think you have to pivot over to Calvin Ridley. If Chase misses, you pivot over to Ridley. I think you have to start Brandon Ayuk and Terry McLaurin almost. Actually, you could go Ridley over McLaurin straight up. Because, I mean, in the case of Calvin Ridley, you have DeAndre Hopkins banged up. No. I have Terry McLaurin higher in my rankings. Decent implied team total there with Washington. We're not going to overthink it. We are going to go McLaurin over Ridley. So I think we kind of leave this lineup the way that you had it. Unless Jamar Chase is ruled out, then at that point, we pivot over to Calvin Ridley over Jamar Chase. So it really just, we are waiting for this news with Chase or not. But if Chase is healthy, I think you are leaving this team how you have it. Looks like a great squad. Let me just double check running back. Yeah, the only other guy we'd be considering here is Dobbins. We don't have another tight ends. Quarterback, we have Herbert, but I would definitely play Richardson over him as well. So yeah, I'd probably leave this team as is, my friend. Let me go ahead and get that for you. And I do want to remind you, of course, if you wanted a roster review over there on flockfantasy.com, you can always purchase a trade question, a start sit question on flockfantasy.com. They're like $4. Or if you want a full-blown roster review, definitely the cheapest way you could get it is heading over to Underdog Fantasy, taking advantage of the crazy promos that they have today. You're going to get access, if you use code FLOCK, to a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Plus, on top of that, for Monday night, you'll get a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Code FLOCK will get you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get that free roster review over there on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure that you have an email address set up with the same in a flockfantasy.com account set up with the same email address as the Underdog account you made that $10 deposit with. So just make sure the email addresses match. That way I can upload that CSV of all the email addresses that use code FLOCK on Underdog over the weekend, and we can grant all those accounts with free team reviews on flockfantasy.com. Hopefully, maybe tonight, but hopefully tomorrow. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Go back to the live chat. Joel says, Calvin Ridley or Brian Thomas Jr.? Brian Thomas Jr. kind of falls in a range of wide receiver that we're looking at with Ladd McConkey. They were looking at with Keon Coleman. These guys that I like rest of season, and I definitely think that they have upside. But I'm not wanting to jam them in immediately. I definitely want to hold on to them. And like I said, I think they have that rest of season upside where they could be crushers in this second half of the season. But Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr., it can't hurt to just wait, see the production, and then put them in your starting lineup. You don't need to be the guy who called them week one and started them week one immediately from the breakout. If you bench Brian Thomas Jr. in favor of the veteran in Calvin Ridley, and Brian Thomas Jr. has a massive blow-up breakout game week one, don't feel bad about it. Feel excited for what you're going to get rest of season. So yeah, I think like the rookie wide receivers that you need to start this week are going to be Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors. Everybody else kind of falls in a bucket where I will start them if you don't have any other solid options, but I would more so be excited to just watch them for their rest of season upside. So I'm going to go Calvin Ridley, especially with Hopkins banged up. Doesn't sound like Hopkins is going to play, but still. Now, Matthew says, I dropped Rodgers in one league and Taysom Hill in another to put Fields as my backup, Freiermuth as my tight end in the Hill league. Am I crazy? If Pat Freiermuth is the only tight end that you have on your roster, I think you should roster 2 tight ends, and I think Taysom Hill would be a phenomenal option to roster there as the second option. Because there is always that chance with Taysom. Not only, obviously, now does he have touchdown equity as is, but there is that chance we've seen in the past that something occurs with Derek Carr, and all of a sudden you actually have people going through and saying, the Saints saying, yeah, Taysom Hill's our real starting quarterback. And if you can get those tight end points, it is absurd. So I would for sure still roster Taysom. Now, in terms of your QB2, if we are just chasing upside, I do probably agree. Drop Rodgers, go get Fields. I think Rodgers obviously has more talent in his left pinky than Justin Fields has in his entire body. But if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards, the rushing upside's a cheat code. Fields doesn't have it. Fields has it. Rodgers doesn't, obviously. So I like that call. I just think if Freiermuth is not in the class of tight end where you only roster one guy. Freiermuth has upside this year, but it possibly doesn't work out. Okay. Let's move this over. Adam coming out with our next question, asking between Chase Brown or Zach Moss. Looking at Chase Brown and Zach Moss here, my friend, I think I am just going to go ahead. I think I am going to take Moss. Now, to be honest with you, it's very close to a coin flip on which running back ends up being the guy. It's probably a committee. I do like I like investing into either running back and or both running backs, because at the end of the day, if one of these guys turns out to be the guy in Cincinnati at a very cheap cost, you ended up getting the RB1 in one of the best offenses in the league. So I like having both players there for sure on my squad. In terms of starting them week 1, I think they probably fall into the range of okay, this is somebody with upside rest of season, but I would really want to see what the role is week 1 before we go through and start these players, because I think it could be either guy. I think you could start Moss and Chase Brown crushes. I think you could start Brown and Moss crushes. I don't really know, but if I had to bet on one right now for week 1, it would be Zach Moss over Chase Brown. Okay. Now let's move this over. Laka says, trade DJ Moore for Rashee Rice. I don't like DJ's target share. So let me go ahead and I will pull up where I have these players in my rankings. Obviously, I updated my rankings over on flockfantasy.com to include the Kansas City Chiefs game. So we are looking at the updated rankings here. And I believe as of right now, Rashee Rice is ranked ahead of DJ Moore for me. These guys are in the same tier. They are extremely, extremely close. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull this up for you. Now, obviously, when we're pulling this up, we're looking at the old version of flockfantasy.com. The new version should drop for everybody very, very soon. Right now, when we're answering those questions, we're doing it on the new version. We're just ironing out some of the little bugs, like the rankings page needs to be improved to look better on the new version of the site. But here we can look at my rankings. I do have Rashee Rice, wide receiver 16 at the moment, and I have DJ Moore, wide receiver 22. This is kind of one big flat tier. Like if somebody told me they wanted Moore over Rice, I'm not going to lose my mind whatsoever. But I think at this point, with it looking unlikely that Rashee Rice actually has to serve a suspension, with him being in a better offense, and with him looking like he's just going to dominate targets and have like the Michael Thomas a season of 2019 in terms of his route tree, I think I'd probably just go ahead. I think I'd take Rice. Okay. Nicholas says, how do I send live chat questions on the flockfantasy.com website? So you can go ahead. If you have a team linked, you can hit submit for review on the My Teams page. If you don't have a team linked, you can just press the little $ in the top right. I will spam a link in the live chat right now if you want to purchase a question to get answered from flockfantasy.com. Like I said, it's like $3 for Like $3, $4, $5 for a start, sit question, trade question. Definitely a roster review is a lot more expensive just because it takes me significantly longer. Also, we go through and we get you a PDF sheet breaking down your team and everything on top of what we do on the live stream. But like I said, the cheapest way to get that roster review is actually just going through and making that $10 deposit over on flockfantasy.com. I'm sorry, on Underdog Fantasy. And now is by far and away the best time to do that on Underdog as well, because they are just offering a ridiculous amount of promos where you have the Dak Prescott special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for the Dallas Cowboys game. And you have the Christian McCaffrey special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for the Niners game on Monday night. Plus, if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get that free team review from yours truly. All you have to do is make sure that you have an account on flockfantasy.com. You can make a free account right now with the same email address that you have on Underdog Fantasy. That way, when I go through and I give out those team vouchers, I can find your email address and I can find your account. But Jordan, welcome. Welcome, my friend. Happy to have you here. Now, our next question coming out from Large Sneaks, saying Ford or Javonte Williams. I think it's actually a very easy question, to be honest. With Javonte, I think it's in a committee. I think Jaleel McLaughlin actually does have a role here, specifically as a receiver. And if you are looking at Jerome Ford should have the vast majority of the touches in this offense right now for the Cleveland Browns. You have the receiving upside. Not only do you have the receiving upside, but the Cleveland Browns offense should be a higher scoring offense in general in comparison to what you are going to have with the Denver Broncos. So I would go ahead. I would take Jerome Ford here, my friend. Honestly, relatively easily as well. And dear God, this Airbnb, the lighting's doing us dirty. I promise you I don't look this pink in real life. Can we change this? I'm sure y'all are tired of hearing me say it, but I'm going to continue to complain. Because sadly, we are having to stream from an Airbnb down the road. My house, the Wi-Fi got broke. Thanks, AT&T. Much love. So we are in a temporary little setup here in an Airbnb, which we've been bouncing from Airbnb to Airbnb for 3 days now, making sure we can get you all these live streams. Okay. David says, those are some tired eyes. We appreciate your service. Little tired from the live Q&A rolling past midnight last night and having to get up, obviously, at 6 to start this. A little bit tired from all the stress of the Airbnb disaster, but it is what it is. We're rolling through. So if you're enjoying this, please hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, of course. Rashi, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Michael says, Brock Purdy or Justin Fields? I have this exact question in my league. I'm going to expand this. I'm sorry, maybe this isn't exactly what you were asking, but I think it will help you as well. Okay. Here is the situation that I am in. I picked up Justin Fields. For 1 day and 1 day only, I'm going to roster 3 quarterbacks. It's disgusting. I don't want to do it. You should never do it. And for sure, I'm cutting somebody after the games today. I just want to see what happens. So I want to see the 2 guys I want going into the future. The 3 quarterbacks I have on my team that I'm deciding right now: Justin Fields, Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy. I will only consider Justin Fields if Russell Wilson is not active. If Russell Wilson's completely out from this game. If it's a situation where they're going, oh, Russ is going to be active, but Fields is going to be our starter, then at that point, no interest whatsoever. Fields goes straight back to the waivers. Or to the bench for now. We'll see what happens with his rushing upside this week. But if Russ is not active, spam the chat right now. Please, for the love of God, help me out. Are you starting Justin Fields, Brock Purdy, or Caleb Williams? Justin Fields, Brock Purdy, or Caleb Williams? Please let me know in the live chat. Okay. And Irvin, welcome to being a member of the flock. Caesar says Fields. Tatum says Purdy. Fields. Caleb, Purdy, Fields, Caleb, Fields, Purdy, Fields, Caleb, Purdy, Caleb. It does look like most people are benching Justin Fields here. It looks like most people are going with either Caleb Williams or Brock Purdy. My thought process between Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy is, according to Vegas Sportsbooks, which, as y'all know, I believe that they have more information than I do. They're smarter than I am. And we should probably listen to them. The Chicago Bears should score more points this week than the Niners based off matchups. One's going up against Tennessee. One's going up against the Jets. It's just so freaking tough. And at the same time, you have more rushing upside with Caleb than you do with Purdy. It's tough. I'm for sure going to be considering Fields because of the rushing upside. Even if I think Fields is 10 times a worse real-life quarterback than those other guys. But I will reiterate, don't start Fields in any game that Russell Wilson is active in. Because there is that outside chance that Justin Fields comes out and is just a complete debacle. And then they go, yeah, Russ isn't fully healthy, but we have no other option but to go to Russ in the second half. And if that's the case, it doesn't matter what rushing upside you have with Fields, it's over. But RR says, Sunday, my friend, thanks for all the help you've been putting into the offseason for us. Thank you for coming out and enjoying this fine Sunday morning with us, my friend. Wishing you the best of luck. I legitimately can't believe it's here. I'm nervous. We'll get through it. I can't believe it's here. But it is. Now let's go ahead and let's head back over to flockfantasy.com and see we had another start-sit question get submitted. This one is Connor or Stevenson to start. So going through and looking at, let's go position by position here just to make sure we're on board with everything. Yeah, we're definitely starting Nico over Adonai. Same thing with Puka. We started Luke Musgrave at tight end. I'll say as a quick side note, we probably want to be looking for an option off the waiver wire this next week. Looks like Tucker Kraft's the guy over Musgrave. But anyway, and then for the flexes, we're definitely playing the wide receivers here over these running backs. So yeah, I agree. I think this is the primary question. Would you go with James Conner or Ramondre Stevenson? So Ramondre has a very safe workload, of course. The issue is that this offense is just supposed to be extremely bad in New England. If you had no Antonio Gibson, I think Ramondre Stevenson would have been a viable play because even if the offense was really bad, he would have had the receiving role as well. But now that Gibson is going to be active this week, I don't think you can start Ramondre Stevenson. Like in my own league, I have Ramondre Stevenson. I was considering playing him over DeAndre Swift if you had no Antonio Gibson. But now that Gibson's playing, I'm pivoting off Ramondre. So James Cook, you shouldn't have a super large role, at least initially. For Trey Benson, it should be a much higher scoring game, much higher scoring offense in general in Arizona. So I will go ahead. I will take James Cook over Ramondre Stevenson, my friend. Really hope I was able to help you out with that, of course. And thank you so much. And can't wait for you to see the new flockfantasy.com user end. Hopefully that will be live tomorrow for you, my friend. Or maybe later tonight as well. But yeah, super, super excited for it. And let's move over to our next question. This one coming out from Rob. Says Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. So I saw some hot takes from people saying, oh, okay, all these great reports that we have coming out of camp with Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors is the guy that everybody should want here. Malik Neighbors should have been the wide receiver one, blah, 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 blah. And none of that crap matters. They're both phenomenal prospects. If you're looking at them in comparison of each other, one of them landed with Daniel Jones and the other landed with Kyler Murray. So from a week one perspective, from a rest of season perspective, it doesn't matter. You go ahead and you take Harrison. I think it's honestly probably pretty easy called to take Harrison as well. Okay. Now, 9MG Zen says, Kyler Murray or Jaden Daniels. I think this is a pretty easy one for me. I think Jaden Daniels does have a lot of rushing upside, but so does Kyler Murray. The Arizona Cardinals offense projects outscore way more points than what you have with Washington. It's a good matchup going up against Buffalo, where the Cardinals should be having to throw the ball in the second half. Obviously, Buffalo is favored in this game. So I think Kyler is a great play this week. I think there's no reason to start a rookie quarterback over him, even if that rookie quarterback does have rushing upside. Like going through and looking at, say, like Jaden Daniels versus Jared Goff or Jaden Daniels versus Tua, two quarterbacks that we know are good, that are going to score a lot of points in their respective offenses, but that don't have rushing upside. It's like a fair thing to go, do we want Jaden Daniels, the uncertain player with the rushing upside, or this high-volume pocket passing quarterback that's going to be in an offense that scores more points? I think that's like a fair, understandable question. But if you're comparing like Daniels to Kyler, you kind of get the best of both worlds with Kyler Murray. I think, yeah, he says great. I'll stick with it. Yeah, I think you stick with it, my friend. Andrew says Keenan Allen or Jaylen Warren. So all signs point towards Keenan Allen playing this week. Now, of course, this will be something that we want to continue to monitor. If you are looking at Keenan versus Warren, I think if it's a PPR format, you get the added on floor with Keenan Allen of cheap target volume close to the line of scrimmage. Keenan should be in a much higher scoring offense. Rome Odunze maybe isn't going to dominate immediately as a rookie wide receiver. I think it's kind of easy to just go ahead and honestly, probably easy to take Keenan Allen, where Warren potentially is the RB2 in a low-scoring offense. And like I said, I think Justin Fields actually hurts the skill positional players here in Pittsburgh and their ability to score fantasy points. Neil, happy to see you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck this week. Jordan says, Chase, Edwards, Swift, JSN for the flex in a 12-team PPR format. Much love, my guy. Happy to see you here. We got another blonde guy representing in the chat. Go Jamar Chase if Chase plays. I'm a simple man. Said this earlier in the live stream, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is, because in the league I care most about, I'm playing Jamar Chase if he's active. Non-PPR format, obviously we were chasing touchdown upside. If Chase is active, you play Chase. If he's inactive, we're going to go with DeAndre Swift. He should be in the highest scoring offense out of the Chargers, Bears, and Seahawks. And Roshan is banged up as well, so I think that helps. But Kevin, the credit guy, longtime member of the Flex, is full BBR for the Flex. Keenan, Stevenson, Swift, or Palmer. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I think Swift has a high enough floor ceiling combo based off how the Bears offense projects out this week that you don't have to worry about the Keenan Allen heel injury. You don't have to worry about all this negative press that's been coming out of Chicago regarding Keenan. I probably just go ahead. I probably take DeAndre Swift. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Keenan Allen has 10 targets this week. DeAndre Swift ends up splitting the backfield with Khalil Herbert. And then by the time we get to this question in week 2, Keenan Allen's the guy that you're starting. But I think for the time being, we want to go ahead and we want to take Swift. And like I said, I know y'all probably tired hearing me say this, but I had that same decision in my own league in terms of starting DeAndre Swift versus Ramondre Stevenson. And I was really considering Ramondre if you were going to have no Antonio Gibson. But now that Gibson is good to go, I think that you're in a low-scoring offense where you're going to be squeezed for the target volume from Stevenson. So I think it just makes sense to pivot off of Ramondre Stevenson. Okay. But let's go back over. And we have another question coming in over on flockfantasy.com. So let's make sure we answer that question for him. This is Kay Soliner, who says, I'm trying to get Mason, but not sure who to drop off the bench. I'm praying CMC's healthy, but worried about my running back spot this week. Already got hurt by Andrews. Ooh, okay. So this is a tough spot. So obviously we have McCaffrey. If McCaffrey were to miss, then at that point, you're in a spot where 100%, if you could pick up Jordan Mason off the waiver wire, just a plug and play guy here. If McCaffrey's active, we're just going to go through and we're going to play McCaffrey. Going through and looking at who we could potentially drop, I think Adam Thielen is the clear drop for Jordan Mason, 100%. Drop Adam Thielen right now for Jordan Mason, because the thing is, what ceiling does Adam Thielen have? What has to happen for Adam Thielen to really separate himself from other options that you have on the waiver wire? I know you may say, well, Mason, come on, man. Adam Thielen was a low-end wide receiver 3 last season. 1, you can probably find low-end wide receiver 3 production off the waiver wire each and every week. 2, on top of that, now you have in round 1 wide receiver in Xavier Legette. You add in Deontay Johnson, and Adam Thielen's another year older. So I don't think Thielen is a high upside, exciting player in a regular redraft league. I would go ahead, I would drop Adam Thielen, pick up Jordan Mason in case we need that pivot for Christian McCaffrey this week, my friend. I think there's a very clear path for how Jordan Mason makes a difference to your team. I don't think there is that clear path with Thielen. Let me see, does Underdog have an Adam Thielen projection up? Yeah, Adam Thielen's projection on Underdog Fantasy this season is higher, lower, 3.5 receiving touchdowns. If you think Thielen's going to go crush, say he's going to have more than 3 receiving touchdowns. If you think he's going to crush, say he's going to have more than 557.5 receiving yards. I don't expect that to be the case, so I'm not going with him. Okay. But let's move this over. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems for today over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description, comment section, live chat. If you use code FLOCK, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a special Christian McCaffrey pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night. You'll get a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Cowboys game as well. And with code FLOCK, yours truly will go through and break down your team for you over there on flockfantasy.com. You'll get a free team review for me to check out your league in one of these live streams. All you have to do is make sure after you use code FLOCK on Underdog that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com. It can be a free account with the same email address. That way, when I upload the CSV to match all the emails and to grant those free team review vouchers, I can it essentially matches your email address and we get you that free team review voucher. Hopefully, we're going to be able to upload that CSV file tonight and or tomorrow morning. Okay. Danny out here says, word on the street is Jamar is sitting the entire game because he heard that Mason's drafting him. Here's what I think happened. I drafted Jamar Chase in the Flock League. Every other person in my league, they went to their couch cushions. They pulled out every little coin they could. They found every penny they had to their names. They combined it all together and went, hey, we need to pay off Jamar Chase. Let's go through. Let's send every dollar we have to Chase specifically to sit out this season. So Mason does not have him because they are that scared of me. And they are so scared of me that their next move was they decided to send an agent. It's probably Spicy Taco. I don't know who it was. They sent somebody to my neighborhood in Austin, Texas, to cut the AT&T fiber line so I no longer had Wi-Fi, thinking they were going to get to my head, thinking they were going to get me off my game, and they didn't realize that your boy's quick with it. He can pivot. He can move to an Airbnb. All right? He can go through. He's not messing up his starting lineup no matter what. He will figure it out. He will win this week. He will win the league no matter what they do to go up against your boy. And 100% true story. And Danny knows that, yeah, he's laughing at me because they specifically went through and cut the Wi-Fi fiber, whatever the cable's called. So I was off my game, but too bad for them. Your boy's built different. Okay. The Ryan says, new camera since last season. Looks clean. Funny enough, I actually bought a super expensive camera for this season tried using it, it was worse than the old camera. So I just went back to the old camera. This is the old camera right now, my friend. Okay. Let's move this over. Dallas says Joshua Palmer or Zach Moss in a full PPR format. So now that DJ Chark is out for the first month of the season, Vlad McConkey, obviously rookie wide receiver, dealt with injuries during training camp. Justin Herbert looks like he's fully good to go. This sounds like a Joshua Palmer game. In a full PPR league, I think you go ahead. I think you can start Joshua Palmer here, my friend. I think you can. Kevin coming out with the dono. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay. Now, Billy Badass says, do I start Kittle or Kincaid? The correct answer to this question is you go through and you trade one of these guys because it's ridiculous that you have both those tight ends on the same roster. Now, with that being said, if you look at the matchups that you have this week, you have a great matchup for Kincaid going up against Arizona, where the Buffalo Bills currently are projecting to go through and score the most points. I don't say the most points. They are projected near the top of total points scored in the NFL, not only for the season, but also for the week. The Niners are actually projected to score the most points in the NFL through the entire season if you look at Vegas sportsbooks, but specifically this week against the Jets, it's a really tough matchup. So I think it's very easy to go Dalton Kincaid over George Kittle when Kittle's going up against the Jets, my friend. Okay. Let's move this over. Matt says Jaden Daniels or Dak Prescott. Tough spot. So it's crazy to say to start the rookie quarterback week one. Like I feel bad saying it. It doesn't sound like I should. But right now, if you're looking at sportsbooks, which I've already proven, they are very accurate. And I don't know how anybody could think like, oh no, I know more than the people who have the most money on the line, that have the most information at their disposal, blah, blah, blah. The Dallas Cowboys are underdogs against Cleveland. They are currently projected with an implied team total of about 19.5 points. Washington this week is projected to score more points than Dallas. Plus, you get the rushing equity with Daniels over Dak. Dak doesn't give you the rushing yards. Daniels does. So I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to take Jaden Daniels. Yeah, even Danny says, I'm the Cowboys fan, but the process play is Daniels given the Cowboys implied points, especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, 100%. And yeah, I mean, the thing is like, and obviously I'm by no means some defensive expert. I'm never going to claim to be an offensive line expert. I'm never going to be claimed to be a defensive expert. I don't want to say never, maybe in 10 years, all of a sudden I have some newfound passion to analyze NFL defenses and instead no longer just rely on sports books to tell us what's up. But for this year, when we're relying on sportsbook data, it does seem like they're pricing in the Cleveland Browns to be one of the best defenses in the NFL. That's what it looks like. John asking if we think Ezekiel Elliott scores. Probably not. Obviously, it all depends on kind of the odds that you are getting on it. We can go ahead and we can look at the Ezekiel Elliott pick'em on Underdog Fantasy. So if you look at the Zeke pick'em, they have Zeke for a 1.53x multiplier to score a touchdown. And I would highly recommend, if you are thinking about taking any touchdown pick'ems this week, specifically rushing touchdown pick'ems with a running back that you are afraid to get vultured, I would do it on Underdog because they have actually vulture protection. So say you take Ezekiel Elliott to score a rushing touchdown and Rico Dowdle steals it instead, you actually get refunded in site credit for Underdog this week. So I went through, and what I actually did in my own Underdog pick'ems this week is I have a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs to score a rushing touchdown, because even if he ends up getting vultured, I still end up getting my money back anyway. So it's almost like a free roll. It's not exactly a free roll, but kind of like it, because I don't have to be worried about Montgomery. So definitely take advantage of the vulture protection they have on Underdog this week. Jack says Underdog available in the UK. It is not available in the UK. It's only available in the United States, and it's available in Canada, everywhere outside of Ontario. Nicholas says, is Austin Eckler a bust? I drafted Austin Eckler as like my RB5 in like round 12, something like that, in a full PPR format. That's a range where most likely you're going through and you're dropping a lot of those guys anyway. So if Eckler turns out to be a top 24 running back, he's a massive hit there at that cost. So I don't know. Danny says, we're in store for legendary content if Chase Brown pops off today. We're in store for some legendary content either way, my guy, even if it's Zach Moss. Even if it's Moss. Let's move this over. Omar says Debo or Tank Dell. So you have no Sticky Ricky this week. Brandon Ayuk does sound like he's going to be limited. Obviously, it's a tougher matchup for Debo going up against the Jets than it is Tank Dell going up against Indy. If you do look at sportsbooks at the moment, they are projecting out that the Texans score more points than the Niners this week. But I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're still going to take Debo Samuel, my friend. Okay. Life says, do I start Fields over Kyler or Anthony Richardson in a Superflex? No, you don't. Like, the thing is, with Fields, bad real-life quarterback, low-scoring offense, but he's going to have rushing upside. Kyler Murray, Anthony Richardson may have the rushing upside and may be in high-scoring offenses as well. So there's no reason to start Fields over these guys. I think the interesting question is like, oh, okay, are we going to go Fields or are we going to go Goff? Like, are we going to go Fields in a low-scoring offense with a lot of rushing upside or Goff in a high-scoring offense with no rushing upside? I think that's like an interesting conversation. But comparing like Fields to A-Rich, it's easy A-Rich. But Lil Shoddy Spices, hope you have a great both first day of football, great first football Sunday of the year, Mr. Dodd. Much love, Lil Shoddy Spice. This is actually one of my 13 girlfriends, just in case anybody knows. Yes, we call her Little Shoddy Spice. But thank you for stopping by the stream. Really do appreciate you. And much love. But Trailer Park Boy says, Dak or Fields? I have Lamb and Ferguson. Hope Danny's still in the live chat to answer this. I do want to reiterate, if Russell Wilson is active today in any capacity, I'm shutting down the Justin Fields train. We're not starting him. The world where you start Fields is you have no active Russ at all. But let's hypothetically go down this road. Russell Wilson is out this week. Are you starting Justin Fields or no? Please let me know in the live chat. Do you start Justin Fields or Dak Prescott if Russell Wilson's out? Dak Prescott going up against the Cleveland Browns, one of the toughest defenses in the league. Justin Fields, certified bum with rushing upside. Who are you going with? Danny says, I'm still going Dak. The Atlanta-Pittsburgh matchup is garbage in its own right, and he's just not very good. My thought process with Fields is while he's not very good, he was the QB5 2 years ago in fantasy just because rushing upside. Like literally the only quarterbacks that scored more points per game than Fields 2 years ago, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Hurts. And then he tied with Lamar's QB5. But looking at the chat, pretty much everybody is saying Dak Prescott here. You have some Fields mixed in, but most people are saying Dak. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind at all going with Justin Fields. But I do want to reiterate, the instance that you go with Fields is one in which Russell Wilson is not active at all. That's where you go with him. Okay. Nudes Play says, yo, Flock, you said that girl stuff as soon as my dad walked in. Are you serious? Your dad heard that you watch someone on YouTube that has 13 girlfriends and calls one of them Little Shoddy Spice? I don't know how bad that is, my friend. Don't know how bad that is. All right, let's move this over. Danny says, I'm doing my rankings right now. I'll let you know where he ends up. And yeah, definitely let me know, my friend. Okay. Ray says, any news on Jamar? I'll go ahead and I'll pull up what you have with the most recent updates. Obviously, we went through and we talked about this about an hour ago, but maybe something's come out since. Okay. Nothing on the Underdog NFL account. Let me go to Shefty and let me go to Rappaport. Nothing on the Shefty account. It's probably just too early to get anything. Nothing with Rappaport. Rappaport did have a Russ update 2 hours ago. I don't know if this is any different than what we were already expecting. The Steelers are expected to examine quarterback Russell Wilson this morning to check out his calf. But as it stands now, it's more likely Justin Fields starts versus the Falcons than Wilson. This team is cautious with calf injuries. Wilson is questionable. They are setting it up nicely to go, oh, okay, Russell Wilson's right there. He could be healthy. He could go. Maybe we're just going to be cautious. They can throw Fields out. They can go, ooh, is this great? Is this absolutely garbage? And if it's garbage, they can say next week, oh, the calf's fine. Yeah, Russ was our starter all along. We're going to put Russ back in. Or if Fields has a great week, they can go, oh, maybe we have to stick with Fields. So I think the Steelers are, and I know I'm going down conspiracy central this week. My conspiracies this week, one of them very bland, very, very boring. The Jamar Chase illness is fake. It all has to do with the contract situation. He shouldn't gotten put on the injury report with the quote-unquote illness. Like I said, I know that's a bland, boring conspiracy. I think most people are in on that one. My second one, I don't know how valid the T. Higgins hamstring is. I don't know if T. Higgins is going, hell, they put me on the franchise tag. They're not paying me. What if I add into this Jamar Chase drama, maybe get a little bit of leverage going for both of us here, make the Bengals sweat that they're going to have no Higgins and no Chase for this season? So that's a little bit spicier that the T. Higgins hamstring that pops up on a Thursday, the same time that Jamar Chase is dealing with this stuff. When Higgins is on injury report, that's my second conspiracy there. There's maybe something fishy going on with the Higgins hamstring. And then lastly, seems a little fishy what's going on with the Russ calf. You're telling me, oh yeah, he's right there. Maybe he could play, maybe he doesn't. We just want to be cautious with them. We just want to throw out Justin Fields just because we were going to be cautious with Russell Wilson. I don't know. I know I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I think it is an interesting spot. Zach, welcome to being a member of the flock. Thank you, my friend. And I do remind y'all, of course, we are answering all questions submitted through flockfantasy.com as well. We're bouncing back and forth between any paid questions we get through flockfantasy.com and any free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you want to guarantee your question to get answered, head over to flockfantasy.com. Just hit the top right button, a little dollar sign in the corner. Costs like $4 to go through and submit a start-sit question. And also, you can purchase a full-blown roster review over there on the site to get your team reviewed on the live stream. But like I said, the cheapest way that you could actually get your team reviewed on the site from yours truly would be to go ahead, use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. Make that $10 deposit. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. My 2024 fantasy football rankings. Plus, you will come away with a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week one. The Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Cowboys game. And yours truly will break down your team for you with that roster review over there on flockfantasy.com. So just make sure you use code FLOCK on Underdog. Find that link in the description, live chat, comment section. They're running out a ridiculous amount of promos right now. Okay. Now let's move this over and find another question in the live chat, and then we'll pull up some questions on flockfantasy.com. Now, Vladimir says, are we going to go with Tank Dell or Brandon Ayuk? We actually had this question earlier in the live chat, and I think it's a very good question because with Ayuk, obviously, we have the concerns that he is going to be potentially limited in the game plan this week based off all the time that he missed. Plus, at the same time, it's a very tough matchup going up against the Jets. So I understand the hesitation with Brandon Ayuk here. I still probably play him over Tank Dell myself, but I think they're extremely close. I think Tank Dell probably has a higher floor than Brandon Ayuk does. So it kind of comes down to what you're looking for. Danny, please, Danny, where would you go? Would you go Tank Dell or Brandon Ayuk? Because I've gotten this question twice. Danny says, The one I'm actually bouncing back and forth on is where to rank Jordan Mason. Should have standalone value even if CMC plays, but if he's out, the guy's legit an RB1. See, to be honest with you, if CMC's out, I don't think Jordan Mason's legit an RB1. Maybe I'm wrong, but Jordan Mason didn't catch the ball in college, and Jordan Mason has 3 receptions so far in his NFL career. So I think if CMC's out, Jordan Mason's maybe like a mid to high end RB2 for me, because I think he will possibly see 15 plus touches. I just don't know what the receiving volume looks like out of the backfield for Jordan Mason, and it's a very tough matchup against the Niners. So, I'm sorry, against the Jets, obviously, not against the Niners. I know a lot of people are in on Jordan Mason saying that Mason, obviously I'm Mason, but going, man, you don't know what you're talking about. Jordan Mason can catch the football. And my thing is, if he can catch the football, why did we not see it at Georgia Tech? And why does he have 3 receptions so far in his NFL career? And I will also say on record, for the love of God, Danny, I would go back and forth with you on this one too. I don't think Jordan Mason has standalone value in terms of if you are in a best ball draft, maybe if you drafted Jordan Mason on Underdog, then yeah, maybe Jordan Mason randomly pops off. Maybe he has a touchdown this week. But to go through and start Jordan Mason in a game where CMC is active in just a regular redraft league, I think it'd be damn near impossible. But Danny says, Ayuk for me. But if someone's worried about potentially being limited on a snap situation, I don't mind going with the game environment of the Texans Colts. Yeah, the over-under, the implied team total is very high for what you have in Houston. The Pound, happy to see you out, my friend. Did a 24-hour live stream drafting Underdog teams this year. Says you're praying for 70% of snaps from Brandon Ayuk. Definitely close. Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. And like I said, I do think you have a higher floor with Tank Dell just because it's very easy to see what the role is going to be. Okay. But let's move this over. Trailer Park Boy says Yoshi or Jalen Polk. Honestly, I'm not really telling anybody to start any Bengals in a regular redraft league. They're at wide receiver. Like, I'm not super excited to go through and play Yoshi, even if you have no Chase and Higgins. But if you have no Chase and Higgins and your other options, Jalen Polk, we're for sure going to go Yoshi. But let's pull back up flockfantasy.com and let's get some more questions going. This question coming out from Josh says, who do I start if Jamar is out? And if he is playing, do we play him? So looking at the starting lineup, we have Kupp, Kyler, Kyron, Chase Brown, Trey McBride, Rashee Rice, and Jamar Chase. I'm going to put out a video tutorial just to make it very clear for everybody how to submit these start sit questions and trade questions and everything through flockfantasy.com. But just to let you know, going into the future, if you are going to submit one of these, if you don't know what player you want to put in that slot, just leave it empty. Leave it empty and then submit it. And then I'll go, okay, this is the spot that he's talking about. And we need to pick between these players, and all your wide receivers will be loaded up underneath. So anyway, the wide receivers that we are looking at, if Jamar Chase doesn't play, we have the option to go with Christian Kirk or the option to go with Brandon Cooks. I think if you are looking at Jamar Chase playing, like I said, I'm a simple man. Maybe I'm an idiot for thinking this, but especially if Higgins is out. If Chase plays, you go Chase. I'm playing Chase over McLaurin in my own league if Jamar Chase plays. Now, if Chase doesn't play, I think we pivot over and I think we go ahead and we take Christian Kirk. But if Chase plays, we're going to go Jamar Chase. So it really is, we're going back and forth between these two guys here, my friend. But yeah, thank you so much again for being a member of the flock. The Pound says the website is looking great. Just wait until you see the update that should come out later today. I was really hoping it was going to be out by Thursday, my friend. We've been going full blown. It's going to be the best thing ever. Literally, after hopefully we can get the site live, the new update to everybody tonight. Worst case scenario is tomorrow. But what's really cool, my guy, is people can go through and people can ask a start sit question or a trade question or a roster review. They can purchase it on flockfantasy.com even before we are doing this live stream. And they don't even have to be in the stream. Once I answer it on flockfantasy.com, it sends them the message to the live stream. I mean, that link. And if they click the link, it takes them exactly to where their question was answered, timestamped. So it is freaking nuts. I think this is so much better than Super Chats. So people can submit a question. If they have to leave a live stream, they still get their answer pretty much immediately. So I'm super pumped, and especially whenever we get the update out to all the users as well, where it's going to look a lot better for y'all on y'all's end. I'm really excited. But this next question coming out from Braca, who's saying, hey, Mason, what would you change with the team? Thinking to go with Chase Brown over Rome Odunze. So looking at our flex options right now, the flex options that we have in comparison to Rome are Chase Brown, Kamani Vidal, Tyler Algier, Brandon Cooks. So looking at these players, I think Rome Odunze has by far and away the most rest of season upside. Extremely excited. I would say in general with Rome Odunze, I don't mind at all waiting, seeing what the role looks like and seeing a breakout, right? I throw Rome in a similar range of guys like Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr. Obviously you start Harrison, obviously you start Neighbors week 1. And I said the same thing with Xavier Worthy, so maybe you don't want to listen to me. But I think these other tier wide receivers, I'm okay benching, waiting until we see a breakout and then putting them in our starting lineup. But specifically when it comes to Rome versus, say, like Chase Brown, it's going to be Rome or Chase Brown. Here, I'm not considering Vidal. I'm not considering Cooks. I'm not considering Algier. I think it's tough because we don't necessarily know what the role is with Chase Brown either. It could be Zach Moss. So can y'all spam the chat? This does look like it's a full PPR league according to the league settings that we pulled on flockfantasy.com. But are you going with Chase Brown or Rome Odunze? Chase Brown or Rome Odunze in this starting lineup? And the pound says that's next level. Yeah, we have big plans, my friend. And yeah, the next thing is, I think I talked to you about this previously, but just trying to optimize everything right now for redraft. We already have a bunch of stuff for dynasty, but gearing up and starting to make a bunch of best ball tools with it as well, I think will be very exciting. And if you want in, my guy, reach out to me. Would love to use your expertise and get you in on the site and specifically some best ball tools. But Commander says Rome, Matt says Chase, Joel says Rome, Chase, Rome, Chase, Rome, Chase. So it does look like people in the live chat are kind of split on this. Full PPR format, I think maybe we go Rome, especially with Keenan banged up. So we'll go ahead. We'll go with Rome, but it is extremely close. But yeah, I do want to remind you, of course, you can submit all your trade questions, all your start sit questions through flockfantasy.com. You can do it at any time of the day. It will get answered. You'll get sent both software telling you, hey, this is how Mason filled your starting lineup, plus a link to the live stream with the exact timestamp where I answered your question. All you have to do is copy and paste the link into a browser, and then right where I answered your question pops up. I have no idea how the developers built it out that way, but it's incredible. And you can also get your roster reviewed through flockfantasy.com. The cheapest way to do that, of course, to get a review from myself would just be going through and making that $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK. Over there on Underdog, you also have a ridiculous amount of special promos that they're offering. The Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against Cleveland, just went live. Plus, if you use code FLOCK, you also have the Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night. And with code FLOCK, you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 and a free full-blown roster review from yours truly during one of these live streams. So make sure you take advantage with the link in the live chat description and comment section. Never have this many promos currently. But let's go over and let's answer our next question. Pierce coming out asking Jerome Ford or Brandon Ayuk. I think you have a much higher floor with what you're going to get for Jerome Ford with the guaranteed volume in this offense. If you are looking at the ceiling with this team, I think you have a higher ceiling with Brandon Ayuk based off potential spike week from a much more talented player with big play potential in an offense that should score more points. So if you think that you're a heavy favorite in your matchup, I think you can go ahead. I think you can take Jerome Ford. If you think you're the underdog, you're needing a big week, I think you can go ahead and take Brandon Ayuk. I think Ford's probably the safer play based off the reports coming out. Josh says, start Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery. Obviously, Gibbs coming off the hamstring. Maybe you're a little bit concerned here. But I think, honestly, I'm just easily going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jahmyr Gibbs, especially if it's a full PPR format. I stand by. I think Jahmyr Gibbs could be the running back 1 overall this year in a full PPR league. I think that there is that outside chance that Gibbs just turns into prime Alvin Kamara, where Jahmyr Gibbs has everything as a receiver in this offense. I think Jahmyr Gibbs could also potentially have the goal line role, which he was trending towards in the second half of last season. So Gibbs over Montgomery is a very clear call for me, even with Gibbs coming off the hamstring, even if it's just week 1. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. TMF says, drop Jalen Wright for Justin Fields. So obviously, if you're like in an underdog best ball draft, you don't have to figure out when Jalen Wright would make a difference for you. Then at that point, I think Jalen Wright would be exciting just because he has big play potential. It's a very good offense. But in your regular redraft league, how the hell do you ever put Jalen Wright in your starting lineup? You will need an injury to either Devon Achane or Raheem Mostert. And then at that point, you'll still need to see the production from Wright. So it's tough for sure. If you have like Allen or something, a quarterback, obviously just hold on to Jalen Wright. But if you were sitting with, say, Brock Purdy as your only quarterback, if you were sitting with Caleb Williams as your only quarterback, maybe if you had Jordan Love, then at that point, yes, I'd probably drop Jalen Wright for Justin Fields. But I think it does kind of matter your quarterback situation there. Nick says Justin Fields or Geno Smith. If Russell Wilson is full-blown inactive, where Russell Wilson, they can't pivot over to him halfway through the game, it is Justin Fields by a mile just based off of rushing upside, rushing upside, rushing upside. And honestly, I don't even think it's close either. Okay. Let's move this over. Sean says, should I be worried about Mark Andrews? If week 1 didn't concern you with Mark Andrews, I don't know what possibly could have. If it didn't concern you that Isaiah Likely was 1 inch away from 10xing the amount of production that Mark Andrews had, not just off of efficiency, but also having a ton of volume as well. If that didn't concern you regarding Mark Andrews, I don't know what would. I know a lot of people are screaming, don't panic. Don't panic, Mason. Look at the routes run from Andrews. He was double covered. The Chiefs just double covered him all game. That's what happened. Are we really? I get it. If Likely and Andrews have a similar game, where Likely only scores 7-8 points. Andrews only scores 7-8 points. Likely scores 20. But in terms of the target volume, they're about comparable. Then sure, I would say don't panic on Andrews. Go buy Andrews. But for Likely to dominate not only in points, but for Likely to dominate with volume in the offense, I don't know how you wouldn't be worried about Mark Andrews. Now, I still have Mark Andrews over Isaiah Likely in my rest of season rankings, but I moved Andrews behind Kittle. I moved him behind Pitts. I moved him neck and neck with Evan Ingram. And I moved Isaiah Likely up to tight end 12. So now I think it's very clear you'd rather have Kincaid, you'd rather have McBride over Andrews. Not even close at this point. And I'd probably rather swing with Pitts or Kittle. Now let's move this over. Chris Stark says, would you pick up Likely? I would. It's very difficult for me to know your situation. That's why it's great. I think we built that stuff out over on flockfantasy.com so I can see your league settings. I can see who you would drop. I can give you way more personalized advice with a better answer. But in general, yes, I would. I completely forgot that Danny said this. Danny came on the channel and we made that little YouTube short / TikTok / whatever it was, where Danny, that is aging like fine wine. Danny came on and he called Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry, which I've been calling all offseason as well. I mean, I think it's a very good call, but I was in agreement with him there, and a lot of people hated it. But he also called Kyle Pitts over Mark Andrews before the season started. If Pitts comes out and crushes my guy, that take is going to just age like the finest of wine. Bean Salas says, do I start the big Q or Justin Jefferson? Embarrassing question, my friend. If you drafted the big Q and you don't have him in your starting lineup this week, just why are you even playing? Okay. Jeremy says, little too early to take a victory lap. Little too early, but trending in the right direction. But let's move this over. Solomon says, Richardson or Goff, I have St. Brown to stack. The only time I'm like considering stacking options in my starting lineup is if it's like, hey man, it's a Monday night game. I'm down by 40. I need a blow up spot. Then at that point, I think you go stack. I think you go ahead and you create the correlation in your lineup. But when you're submitting your starting lineup from week to week perspective, I just take the guy that I'd rather have. I think if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, it's very easily Anthony Richardson with the rushing upside. Should be a very good spot with the Colts Texans game this week. This is currently a game that's projected to be near the top of the league in total points scored. So I think it's kind of a no-brainer, to be honest with you, to just go ahead and take Anthony Richardson, even if you have St. Brown. Okay. Scissors stopping by, says football is here. We are so back. Yes, sir. We are back. Well, let me know in the live chat. What's the squad looking like? And your Vikings actually could potentially start off 1-0 here. You could get a little dub going with Sam Darnold. Okay. Now, Bling on top says, could Jackson Smith-Njigba be a top 15 wide receiver this year? Also, should we start Scary Terry or JSN? For damn sure, start Scary Terry over JSN. I mean, Lockett's going to go this game. Neither offense should be great. But in the case of Scary Terry, you're almost guaranteed a 30% team target share in Washington. They have nobody. It's Scary Terry and Scary Terry alone. I think there's more passing volume in Seattle, but I think JSN accounts for a much smaller percentage of it. I think JSN has the upside to be a top 15 wide receiver this year. Do I think he'll be a top 15 wide receiver? Probably not. But I think he has the upside for it. I just, for sure, like, I think JSN, I throw him in the bucket of guys that similar like the rookie receivers like Brian Thomas Jr. and Ladd McConkey. I think he has upside rest of season. I'm just, no way in hell I'm starting him over like a solidified option before we actually see it. Now, St. Nicholas says fantasy is 50% luck. Obviously, fantasy is a skill-based game that has a luck aspect to it, very similar to like poker, right? What I think makes fantasy football and what makes poker so popular and say like a much better game to play than just chess is specifically with fantasy football, the worst fantasy football player in the league can win that season. The best fantasy football player in the league can get last that year, which I think is a beautiful thing. I think if it was just the best player always wins, then I'm never going to get lucky and win 150,000 on underdog drafts 2 years ago. So it helps out an idiot like me, of course. But I think it keeps things interesting. I think it keeps the bad players in the game thinking that they're good. So, like, because if it was just every single time the bad players lost, then fantasy football wouldn't be so popular and it wouldn't be so fun. So please spam the chat. What percentage luck do you think fantasy football is? Obviously, it's not 100% luck. Obviously, it's not 0% luck. It's not 100% skill. There is that gray line. I will say, the more starting lineup slots you have, the deeper your roster is as well, the less luck you have involved. But if it's like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, then yeah, I mean, having like just the Cooper Kupp season from a couple years ago, all you have to have is that you win. Having the McCaffrey season from last year, all you have to do is have that and you win. Brandon says 50%. Jacob says 50%. 25, 30, 30, 60, 75, 20, 50, 70, 70, 80, 40, 30 to 40, 70. I don't know. All I know is I like that there's the luck aspect of it. I like that there's a skill aspect to it. Just like poker, I think it's what makes things fun. I think it's what makes things interesting. And I don't think it would be nearly as fun if it was just like where you sit down and you play chess. Whoever's better at playing chess is going to win 90% of the time. 95% of the time. Mass Collector says it's more skill than luck. I think it's, you can see the skill play out more the more leagues that you're in. If you're in only one league, it's going to feel like it's a lot more just random. It's going to feel more lucky because one injury can kind of go through and crush you. But if you're playing in obviously I'm in hundreds of underdog drafts. Over a course of 100 leagues, you're kind of going to see who's good and who's bad. And I like it. I like it. But let's go through and let's check out our next team here. Bryson says Amari or Ford in a full PPR format. So it should be a lower scoring overall game environment going up against Dallas. Obviously, full PPR league, you are getting the receiving boost just with the cheap receptions for Amari Cooper. So specifically in a full PPR format, I do think we probably go ahead and take Amari. Real quick, let me see if we have any more questions coming in over on flockfantasy.com. Let me refresh this. So we have a couple more questions over there on flockfantasy.com. Let me pull these up. Of course, if you want to submit any trade questions, any start set questions, guaranteed that they get answered. You can do it on the site. But going ahead and checking this out. Yeah, and this is something you can do as well. You can just, if you don't want to fill out any of your starting lineup, you can just submit it to me empty, and then I can go through and I can fill out the entire thing for you. What I'd recommend doing is if you played Jaden Daniels, if you played Rashee Rice, throw him into your starting lineup. So I know that. I'm not going to include him in this one just in case, but I'll talk about which order I would prefer to go these guys with. Obviously, St. Brown, you are starting no matter what. Between Ayuk, DJ Moore, I think we're going to go with DJ Moore this week based off matchup and Ayuk potentially being a little limited. Going over to tight end, we are starting Kincaid no matter what. Going over to running back, we go Jahmyr Gibbs no matter what. And then between Montgomery, Spears, Javonte, Brian Robinson, and Rico Dowdle, I think it's a spot where it's maybe a little awkward starting both Detroit Lions running backs, but we can still go ahead and we could still take David Montgomery there. Should be a very good game environment going up against the Rams. Should be the highest scoring offense of the week in Detroit. At least that's what Vegas is projecting. And should be an extremely high scoring game in general. And then going over to quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts in there as our QB. So wide receiver, we have St. Brown, DJ Moore. Tight end, we have Kincaid. Running back, Gibbs, Montgomery. And quarterback, we're going to roll with Jalen Hurts, my friend. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you. And hopefully this process was good for you on the site. But let's move this over now to Poker Pros question. This is a league where we're saying essentially just half PPR. Are we going to go with Joshua Palmer or Keon Coleman? I think rest of season, I prefer Keon Coleman. Rest of season, I think Keon comes out, potentially turns into the wide receiver one for one of the best quarterbacks in the league and one of the highest scoring offenses in said league. But with no DJ Chark week one, not only no Chark week one, but Ladd McConkey being a rookie, and at the same time, Justin Herbert being fully healthy, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to make the boring play. I will start Joshua Palmer here, my friend. But thank you, of course. Really hope that I was able to help you out here. And let's move this back over. But of course, like I said, you can purchase a start set question, a trade question over there on flockfantasy.com, and also purchase a full-blown roster review so we can go through and check out your team for you. But like I said, also the cheapest way to get that roster review on flockfantasy.com will actually be making that $10 deposit on Underdog with code FLOCK, and I will go through and break down your team for you. If you use promo code FLOCK, not only are you going to get that team breakdown, but a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, plus a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week one, a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week one as well. And Underdog is running out vulture protection. So if your running back gets vultured with a rushing touchdown, you actually get your pick'em slip back in sight credit. So Underdog's running at a ridiculous amount of promos right now. Highly recommend going and checking them out this week. Danny says, can't wait for the Flock League poker game next year. It will be fun. I definitely think we should go with a tournament poker to figure out draft order next year. I think it'll be fun. But let's move this over. RJ, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Young Luck, happy to see you out here. Fun Leap says Jordan Addison or Chris Godwin in the flex. So with Addison, I am pumped to see, for all the teams I drafted on Underdog, that he is going to go week 1. He's not even on the injury report with an ankle. Based off, when that injury happened, that could not be better news. I was terrified that it was going to be very, very bad. But if you're looking at Godwin, you really know what to expect. You have a nice floor ceiling combo. It's hard to know exactly what we should be expecting with Jordan Addison. So I think we go ahead. I think we just take Godwin this week. Like if we see the Addison upside play out week 1, especially in a game with no TJ Hawkinson, I'm not going to be surprised that it's a decent matchup going up against the Giants. I think it's just a much safer play if you go in the direction of Godwin. But let's move this over. Solomon says, who would you guys rather have rest of season, Bowers or Andrews? So I have Bowers and Andrews ranked almost back-to-back in my rest of season rankings now. I still definitely prefer Mark Andrews. We have the large sample, and you can see a scenario where, okay, maybe it was just due to the car accident. Maybe it was just due to Mark Andrews not being at practice. He comes back. He does take a significant step forward. And with Bowers going to be in a much worse offense, rookie tight ends. So I'm going to be taking Andrews over Bowers, but I don't fault you at all for asking the question. Now, Griffin, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Young Lock says, how nervous are we for Chase today? I'm very nervous, to be honest. Let me see if Underdog has a pick'em for Chase, see what we can expect. I believe their pick'em with Chase actually went up. I think it was like at 64.5 receiving yards, higher or lower, earlier in the week. But yeah, Chase 67.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. That is projected out to pretty much be like a high-end wide receiver 2 this week. So I do want to reiterate, if I have Chase, I am for sure going through and starting him. If he's active. But it will be something we have to continue to monitor. But Vincent, longtime member of the flock, happy to see you. Danny says, I have no clue where to hedge rank Chase. Yeah, let me pull up where I have Chase ranked at the moment, and we may end up having to update this. This may end up having to change for us. Okay. So where I ranked Chase this week on flockfantasy.com is I had Chase ranked at wide receiver 10. To be honest, I think he has to fall behind Waddle, Olave, Debo, Kupp, Adams. I think we have to move him there. We obviously need to drop Higgins down a ton. I think I probably ranked Chase I'm going to move Chase behind Harrison this week too. I think we have Jamar Chase, wide receiver 16 this week. Looking at the updated ranks. We're going to put Jamar Chase, wide receiver 16 this week. Still somebody that we're for sure starting if he is active, but it will be something we need to monitor. RJ says, should we start Chase or Curtis Samuel? For sure you go Chase over Curtis Samuel. If Chase is good to go, we play him. It is nice that Chase isn't like a Monday night play, right? Obviously, if he was a Monday night guy, then at that point, I think you would just absolutely have to bench him. But you are going to get that clarity with Chase by the time you need to make that call. Like, we will know if Chase is playing or not by 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern. And Marcus says, Jermaine Burton season today. I mean, if you have him in underdog drafts, maybe he ends up making a difference. Maybe slides into your lineup. I am not expecting the floor to be there for you to reasonably throw Burton into your starting lineup. I'm not playing Jermaine Burton, even if Chase is out in a regular redraft league. I think it'd be very tough. Okay. Now let's move this over. The Big Oon says Jacoby Myers, Tajee Spears, or Jordan Addison. Now, this is a spot where I can comfortably say, you know what? Vegas is projecting out the Vikings to score a respectable amount of points in this game against the Giants. And at the same time, if you were looking at Addison, you have no Hawkinson in this offense. So it does seem like Addison should have that expanded target share very early in the season. So I think I could realistically just go ahead and say you need to start Jordan Addison here. Okay. Brad Boy says, I'm a member of the Flock on the website. Do I still need to pay for a start sit question? Yeah, so if you say use code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com, you get 30% off any questions that you ask me. So if you have an active subscription to flockfantasy.com and you have that 30%, if you use code FLOCK when you made your account, you should have 30% off any questions. So I think a start sit question starts like $3.50. And then obviously if you have that annual subscription, you also get a free roster review on the site as well. Vesker, welcome to being a member of the Flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Okay. Jerry says Bryce Young or Justin Fields in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Even if Russ is active and Russ is backing up Fields, I still think we go Fields at that point. I'm assuming this is a super flex league. So for the love of God, if it's a 1-quarterback league, you probably need to go address quarterback. There's a 0% chance we are wanting to start Bryce Young until we actually see anything that happens. Okay. Now let's move this over. The conversation pit says Brandon Ayuk or Joshua Palmer. If you were looking at Ayuk versus Palmer, obviously Brandon Ayuk is a little bit worrisome given the reports coming out with a limited role, given the matchup that you have against the Jets. Don't love to see it. But with that being said, he is Brandon Ayuk. It is the Niners offense. I think you go ahead. I think you just take Brandon Ayuk there. I don't think you want to overthink it. Okay. But Big Route says, Morning Mason, are we going to go with Fields, Purdy, or Geno this week? I'm not going to go Geno. It's for sure between Fields or Purdy. If Russell Wilson is completely inactive, where it's not only that Fields is starting, but also that Russ has no option to come into the game halfway through. If Russ is inactive, I'm going to go with Justin Fields for the rushing upside over Brock Purdy in a very tough matchup for Purdy going up against the Jets. Now, if it was a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think it would be a little bit closer. But in a 4-point passing touchdown league, obviously the rushing upside just matters so much. Now, moving this over, Trevor, welcome to being a member of the Flock. Happy to have you, my guy. Happy to have you. Okay. So let's move this over. Cole says, who do you like more, Zamir or Najee in a full PPR format? I think we are going to go ahead and take full PPR. Honestly, now that Fields is starting, I don't care. We're going to go Zamir. If Fields is starting, you're not going to have too many targets going to Najee Harris. I think it's probably a bad offense. He's splitting with Jalen Warren. Just go Zamir White. Jason, welcome. Thank you for the donation, my friend. But Caden says J.K. Dobbins or Tajee Spears. I'm not super excited about starting either running back week 1, to be honest with you, but I know for sure I'm not wanting to start J.K. Dobbins until we actually see him be productive. Okay. But let me go over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any more questions coming in. Yeah, we do have a couple more start set questions over there on flockfantasy.com. Like I said, of course, you can go purchase any start set questions you want, purchase any trade questions you want, roster review, all on the sites. And not only do we answer it in the live stream, but the answer also gets DM'd to you personally as well. And yeah, this is exactly how you want to fill out the start set tool, right? So if you have your team linked, you can go through and you can put who you started, who you know you were going to start into your lineup, and leave the spots open that you have questions about. But this comment says, pretty awesome website. Appreciate all your hard work. Playing against Saquon this week. So who are we going to start at running back 2 in the flex? Leaning Zamir and Montgomery. And also, is it a good idea to add in likely with the number one waiver wire claim for trade bait. So currently we are sitting with Sam Laporta at tight end. So obviously we have the elite level tight end here. That is really exciting. But yeah, I mean, if like who could we drop? The drop would be Jalen Tolbert. 100% drop Jalen Tolbert. Go get Isaiah Likely. I mean, if all of a sudden there's a massive running back injury this week and a new player is the number one waiver wire claim, use it on them instead. But I think Likely has enough value where I would be willing to use my number one waiver wire claim on him if the guy we're dropping is Jalen Tolbert. But love we can actually see your roster so I can give you a good answer to this question instead of just having to guess. But going over to running back, I think Zamir and Montgomery are both running backs that should have a large role. Neither will have a ton of receiving upside, so you're going to be looking for the guy that will score a touchdown. I think you're more likely to see that touchdown from David Montgomery in a much better offense here in a good matchup as well. And then going over to the flex, I'm assuming we did not play Christian Watson. So for the flex, we're considering Zamir, Chuba Hubbard. Really, these are the only two guys. With this being a full PPR format, I wouldn't mind at all you wanting to just say, well, Chuba Hubbard has a full 3-down workload. He's also in a bad offense, but he has similar touchdown equity. I think I probably go Chuba over Zamir. I think Zamir gives you a decent floor with the role that he should have, but I don't necessarily know what the the receiving upside looks like for Zamir. So we're going to go with Hubbard with no Brooks. Now, going over to the next question that we have. This next one will be for T-Bens. This is a league wide receiver. We are considering Hopkins, Cooks, Shaheed. I will go Hopkins and Cooks. I actually don't know if you want us submitting all of these. Because really your question just at the bottom says, who would you start at tight end in the last flex spot? So tight end, our options are Kittle and Ferguson. Obviously, Kittle does have a very tough matchup, but so does Ferguson. So I'm going to go Kittle over Ferguson. And then going over to the flexes, if these are our options, I think I would go ahead. I think I would take Jalen Wright. Wright should be in a low-scoring offense, but Ezekiel Elliott has a very tough matchup. And if we needed another flex, I would go Zeke over Ferg. But yeah, I'm not super excited to start Zeke, to be honest with you. It's just, we don't know what the split's going to be between Zeke and Dowdle, and it's a very tough matchup at the same time. But Jaden, longtime member of the flock, happy to see you here. Lewis says, Diggs, Keenan, and Ayuk, we got to start too. I think based off Keenan coming off of his injury, based off all the negative reports that we've had Keenan Allen for the past few months, I think for me, it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and say that we do want to start Diggs and Brandon Ayuk, even if we have the report saying Ayuk is going to be limited in the game today. Now, Isaac says Caleb or Fields. If Russell Wilson is active in any capacity, I think you want to go ahead. You want to take Caleb Williams easily. If Russell Wilson is completely inactive and it's a 4-point passing touchdown where all we're doing is chasing rushing upside, there I would not fault you whatsoever if you just wanted to go ahead if you want to take Justin Fields. I am dealing with this same exact question in the Flock League. I'm probably just going to have to wait an hour and a half, see what the report is with Russ, and then we will figure it out. Okay. But let me move this over. Steve Hall says, do you sleep in a sports coat? Yes, I sleep in a sports coat. I shower in a sports coat. I do everything I can in a sports coat. But let's move this over. Deserve says, hey, who do I start, Neighbors or Diggs? I would go ahead. I would start Stephon Diggs week 1. Obviously, I think Malik Neighbors could have a higher ceiling rest of season, but should be a very good spot for this Houston Texans offense. And Neighbors is that rookie wide receiver, so he may start off just a little bit slower. But of course, real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. We finally have football. It looks like only about 8% of y'all or so have actually pressed that like. I slept for like 5.5, 6 hours last night. I streamed almost till like 1 a.m. last night. We started the stream at like 7 a.m. this morning, trying to answer as many questions as I possibly can. So if you have not done so already, hit that like, subscribe, and I will be live streaming every single day until the season ends. So yeah, stick around. Like I said, subscribe to the channel. Last year, we live streamed for over 200 days in a row. I took a vacation in June this year, so sadly, we're not going to be able to get back to the 200 days in a row time period, but we should be probably close to 100 days in a row or so at this point. Okay. Let's move this over. Hudson says, Burrow or Fields if Chase is inactive. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown format, and you have, say, no Chase, no Higgins, Russell Wilson is inactive, I will start Justin Fields over Joe Burrow. I think Burrow is 10,000 times better quarterback, but Fields would give you the rushing upside where Burrow just simply won it. Adrian says, this man made 150K 2 years ago. Give him a like. 100%. Come on. Okay. Clarity says, should I put in a waiver claim for Likely and I drop Schultz in a full PPR format? Yes, with my updated rankings, I did move Isaiah Likely ahead of Dalton Schultz. I would rather have Likely at this point. Because you can say, oh, well, I mean, Likely is going to be competing with targets for Mark Andrews all year. But at the same time, in the case of Dalton Schultz, Schultz is going to be competing for targets with Nico Collins, with Tank Dell, with Stephon Diggs. So it's a tough spot. Joe says, is there any news on DeAndre Hopkins? So the news with Hopkins is he will be playing this week, but I think it's a torn MCL. Like, he has a partial tear in his knee. So everything that I read on it, it sounds like, hey, this is going to be something that impacts him literally all season. And like I said, I think he's the wide receiver 2 behind Ridley. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting out the Tennessee Titans to be the 5th lowest scoring offense in the NFL. So if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to move off of Hopkins in a deal, I would not fault you at all for that. At all. Now, to make sure we can fire up and answer another 1,000 questions from y'all, let me just grab some more coffee. The coffee maker's right there. It's going to take me 30 seconds. And yes, this is probably my second time ever drinking coffee. Usually I am drinking little liquid IV caffeinated things, but since our Wi-Fi and our internet's out and we're having to hang out at this Airbnb, it was kind of an emergency thing. I wasn't able to prepare. They only have coffee here. I need caffeine, so we're running with it. Okay, so let's move this over. Evasker says Swift or Chuba Hubbard in a full PPR format. I think I will go ahead. If you're chasing ceiling, I think you go DeAndre Swift, just a much better offense. If you're chasing floor, I think Chuba Hubbard kind of has the guaranteed role here. I mean, right now, if you're looking at the projections for these offenses, sportsbooks are saying that you should expect almost 24.5, 25 points for the Bears, where we're at like 18.5, 19 points for the Panthers. I think Swift's a better running back than Hubbard as well. So I'm probably going to go ahead. I probably will take DeAndre Swift. Grab to the B says, can I play DeAndre Hopkins? If it's a league where those are 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I don't see why you would. I'd rather not. Oscar, welcome to being a member of the flock, my guy. Appreciate you. Griffin says, Puka, Drake, Terry, Neighbors. Pick 3 in a half PPR format. So essentially, we just have to pick one guy that we are going to be benching here. So if we're picking somebody to bench, it's going to be between Terry and Malik Neighbors. Both wide receivers should probably be in subpar offenses. Both wide receivers should absolutely dominate from a target share perspective. There's nobody else you really have to worry about in their respective offenses taking targets away from them. So it's definitely an interesting question. I'd way rather have Malik Neighbors over Terry McLaurin rest of season. This week, I think it's a little bit tougher, but I do think Malik Neighbors is the better player between the two. Now, going ahead and pulling up what we have here. Let's look at underdog pick'ems and see the projections that you have. Because like I said, I do think that they're kind of in similar spots. So Terry McLaurin, they have at higher, lower 10.85 fantasy points, 61.5 receiving yards. Neighbors, they have at 63.5 receiving yards, 11.85 fantasy points. So they do have Neighbors as the better option. And at the same time, I have Neighbors higher in my rankings as well. Okay. Let's move this over. Gritty, Pam, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. TBG, welcome. Saying Stephon Diggs or David Montgomery at the flex in a half PPR format. To be honest, I think it's probably an easy spot for me to go ahead and take Stephon Diggs. I know half PPR league, maybe we lean a little bit more with the touchdown upside. I think Montgomery's probably more likely to score a touchdown this week, given the projections you have in Indy. And also, obviously, this is a running back that's definitely in play to have that goal line role. I don't know if it's a guarantee that Montgomery has it. I think, honestly, Gibbs will be a factor. Gibbs could potentially take it all. We'll see. But I think we just go ahead and we take Stephon Diggs. I think Stephon Diggs has more big play potential. I think you should be excited about him. Okay. Devin says, damn, I want to spend money for my questions, so I make sure they get them answered. Why'd you stop that? You can purchase any questions to be reviewed on flockfantasy.com. And what's great is if you go over to flockfantasy.com and get a start sit question, get a trade question, we actually just DM you that question immediately, so you never miss it. Even if you have to leave a live stream, you still get your answer. So you're guaranteed to get answered if you just submit your question to me through the site. And at the same time, I can get to see all your league settings. I get to see your entire league. I get to see so much more information to give you a much better answer. The answer is DM'd to you and you get to hear it on the live stream. So it's a lot better than super chats. It guarantees that not only do you get answered, but at the same time that even if you leave the live stream, you see your answer. So that's why we have no super chats on. Fallon says, Mason, I think you're wrong with the Justin Fields take. He's going to struggle today. I think Fields will probably get crushed. In terms of real life. However, we've seen Justin Fields struggle through his entire NFL career. 2 years ago, we saw Justin Fields struggle to the tune of being the quarterback 5 in fantasy from a points per game perspective, tied with Lamar Jackson. Is it because he's good? Hell no. It's because he's going to run like a chicken with its head cut off, and that's going to score fantasy football points. So I think Justin Fields is not inside the top 30 best starting quarterbacks in the NFL from a real life perspective. And you know, I've gotten so much hate over the years for saying that. I was saying that when it wasn't popular to say. But my opinion on Fields has not changed at all. Decent in fantasy because rushing upside, if he's ever a starting quarterback, and garbage in real life. But fantasy football is not real life. Burner account, welcome to being a member of the flock. Welcome. Now, moving this over. Noah says, Mason, don't know who to start at wide receiver 2 this year. Are we going to go with Jalen Waddle or Tank Dell in a half PPR format? I'm going to be going with Waddle. With Tank Dell, you're having to compete with Nico Collins. You're having to compete with Stephon Diggs. In the preseason, what it looked like Tank Dell was kind of just playing in 3 wide receiver sets, whereas Jalen Waddle should have a massive role in what should be a very high-scoring offense. I think Jalen Waddle is a more talented player than Tank Dell as well. I think it's Waddle easily for me, both rest of season and this week. Vesker, happy to see you, says, do you think Brian Thomas Jr. can have any impact this year? 100%. I think Brian Thomas Jr. has a very high ceiling for rest of season. Would I start him week 1? Probably not. He falls in the bucket of guys that I would love to see his week 1 role before we have to go through and we have to put him in our starting lineup. But I do like rostering him for his late season upside. But let me go over and see if we have any questions over on flockfantasy.com. And it looks like we do have some more questions on the site. So let's definitely make sure that we are getting to these. So we have 3 start set questions coming out. First one from Jerry Had a Little Lamb. Submitting our starting lineup here at wide receiver. Wide receiver 1, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Lamb pretty easily. Wide receiver 2, I think Nico Collins is in an absolute smash spot. We're going to go Nico Collins. Tight ends, obviously, Kittle is our man. Running back, Joe Mixon is going to be a must-start guy here. RB2 is going to be a little bit tougher to decide. We have Blake Corum, Austin Eckler, Tyler Algier, Rico Dowdle. If this is a full PPR format, I think that we are going to go ahead. I think we just take the running back that has the reception volume upside. I think we go with Austin Eckler. Rico Dowdle, it's very difficult to know what the role is. Blake Corum, Tyler Algier should be clear backups week 1. I think Eckler's the safest guy to project a workload for. We have Justin Herbert at quarterback. If Herbert is your only QB, I would recommend picking up another option off the waiver wire. That way we have 2 guys to pick between every single week. And then for our flex spot, I think it's a very easy decision to go ahead and take Drake London. I know Kyle Pitts is fully good to go, but I still think London should have a great week. So here's the starting lineup, my guy. But of course, you'll see it also on the site whenever it gets messaged to you. But let's go ahead. Let's submit that to him. And Playoff Vin coming out with a start set says, hey, bro, fill it out for me. Extra tip for the big dog himself. Good luck this year, bro. Hope the channel keeps blowing up. Much love, my friend. Really do appreciate it. And thank you for leaving a tip. Let me pull up on the phone to see what this is so I can give you a shout out. And I will say also another thing that we're going to do on flockfantasy.com. And like I said, the developers are going through, working their butts off to get everything out for y'all, is y'all are going to be able to have profile picks, which I'm very excited about. So every time you ask a question, your profile pick will show up. You're going to be able to unlock certain little accessories for your profile pick as well, based off different achievements on the site. And it will show the dollar amount of the questions spent too. So we can give a shout out if anybody does leave a tip. Right now, those things aren't built out yet. The developers on flockfantasy.com are working 20 hours a day to making sure everything gets out for y'all. They're grinding their butts off. Hopefully the live news site is out for everybody later today. Could not be more excited for it. But thank you again. Playoff Vin's been a long time member of the flock with us. Wide receiver 1, we're going to go ahead. We will take Malik Neighbors, get the guaranteed target volume in. I'm really hoping we started Rashee Rice. Obviously, if we started Rashee Rice, then we can kind of ignore the second part. We're going to go Roman Wilson, wide receiver 2. I'm assuming you started Rashee Rice here, honestly. Ben Sinnott there at tight end. This looks like it's a dynasty league, so maybe we don't have the option to pick up another tight end. But if there is another viable tight end off the waiver wire, I would definitely look to go ahead and grab him. Going over to running back, I think it's going to be Gibbs and Achane relatively easily, my friend. Quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Josh Allen as well as Joe Burrow. We're going to go Burrow over May. May's not even starting. For the flex, this is where things get a little bit tough. I think we're going to go Raheem Mostert for the first flex spot very easily. Then between these other options, Higgins looks like he's not going to play. Zeke has a very tough matchup. We have Keon Coleman and Jordan Mason. I think we go Keon Coleman in one of these spots. The last spot that we are looking at, I think if CMC looks like he is not going to play, which hopefully we get news on this in the next 3 hours because maybe we're not going to get the clarity to make it by then, we go Jordan Mason. But if it looks like McCaffrey's going to play, I go Ezekiel Elliott, even in a tough matchup, my friend. But yeah, thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock. Really happy that we were able to go through and get to this for you. But another longtime member of the flock here, Cox by 90, says, hey, Mason, team's looking rough, mid-rebuild, but need your wisdom. Keep up the good work, brother. Looking forward to everything. No, thank you so much, my guy. Looks like we are choosing between a starting quarterback here with Will Levis versus Daniel Jones in the Superflex spot. I actually am probably going to go Daniel Jones this week. No, I can't do it. We're going to go Will Levis. I think Daniel Jones, you definitely can make an argument for. He has rushing upside. It's a good matchup going up against Minnesota. Sportsbooks are projecting out the Giants to have a respectable week here as well. But yeah, I think you probably have to go Levis. And then for the flex between Brian Thomas, Jamison Williams, Rome Odunze, it's a tough situation. Now that Keenan Allen's good to go, I would way rather have Rome rest of season. But specifically with how good this matchup is for Jamison Williams going up against the Los Angeles Rams and what should be the highest scoring game of the week, I think we will probably go ahead and take Jamison. And it looks like we're most likely going to be keeping the starting lineup as is, my friend. And then I think we already answered this question for Playoff Vin. Looks like just the site accidentally loaded this in here twice. But yeah, thank you so much, of course, everybody submitting questions. And if you wanted to get your question answered on flockfantasy.com, you can find that link in the description. You can type in flockfantasy.com as well. We are answering start sit questions through there, trade questions through there. And at the same time, we are doing full-blown roster reviews. If you want your entire roster review, trade suggestions, start sit, whatever you want, you can find it on flockfantasy.com. The cheapest way to get your roster reviewed on the site will actually be to go ahead and make that $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. If you deposit $10 on Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, not only are you going to get a free team review voucher for flockfantasy.com, all you have to do is set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you used on Underdog, but you're also going to get a bunch of special picks this week, which it's only because Underdog's having this for opening weekend. This is not a normal thing, so make sure you take advantage. You get a McCaffrey special pick him more than less than half a total yard. A Dak Prescott special pick him more than less than half a total yard for the game today, plus that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 with code FLOCK. So make sure you take advantage while you can, ladies and gentlemen. And find that link in the live chat and description. But let's move over and let's start answering some more of the free questions in the live chat. First one coming out from Raider Drew says, Tank Dell or Chuba Hubbard for the flex. If it is a full PPR format, I think we're going to end up going Tank Dell. And I'm actually going to grab my coffee real quick. Now you get to see me try to take down this disgusting coffee. Getting a little bit of a headache drinking that coffee with no food in the belly. But we're going for it. We're going for it. Okay. Now, checking out the free chat, we have Montgomery or Mostert in a full PPR format. I think both running backs are in similar spots where you're not expecting to have much receiving upside with either guy. You're just kind of chasing the touchdown. But both running backs are in offenses where you do have a lot of touchdown upside in Miami and Detroit. Because you have Gibbs coming off the hamstring, I think I actually probably would go ahead and I probably would take David Montgomery over Mostert for this week. But I think both are good plays. I think both can very easily score a touchdown. I don't even know. Why do they make coffee hot? I know, obviously, I'm not a coffee drinker, but ugh. Okay. I'm King. No, I'm sorry. That Underdog promo is for first-time depositors, September 5th and beyond. Say you used code FLOCK earlier this offseason on Underdog, then you would have gotten the draft guide. But now, obviously, it's not a spot where somebody can use code FLOCK and Underdog and get the draft guide. They already have their team, so that's not going to help them. So that's why the new promo that we're doing with Underdog is anybody that's new to Underdog now, instead of getting the draft guide because it's no longer relevant, you get that full-blown team review from myself on the site. Joel says, Mason, is your Wi-Fi still out? This isn't the usual setup. Yes. The Wi-Fi is still out. We are having to go from Airbnb to Airbnb as we wait for freaking AT&T to finally resolve it. I'm saying screw AT&T. I'm calling Google Fiber. I'm going to switch from AT&T Fiber to Google Fiber. So hopefully we are back in the normal setup tonight. I did purchase this Airbnb through Wednesday just to make sure that I am guaranteed to have a spot that I can stream for y'all. Trailer Park Boys says Khalil Herbert or Jaleel McLaughlin. So let me see if we have any updates on Roschon Johnson. I think if Roschon Johnson's out, it'll be a spot where we can go with Khalil Herbert, who should be in the much better offense. But if Roschon Johnson plays and there's a chance that he is mixed in at all, then at that point, I think I probably just want to go with Jaleel McLaughlin and get the receiving volume. Searching Roschon on Twitter, the issue is with the fact that he's not a bigger player. There aren't going to be too many people reporting on it. I think we figure out if Roschon Johnson is active. If Roschon ends up as an active RB, I think we go Jaleel. If Roschon is inactive, I think we go Khalil Herbert. Okay. Let's move this over. Kenneth says Brock Purdy or Justin Fields today. I have both Brock Purdy and Justin Fields on my team. I would rank Fields over Purdy if we have no Russell Wilson at all. If Russell Wilson is completely inactive. Obviously, Purdy's the way better real-life quarterback. But in the case of Justin Fields, he has the rushing upside that you're not going to get with Purdy. But if we're making that decision, I want it to be where Russell Wilson is completely inactive. Not that, Russ is going to be active just in case, but Fields is going to get the start. There, I'm not starting Justin Fields. Okay, Prince Camp says, Diggs, Terry, or Pittman. We're for sure going to be going with Diggs or Pittman. We did get official news that you have no Josh Downs this week. So having no Downs does give a bump up with the projected target share that Michael Pittman Jr. should have. And for that reason, I probably go Pittman. Rest of season, I maybe go Stephon Diggs. Obviously, playing each other should be a high-scoring environment. I think both players have a good game. Dear God. Now, Zuby says Chase or Palmer. I think we answered this earlier. And I want to be very clear, if Jamar Chase plays, you play Jamar Chase. If Jamar Chase plays, you make sure he is in your starting lineup. Okay, Jaden says start Dak or pick up Caleb, Goff, or Fields from the waiver wire. I would rank Fields over Dak this week. But if I'm looking to roster somebody rest of season, I think I would rather roster Caleb. So if I'm picking up somebody off the waiver wire here, I'm more likely than not going to go ahead and pick up Caleb Williams instead of Justin Fields. Okay. But yeah, I don't want to start Dak this week. It's a very tough matchup going up against Cleveland. If you look at the implied team total from Vegas Sportsbooks at the moment, they are projecting out Dallas to be one of the worst offenses in the league. Okay. B-Max says Scary Terry or Tank Dell. I think Scary Terry has a higher target share in his respective offense, but I think that you just have so many more passing yards and passing touchdowns to go around in Houston. So I don't know. I think you can make a very strong argument to just take Tank Dell. I think you go Dell. I think he has more upside. And real quick, we get 232,000 subscribers on the channel. Much love. Thank you so much for everybody showing their love and hitting that like button, subscribing to the channel. Hopefully I'm able to get to as many of your questions as I possibly can. We've been live for 2.5 hours. We're going to be live all the way until NFL kickoff, answering all your questions that we possibly can. So if you have not done so already, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if somehow you're not already. Justin says thoughts on how Saquon Barkley looked. Obviously, Saquon Barkley looked phenomenal. Like, I can't sit here and go, oh, yeah, Barkley got lucky. No, Barkley looked great. The one thing that I will point out is there's two main stories with Barkley. One, it looks like Jalen Hurts vulturing the rushing touchdowns is not something you should be that concerned about. Two, when it comes to Saquon Barkley, what you should possibly just be a little bit concerned about is if this will be a running back that draws targets out of the backfield. I still think I prefer Brees. I still think I prefer CMC. I still think I prefer Bijan over Barkley because it looks like Hurts is still just going to have that very low check down rate overall. I know that Saquon Barkley scores a receiving touchdown, so the receiving usage looks great. In reality, he only had 2 receptions. So, I mean, I think I'm still ranking the elite big 3 running backs over Barkley. But previously, I had Jonathan Taylor ranked 1 slot ahead of Barkley. Obviously, after the game, you have to move Barkley ahead of Taylor. Now, Rohan says George Pickens or Christian Kirk this week. I think now that Justin Fields looks like he will be the starting quarterback in Pittsburgh, if Justin Fields is the starting quarterback, while I like potentially him as a sneaky start based off his rushing upside, it hurts everybody else in this offense. Like, I'm going to be lowering George Pickens down my own rankings, and instead, I think we're going to go ahead and probably just take Christian Kirk, who should be in a much better overall game environment with more points scored. Feinberg says, do you like KC's DST for rest of season? A couple different things with this. I think with the defensive coordinator, I think with the defensive talent that they have, the Chiefs have one of the best defenses in the league. And typically, we want our defense to actually be leading in the game, so the opposing offense has to drop back. We can generate sacks. We can generate turnovers. Now, with that being said, the NFL likes to give Chiefs tough games. The Chiefs are going to have some really tough matchups. This next week, they go up against the Bengals. The Falcons won't be super easy. The Chargers won't be super easy. Then they play the Niners October 20th. They play the Bills. They play the Chargers again. They play the Texans. Like, the Chiefs have some tough matchups. But based off how good the Chiefs defense is and the fact that they should be ahead in the majority of these games, I love the Chiefs DST rest of season. Okay. Now let's move this over. Big Route says George Pickens, Ladd McConkey, or Joshua Palmer. Like I said, I am lowering the expectations down for George Pickens in our rankings this week, but I still think we want to take Pickens. He'll just have a much higher target share than Ladd McConkey, a much higher target share than Joshua Palmer, more like certain talent as well at the wide receiver position. So we're going to go ahead. We will take him. Okay. Let's smooth this over. Ethan says, are we going to go with Jared Goff or Jaden Daniels? I am operating under the assumption that this is a league where you get 4 points per passing touchdown and 1 point per 25 passing yards. If instead it's a 6-point passing touchdown league, or it's a point where you get 1 point per 20 passing yards, there you may skew a little bit more in favor of the overall passing volume in comparison to just rushing upside, rushing upside, rushing upside. But in the league where you only have 4 points per passing touchdown and 1 point per 25 passing yards, I probably actually just go ahead and take the rushing upside of Jaden Daniels, where if you actually look at Vegas Sportsbooks right now, they're projecting Commanders to have a respectable amount of points scored. It's like they're supposed to just be absolutely dominant, but they're supposed to definitely be a factor. Okay. But just checking in on flockfantasy.com, looks like we have a bunch of questions to get to. So let me pull these up. And of course, like I said, if you want to guarantee your question to get answered, you can submit it on flockfantasy.com if you would like. Blake says, who should we start at the flex? I am thinking Ridley right now. So this is exactly how you should fill out the start sit tool on flockfantasy.com. You put who you know you're going to be starting, and then whatever spot that you have a question about, you leave open, and then we have your options underneath of who we're going to be starting. So right now we're looking at Ridley, Deontay, Zach Moss, Trey Benson, Javonte, Blake Corum, Jaleel McLaughlin. Looks like this is a full PPR format. So looking at this, I think it's a situation in which I can just go ahead and kind of confidently say we want to take Calvin Ridley here based off the DeAndre Hopkins injury. Not only based off the DeAndre Hopkins injury, but what he gets paid to come over, the overall game environment that you should have, where, I mean, the Titans are dogs. They can be throwing the ball in the second half. His coaching staff has mentioned that they really want to be throwing the ball early and often. So I think Calvin Ridley will be my flex here in a full PPR format, my friend. Wouldn't be surprised if this ends up getting changed in week 2 based off what happens in week 1. But for now, I think this is the direction we're going. But thank you so much for heading over to the site and getting a question in, my guy. Now, moving over to our next question. This is another way that you can fill it out where, say, you just need to figure out 2 running back slots and you just want to go, okay, Mason, I need these 2 running back slots here, the 3 running backs I'm choosing from. You don't even have to link your league if you want to submit a question like this. But anyway, right now we're choosing between Ramondre, Javonte, and Jerome Ford. So bad news on the Ramondre Stevenson front. Does sound like Antonio Gibson is good to go this game. So Gibson may end up stealing some of the receiving work. I think Jerome Ford will be my top running back out of these 3 guys. Between Ramondre and Javonte, I think both running backs will be in bad offenses. I'm a little more confident with the Ramondre Stevenson workload, however, in comparison to the Javonte Williams. So I think we're going to go with Ramondre Stevenson. Now, going over to our next question. This is coming out from Scooby Drew, who says, this is the same exact one. So maybe we accidentally loaded this in here twice. We'll submit both for you, my friend. Now we have a trade question coming out from Jake, who says, I made this trade in an ESPN 10-team league. This was the only way to get the Brees owner. Wouldn't accept anything else. So we are getting Brees Hall, and we are trading away Travis Etienne and Jalen Hurts. This looks like it is a 10-team format and a 10-team league. What we are most wanting to do is we are wanting to get the best player in the deal. I personally believe Brees Hall is the best player in this deal. I think I'd rather have Brees. It looks like you did not link your team, so I can't see what quarterback you have. But yeah, I think more likely than not, we would just go ahead and we would take Breece Hall here, my friend. Now, going down to our next question with Dark Wing. This is a start-sit question saying you're questioning your quarterback in flex this week since T. Higgins is doubtful. Yeah, like I said, thank you for, this is the exact way we're wanting people to submit start-sit questions. I can see your starting lineup where I can see that we are starting DJ Moore, Nico Collins, Sam Laporta, David Montgomery, Bijan Robinson. Quarterback, we are choosing between Purdy and Cousins. So I think most weeks it's Brock Purdy relatively easily. The issue is this is that very tough matchup against the Jets, where typically the Niners are going to be at the very top of the NFL in terms of their implied team total. This week, they're down there at only 23.25 points, which is still an above average offense, but just not the best offense in the league. You're looking at Kirk Cousins and Atlanta being at 22.5. Honestly, now that Fields is the starting quarterback going up against the Atlanta Falcons, I think potentially this game's a little bit lower scoring than it would have been otherwise with Russ. Sounds like Purdy is good to go with Ayuk. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Brock Purdy over Kirk Cousins this week. It's going to be Purdy over Cousins by a long shot most weeks. This week, I think it is a little bit tougher. And then going over to the flex, yeah, Higgins is doubtful. Probably not wanting to play Higgins here. Between Javonte, Palmer, Brandon Cooks, Jordan Mason, I can definitely go back and forth between Javonte and Joshua Palmer. Now that you have no DJ Chark and Ladd McConkey, obviously rookie, Herbert being fully healthy. I think based on how strong the rest of this starting lineup is, though, I'm kind of fine just taking the floor of Javonte Williams with the guaranteed touches. But if you wanted to go with somebody else, it would be Joshua Palmer. Don't play Brandon Cooks. And then I think we're not going to get the clarity in time for Jordan Mason on the CMC news. But going over to 20, long-time member of the flock, happy to see us, says, don't know who to start between Eckler or Rico Dowdle. It's a full PPR format, if that makes any difference. So I think that there is that outside chance. And obviously, yeah, we're not starting Brooks, Benson, or Jalen Wright this week. It is Eckler or Dowdle. I think there is that outside chance that Dowdle comes out and is the full-blown starting running back here in Dallas. And if that happens, obviously, it'd be very excited. Rest of season, yada, yada, yada. Looks like Thomas in the chat saying Dalvin Cook is not going to be playing today. Dowdle will be splitting carries with Zeke. My thought process is Dowdle has a much tougher matchup going up against what should be a very good Cleveland Browns defense. It's a full PPR format where you get the cheap receiving volume for Eckler, where we don't know if that's going to be there with Dowdle. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Austin Eckler at running back. But yeah, thank you so much for everybody submitting questions. And like I said, if you want to submit a start-sit question or a trade question to get it guaranteed to be answered, I'm going to answer a ton of free questions in the chat as well. You can do that over on flockfantasy.com. You can also purchase a roster review on flockfantasy.com from yours truly if you were interested. I would say, though, the cheapest way to get your roster reviewed would just be going through and would be taking advantage of the special promo that we have with Underdog. Not only if you go over and sign up to Underdog Fantasy, will you get a bunch of special promos, including the Christian McCaffrey special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, the Dak Prescott special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. But if you use code FLOCK, you're also going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK, I will personally review your team for you as well, break it down in one of these live streams, and give you trade recommendations, grade it overall in the league, and talk about how we should optimize for the league format, which you can find that link in the live chat and description. Danny says, hey, brother, appreciate you. Gonna head out, gonna record a short, and then we're live in an hour. Much love, my friend. Good luck with the stream. Hopefully, everything goes well for you, and hopefully, you win this week. I'm rooting for you in your matchup, my guy. Nick says, I'm trying to create an account and put in my number in your website saying wrong number format. You don't have to put in a phone number. If you're having an issue putting in the phone number, if like the area code is weird and we're not recognizing it for whatever reason, I would just leave the phone number thing empty. You're never going to need your phone number on the account. I don't even know why we still have that thing. It's not like I text anybody. And also, if you create an account on flockfantasy.com, there's never been an instance where I've sent a promotional email to anybody. The only emails you ever get is you get an email if your payment fails, if you have a subscription, and you get like a little welcome email that kind of explains the site to you. And then obviously the verification. But Jarrell says Keon Coleman or Jalen Warren at the flex spot. Very tough situation. Obviously, Fields coming in. I think this lowers our expectations with Jaylen Warren. Can we see what the Underdog Pick'ems have for this? Because before Fields was the starter, I probably would have said Warren so we could see what the Keon role looks like week 1. Now Jaylen Warren is down to 42.5 total yards. Yeah, you have to go Keon Coleman over Jaylen Warren. Because the thing is, actually, no, I guess Keon's down to 33.5. I mean, neither player is super exciting. Did you say if this was a full PPR format or not? You didn't say if it's full PPR. Full PPR league, I probably go Keon Coleman if Justin Fields is the starter. If it's Russell Wilson, I think you can pivot over to Jaylen Warren. Not super exciting, but it is what it is. Okay. Cole says, did you sleep in that suit? So let me peel back the curtain for you a little bit here. Obviously, this is an emergency Airbnb that I'm having to stream from because our Wi-Fi is still out. I thought I was going to be back by now. So I bought this Airbnb, came here. I thought I was just going to be streaming here yesterday. Didn't bring any of my stuff. I only brought my streaming stuff because I was like, I have to get there right now. I got to go. So I only have one pair of clothes. It's what your boy's wearing. It's what I wore last night. I did not bring a toothbrush, so I did not brush my teeth last night or this morning. So we're roughing it out here. We are roughing it in this little temporary setup. As soon as this stream ends, your boy's running home, brushing my teeth, walking the dog, calling Google Fiber, and going, hey, can you set us up? I'm done with AT&T. Screw it. I can't live in an Airbnb for the rest of my life. I can't travel from Airbnb to Airbnb to Airbnb. I mean, maybe it would be decent for y'all. You get a different background in every single live stream, but freaking sucks for me. And now I'm having to freaking drink coffee instead of my regular caffeine. Brutal. Jerry says it's week 1, no time. I know, freaking out of all weeks for it to happen. If this happens halfway through the offseason, I'm chilling, right? I'm going, oh, I get a little vacation. I guess I don't have to worry about work for a couple days. You do this to me week 1? The most important week of the freaking year. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay. Let's move this. Anonymous says, when will we know if Chase actually plays? I have Fields and Burrow. What's great with the Chase situation, obviously I have Chase on my own team as well, is we are going to know probably in 45 minutes. Actives, inactives come out at 11:30 Eastern, come out at 10:30 Central, 8:30 West Coast time. So we'll know very, very soon here. Overcome says, should we drop Joshua Palmer to stash Justin Fields? Depends who your QB1 is. I am stashing Fields right now, possibly playing Justin Fields because I didn't take an elite quarterback. I think Fields has the rushing upside to potentially pop this week, and he has the name appeal where you could potentially look to sell him for more down the road. So if you wanted to go through and do that, I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. Okay. Let's move this over. Gritty says, Superflex, Purdy, Baker, Ridley, or Lad McConkey in a half PPR format. I'm going to go Purdy over Baker, even in the tough matchup. And then I'm going to be going Ridley over Lad relatively easily there. Honestly, with both of those questions. Jalen Hulu says, is there an app for flockfantasy.com? Down the road, there is. Like I said, I'm investing everything we have into flockfantasy.com. Like the site that's about to go live for y'all later today or tomorrow morning, really hoping later today, is freaking nuts. Like I said, we're doing everything through flockfantasy.com this year. I'm hoping that we're able to get an app into the future, but our main focus is just trying to get you as many tools as you possibly can get right now to help your team and to make questions and stuff go smoothly in this live stream. So the app is definitely on the back burner in terms of list of importance. But let me check if we have any more questions on flockfantasy.com. Let's load this up. We do have some more questions here. This first one coming out from King Was Taken says, should I start Purdy, Caleb, or Fields? So looking at quarterback, this is okay, for a second, I had to look at the rest of the team. I thought you were trolling me, my friend. I thought you were trolling me because this is my literal exact quarterback room right now. I, too, am also rostering freaking 3 quarterbacks going into Sunday at noon here, just because I don't have the locked in QB1. I think Fields has rushing upside. So I picked him up. I'm going to see what happens week 1. And then and I think you should do the same thing. For sure, drop one of the quarterbacks after this Sunday. Figure out which 2 guys you're going to be rolling with going into the future. So here's what I'm doing right now. This is my plan. And this is like the same exact thing I'm having in my league. And it's funny that you also mentioned in your comment that, rostering through quarterbacks is crazy, because I know the same thing, but I'm literally in the same exact situation with the same exact quarterback room. My plan is, no matter what, I'm not starting Brock Purdy out of this group. Purdy has the least rushing upside, and it's arguably the toughest matchup going up against the Jets. If Russell Wilson is active in any capacity whatsoever, even if he's just active as a backup, that's enough for me to go Caleb Williams. If Russ is completely out, then at that point, I think I could potentially talk myself into Justin Fields. I asked everybody in the live chat what they thought. It seems like everybody's in on the Caleb train or the Purdy train. Just everybody was saying to bench Fields. So I'm going to fill this out. I'm going to say Caleb, but if Russ is completely inactive, I wouldn't mind going with Fields, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from Clever, who wants help with the running back 2 spot. Here at wide receiver, we're starting Tyreek, Adams. Tight end, we have Kincaid. Running back, we have Mostert. Quarterback, we have Allen. In the flex, we have DK Metcalf. So at running back 2, we're choosing between Pollard, Gus Edwards, and Rico Dowdle. Obviously, it's kind of difficult to project out all 3 of these running backs for week 1. We don't exactly know what the split's going to be in Tennessee, Los Angeles, or Dallas, but I do think I'm just going to go ahead. I think I will take Tony Pollard here, my friend. I mean, if you look at what happened in the preseason, you actually had Spears out there with the backups where Pollard was not. But let's move this over. Adonomic coming out, wanting us to fill out these 2 slots for him. We're looking at 2 flexes, and our options are Ridley, Pickens, Spears, JSN, and Raheem Mostert. I think Calvin Ridley is kind of going to be a no-brainer, assuming that this is that full PPR format where you are going to get the reception volume. And then beyond that, for the other flex, if it wasn't Justin Fields under center for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think you could potentially go ahead and you could take Pickens. But here instead, I think Mostert is possibly the guy. And I'm sorry, I'm looking at the live chat right now, and I don't know if everybody is. Oh, dear God. People are saying Tyreek just got arrested. Let me pull this up. There's no way. Tyreek Hill. Searching this on Twitter. Tyreek Hill just got arrested. Holy moly. What is Tyreek Hill in handcuffs? That for sure looks like Tyreek Hill. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and that's like a freaking nice ass car too. That's Tyreek Hill for sure. In handcuffs on the ground. This is insane. If Tyreek Hill is in your starting lineup, I would oh my gosh, I would look for another option right now. I will, let me pull it up right now for everybody. I'm sorry. I know I'm not the best at live streaming for you here. I should be showing this. Okay. Let's move this over. I feel bad as we go through and answer anonymous question. They're seeing us just ramble about Tyreek. But, okay. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. This is freaking crazy. Okay. Ooh, I'm an idiot. I accidentally chose the wrong thing. God dang. So just drove past the scene with police surrounding area to keep cars moving. Appears to be Tyreek Hill being talked to by his agent. Here is Tyreek in the handcuffs. Whatever car this is, it's a supercar. That's 100% Tyreek. There was a version of this with Tyreek Hill like laying on the ground. Like, look, they have Tyreek Hill on the ground here, putting handcuffs on him. Oh my gosh. Is Tyreek playing? I don't know. We're going to figure this out. I need to record a clip for the Flock League real quick. Sorry, I'm recording this for the Flock League. Just ignore me. Well. Tyreek Hill arrested on the way to the stadium. Mason up. That Jalen Waddle trade just keeps looking a little bit better and a little bit better. I will take my Jalen Waddle 150 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns to the bank, cash them in for my week 1 victory. All right. Had to get that going, but let me move back over to flockfantasy.com real quick and get something. And honestly, if you wanted to, one thing that you could look to do, they just took down some of the Tyreek pick'ems. If you wanted to go take more than 7 targets, actually, they just took that down too. You had to beat that on Underdog. Let's see what the updated ones are. Did they just take down the Tyreek entirely? Yeah, I'm sure that they just took down the Tyreek entirely. Yeah, they took down the week 1 pick'ems for the Dolphins. You can't go with any Waddle higher thans. You can't go with any Tyreek lower thans. Too late. You can go Tyreek lower than seasons if you think that this actually lingers. You can take Tyreek to have fewer than 98.5 total receptions, but nothing for week 1. They took him down. Crazy. Okay. Chris says he's going to play. We'll see. Robert says, check Shefty. I'll check Adam Scheffner. As I pull this up, of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you find that link in the description, find it in the comment section, find it in the live chat. If you use code FLOCK, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will be getting my rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And with code FLOCK, you will also be getting a Dak Prescott special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. A Christian McCaffrey special pick'em more than less than half a total yard as well. Make sure you are taking advantage of all that. And also code FLOCK, I will review your fantasy football team for you for free on Underdog Fantasy. But let me pull up Adam Shefty and figure out what's going on there. Oh my gosh. Adam Shefty says, Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill was detained by police entering the stadium for a driving violation. But Tyreek will play today. let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Where is my Twitter share? Okay, bam. Okay, yeah. Shefty says, Tyreek Hill was detained by police today entering the stadium for a driving violation. I don't know what driving violation puts you on the ground in handcuffs with like 3 police on you. I don't think this is speeding, unless I'm wrong. But Hill will play today. That's the report here. Crazy. Lil Naive says Jamar's warming up. He's going to play. Immaculate. I'm sorry. I need to get another clip going for the Flock League. Jamar's warming up. Not only are we getting the 150 receiving yard game for Jalen Waddle, Jamar Chase, 100 plus yards, 2 touchdowns, book it. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's see if we have any more questions to get through on flockfantasy.com. Then we'll pull up some more of the free questions over there in the live chats. And as I pull this up, I want to remind you, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day for God knows how long now. I mean, last year we live streamed for every day for like 200 plus days in a row, answering all your questions. So make sure you hit that like button if you have not done so already. But pull it up, flockfantasy.com. Our next question. We're still filling out these flex spots for Adamic. I'm sorry that we got off the rails here, my friend. I think, yeah, for that first spot, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Calvin Ridley for the second slot between Pickens and Mostert. This is really what we're looking at. I think we possibly go Mostert if Justin Fields starts. If it's Russ, you can go Pickens if you want. But Dan the Man coming out with our next cue. This is a league where we have everything filled out but the flex. Checking out wide receiver, obviously, we are still wanting Harrison and St. Brown. We're not going to change that there. If you started Isaiah Likely this week, kudos to you. That is freaking nuts, my friend. But let's move this over to the flex. The flex, it looks like we did not start Jaden Reed, so our options are going to be DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas Jr., Joshua Palmer, Jerome Ford, Rico Dowdle. My favorite names here are going to be between DK Metcalf and Jerome Ford. If this is a full PPR format, I think we go with Metcalf to have that reception volume. So we're going to go ahead. We will take DK Metcalf here for that flex spot, my friend. And let's move this over to our next question. This coming out from Dickie Mantle. Here, we need to fill out the entire lineup. Now that Chase looks like he's warming up, I'm assuming we didn't play Rashee Rice. Chase is in here for me. Nico's in here. Actually, I would rather have Waddle over Chase, but I'm assuming Chase still plays in the flex. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram. Going over to running back, we're starting Gibbs and James Cook. Going over to quarterback, I'm going to go Caleb Williams over Joe Burrow for this week in particular, where there's no shot it turns out to a shootout in Cincinnati. I mean, the Patriots' worst offense in the NFL. You have no Higgins, possibly have a limited Chase. You have rushing upside with Caleb. I'll go Caleb over Burrow. And then for the flex spot, if we played Rashee Rice, that's great. If not, I think we would go ahead and we would take Jamar Chase if healthy. If Chase is not healthy and we're all of a sudden having to choose between Jackson Smith and Jigba, Tajay Spears, and Blake Corum, we would go JSN. But it sounds like Chase is going to be playing. So let's go ahead and let's move that. And we'll get back to some more questions on flockfantasy.com in just 1 second. But let's answer some free questions in the live chat. Of course, if you want your question to get a guaranteed answer, you can submit it through flockfantasy.com. But going ahead and checking this out in the live chat, Orlando says Tyler Lockett or Tajay Spears in a half PPR format. If I'm looking at Lockett, this is not a receiver that I'm that excited to get into the starting lineup. Strictly around, 1, the expanded role for Jackson Smith and Jigba. 2, I expect it to be a lower scoring offense. A lower scoring game in general, considering the fact that you are having to go up against the Denver Broncos, who have just an absolute garbage offense. And Lockett's been dealing with an injury for the past about month. So I think we just go ahead. I think we just take Spears. Don't overthink it too much. Now, our next question coming out from Floyd Burt says, Brian Robinson Jr. or Chase Brown. So if we're looking at Robinson and Brown, I think Chase Brown, you could potentially make an argument, has a higher ceiling based off the offense that he's going to be in. I'm more comfortable projecting out the volume for Brian Robinson, though, with the guaranteed role. So I'm going to go Brian Robinson this week. I think based off what we see in Cincinnati, you could definitely pivot over to Chase Brown in future weeks, but I want to get that clarity first. Okay. Fashionista says, how do we feel about Marvin Harrison Jr. this game? You absolutely have to start Marvin Harrison Jr. Obviously, I'm a little more hesitant to start these rookies in week 1 before we actually see their roles in their respective offenses. But Harrison, Neighbors, these are wide receiver prospects that are the clear-cut number 1 options, clear-cut top-end prospects. And I think you just go ahead and you play them almost immediately. Steve, welcome to being a member of the flock. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Now, JGG says, Mason, my man, any news on Justin Fields starting? Are we still going to start Fields or Dak in a full PPR format? If it is a 4-point passing touchdown league where you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards, I probably prefer to go through, and I know it's crazy, but I probably prefer to start Justin Fields over Dak Prescott. If Russell Wilson is out. But we'll see. We'll see. And let me pull up to see if we have any updates with this. So the updates, Adam Scheffner did tweet out the video of Tyreek Hill getting arrested. We already just showed that. Him on the ground, like. Drew Rosenhaus says, I just left Tyreek and he is getting ready to play today. So it sounds like Tyreek is going to manage to play. Don't have any news on Russell Wilson that I see. Let me go over to Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport tweets out, Tyreek Hill was detained by police today for what's said is a traffic violation. He plans to play. So Jamar Chase is warming up on the field. Jamar Chase, as of 14 minutes ago, was on the field warming up. Great news, of course, for myself, who we have Chase. Rappaport, this isn't too relevant for this week, says Ricky Pearsall could be back week 5. Which is good for me with my best ball teams. I want Ricky Pearsall back as fast as possible. Okay. So Ian Rappaport also says it's unclear who will start next week for the Packers. Malik Willis just arrived via trade, or Sean Clifford. Okay. So we don't have any Russell Wilson news. Let me search Russell Wilson and see if we have anything. So here's some video of Russell Wilson warming up of today's games. I can go ahead and I can show this on the stream for y'all. Okay. Russell Wilson warming up, throwing the ball in Atlanta, testing out the injured calf. So looks like we don't have clarity on Russ yet. But he is out there warming up. And obviously, in my mind, if you are starting George Pickens, you want Russell Wilson. I think Justin Fields has more rushing upside. So in fantasy, I'd way rather have Fields over Wilson if we're just talking quarterback. But in terms of what we have for the running backs in this respective offense, in terms of what we have with potentially the wide receivers, Pat Frymuth, everything, I want Russ. Okay. Let's move this over. Josh says, who do you start between Jerome Ford in a full point per carry league and 2 points per reception? Between Ford and Mostert, if you get a point per carry in your league and 2 points per reception, touchdowns don't really matter in that format. I know it sounds crazy, but really the only thing that's going to matter in a league where you get a full point per carry and 2 points per reception is just volume, no matter how inefficient that running back is. So in terms, I think Mostert's probably more efficient, but if you get a full point per carry, I don't care. I just want the running backs to have more touches. So give me Jerome Ford. Okay, so let's move over to our next question. Jamie says Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle, Zach Charbonnet, or Jaleel McLaughlin. So here, I think it's very difficult to project out the split that you're going to have in Dallas for these two backs. But I think if we had to choose between the two, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Ezekiel Elliott, and I don't want to start Charbonnet. I don't want to start Jaleel. I think that they're clear backups and don't have the shot to be the starter in their respective offenses. Where in Dallas, you don't know. It could be one or the other. Okay, so let me go over and let me see if we have any more questions on flockfantasy.com. Like I said, you can submit your question over on flockfantasy.com for it to get a guaranteed answer. And yeah, we have a couple more questions that we should look at here. In Wade coming out, looks like we need a flex spot. This is a full PPR format. Our flex options are going to be George Pickens, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Brian Thomas, Jonathan Brooks, Tajay Spears, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson, Keaton Mitchell. In a full PPR league, if Russ would have been the starting quarterback, I think at that point we just go ahead. I think that we do lock in George Pickens. But now that it's potentially Justin Fields, if Fields is the starter, I think we just take the boring rushing volume with Ramondre Stevenson, even if he's in a very bad offense, because ultimately Pickens is also in a very bad offense in Pittsburgh, especially if Fields takes the start. Let's move over to a longtime member of the flock in Phoenix, Lance. My friend, thank you. Here, we're looking at quarterback between Caleb Williams and Matthew Stafford. So if you actually look at the projected implied team total that Vegas sportsbooks are putting on these two offenses, you actually have a very similar projection when it comes to what we're looking at with the Rams and what we're looking at with Tennessee. Sorry, the Rams and Chicago going up against Tennessee. But what I'm saying is, okay, well, if these offenses score a similar amount of points, we should expect there to be more rushing equity with Caleb Williams. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Caleb, even though it is week one, and it should be a really good game environment for Matthew Stafford. It should be the highest scoring game of the week. And then Phoenix Lance also asking another question here, saying half PPR, but there are bonuses for rushing attempts, long runs, long receptions, and long TDs. So honestly, almost regardless, I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Calvin Ridley. When you're saying there are bonuses for rush attempts, if you mean it's a point per carry league, then we can definitely pivot over to the running back in Javonte Williams. But out of these wide receivers, I think Calvin Ridley does have the guaranteed target volume. It's going to make me excited. And at the same time with Calvin Ridley, I think he does have the big play potential that maybe he or Yoshi doesn't in Cincinnati, especially if Chase is active. And I don't know if Javonte has as much big play boom potential as Ridley does. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Ridley in there for you, my friend. And yeah, let's go back over. And of course, I do want to remind you, you can purchase, start set question, trade question, or a full-blown roster review through flockfantasy.com. But definitely the cheapest way to get that would actually be heading over to Underdog Fantasy. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy, they are just sitting with a ridiculous amount of promos at the moment, where right now for opening weekend, you actually have a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a Flock exclusive Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night, plus a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, like I said, if you use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a free full-blown roster review from yours truly on a live stream where we go through, come up with trade recommendations, talk about how to optimize for your league format, look at waiver wire moves for you. All you have to do is make sure you signed up to Underdog Fantasy, use code FLOCK, and make that $10 deposit with the link in the live chat, and have an account set up on flockfantasy.com as well with the same email address as your Underdog account. It can be a free account on flockfantasy.com. I just have to make sure I have an account that I can get your free voucher for. But Golden's coming out with a donation. Thank you, Alex. Welcome to being a member of the flock. Alex says, would you start Fields, Stafford, or Burrow this week? If it is a 4-point passing touchdown format, and if you have Justin Fields as the full-blown starter, where Russell Wilson is not even active for this game, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Justin Fields. We are going to have Fields. But let's see. Chris says there's new Tyreek footage. I'll pull up and see if there is, my friend. Last we read, it sounds like Tyreek Hill is going to be playing, and you don't need to worry. I don't see any new Tyreek Hill footage. It's the same stuff. Maybe, hopefully we see him on the field soon. But we'll see. We'll see. And let me see if Underdog has the pick'ems back up for Tyreek. Because as soon as that did happen, Underdog took the projections down for Waddle and Tyreek Hill. They're not back up yet. Yeah, you still have the season-long ones, but let me maybe refresh and see if that will give us anything here. Tyreek. Yeah, actually, no, they did put back up the projections with Tyreek. Higher, lower, 96.5 receiving yards. Higher, lower, 7 receptions. And they put him back up with Waddle. Higher, lower, 66.5 receiving yards. So, yeah, looks like Tyreek is 100% playing. Looks like it's not necessarily something that you do need to worry about here. Okay. Now, let's move this over. And I will say also, Tyreek playing is good for the Jacksonville Jaguars receivers. You want Tyreek Hill out there because you want this to be a very high-scoring game. You want the Jacksonville Jaguars to have to drop back to pass. You want this to potentially be a shootout. So Tyreek Hill being in the game is definitely a very good thing if you're going through and starting guys like Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so Oscar says Jameson Williams or Jackson Smith-Njigba in the flex. I'm not the biggest Jameson Williams guy in the world, just to be completely honest with you. With Jameson Williams, I think that this is a wide receiver that is difficult to project to have a guaranteed target share any given week. I view Jameson Williams as the field stretching option in Detroit, where he is going to create space underneath for Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, and this running game. He'll provide more real life value than he will fantasy value, and you're just kind of living off boom bust touchdowns. Now, with that being said, it's not like we have some guaranteed role for Jackson Smith-Njigba. And with that being said, if you ever were going to start Jameson, this is the matchup you do it in. This is the spot. It is a beautiful game going up against the Los Angeles Rams, which could potentially be the highest scoring game of the week. So this week in particular, I'm going Jameson Williams. I'm not calling him a must-start player by any means, but I don't think Jackson Smith-Njigba is a must-start player either. I think you can kind of just see what happens week one with the JSN role, and then you can make your determination. Let me see what they have on Underdog here for their higher lowers. You have Jameson, higher lower, 37.5 receiving yards, a 1.63x multiplier score at touchdown. You have Jackson Smith-Njigba, I guess, way up at 46.5. JSN, 8.85 fantasy points, higher lower. Jameson down at 7.75 fantasy points. So if you're looking at Underdog Fantasy, they are possibly projecting you to probably should be going with Jameson. Okay. Sydney says, hey, Mason, with the vulture production, does it count if you select the rushing plus receiving touchdown and the rush gets vultured? Yeah, so if you go through, and this week on Underdog Fantasy, they have another promo running out a ridiculous amount of promos this week. If you go ahead and you take a player to have a rushing plus receiving touchdown, and you see that they have these like little coin looking things around them, that means they have vulture protection, where say you take Bijan Robinson to have a rushing touchdown and he ends up getting vultured at the goal line by Tyler Algier, then you actually don't lose this pick'em. You actually get your pick'em back in sight credit. So it's essentially a free roll if you're going to go through and take a player to have that rushing touchdown. So I highly recommend doing so. My favorite player to do that with at the moment is Jahmyr Gibbs, because obviously Gibbs, you're getting some pretty good odds. And if Montgomery steals it from him, it doesn't really matter. So I would recommend take advantage of all the promos. Take advantage of the CMC one, of the Dak Prescott one. If you submitted a pick'em with a vulture protection of Josh Jacobs 2 nights ago, you also have a Jahmyr Gibbs special pick'em, more than less than half total yard. So y'all know I'm usually not like the biggest pick'em guy in the world, but I've literally been playing pick'em on Underdog every single day this week, just because like they're essentially giving out free money with the amount of promos they've had. Okay, Prince says Diggs, Terry, Pittman, Debo. One needs to sit. Who is it? I think it's Terry McLaurin. I think if we look at this, all these offenses, Washington has the fewest passing yards, the fewest passing touchdowns, and the fewest total points scored. Pittman, you have no Josh Downs. Debo, Ayuk's possibly limited. You have no Sticky Ricky. Stephon Diggs is in an offense that I think could lead the NFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns this week. So I think it's kind of an easy spot to go in that direction, my friend. Okay, so now let's move this over Steven says Joshua Palmer or Deontay Johnson full PPR. I actually think this is a very interesting question. With DJ Chark out, with Justin Herbert fully healthy, with Ladd McConkey in his first NFL game ever. Whereas if we're looking at Deontay Johnson, Deontay is in a worse offense, obviously maybe a little bit of a safer target share projection. But I mean, if you were wanting to start Palmer, I don't fault you whatsoever for doing so this week. And I think it's a good spot for Palmer. Like between Palmer and Brian Thomas Jr., I'm going Joshua Palmer this week. Rest of season, for sure, give me Brian Thomas Jr. I think Brian Thomas Jr. has way more upside. I think he's a way better talent. But in terms of like these rookie wide receivers that we like their rest of season upside, but we're kind of uncertain with their week 1 roles, I would way rather have a player like Joshua Palmer there. Okay. And real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. We live streamed for like 3+ hours last night, all the way until almost 1 in the morning. We got up at like 6 in the morning so we can start live streaming for y'all now. We've been live streaming for almost 3.5 hours. So we're answering as many questions as we possibly can. If you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel as well. I'm going to be answering questions every single day until the season ends. Last year, we live streamed for over 200 days in a row. This year, we're already closing in on about 100 days in a row. But Jason, welcome to being a member of the flock. Long time member of the flock. Happy to have you, my guy. Happy to have you. Now, Ish says, Tajee Spears or Chuba Hubbard. Rest of season here, I think you probably have more upside with Tajee Spears. In terms of what we're doing this week with no Jonathan Brooks, you for sure go Chuba Hubbard. I mean, to look at the projections that you have with Chuba Hubbard right now. Hubbard, they have at 73.5 total yards, higher or lower. Whereas if you look at Spears is at 54.5 total yards, higher or lower. I don't think you have more touchdown upside with Spears because you have to compete with Pollard. Like Spears, they have at a 1.65x multiplier to score a touchdown. Even if Hubbard's in the worse offense, his multiplier is only at 1.26x because they'll have less competition at the goal line. I think it's Chuba Hubbard easily. Christian says Harrison or Waddle week 1. If your question's Harrison, Waddle week 1, you're in a shallow league or you have just a dominant squad, my friend. If we were going to have no Tyreek, I think it's a Jalen Waddle very easily. Now that it looks like Tyreek is good to go, between Harrison and Waddle, I think it is a tough call for week 1. I'd rather have Harrison rest of season for sure. Week 1, it's a little bit tougher to project this out. I think it's a really good matchup for kind of both players, to be honest with you. I probably go with Jalen Waddle. Maybe I'm biased because I have Jalen Waddle in my league, so I'm really hoping we get a big game, but it could be potentially the highest scoring game of the week, and we already know what his role looks like. We already know that the target volume will be there. Zach says we're going to go Keenan, Mostert, or Jackson Smith and Jigba in a full PPR format. Obviously, if it's a full PPR league, we like that added on receiving volume that we get with just those cheap receptions of Keenan Allen. But if we're looking for touchdown upside, I think Raheem Mostert has by far and away the most touchdown upside out of anybody in that group. Okay. Let's find another question here. This one coming out from Xavier says, do I start Najee or Javonte Williams? I think this is a very interesting question. So if you're looking at how things have transpired this week for Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren is completely off the injury report. Jaylen Warren, good to go. Justin Fields looks like he is potentially the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If Fields is the starting quarterback for Pittsburgh, I think you're in a spot where Javonte Williams just makes the most sense to play. About similar offenses, I think Javonte has a higher percentage of his own backfield, a higher percentage of his goal lines inside the 5-yard line, where all you have to do is compete with Jaleel, whereas if you're Najee, you're possibly having to compete with Fields and Warren. Okay. Now, let's move this. A-Rod says Chase is expected to play 20 to 30 snaps. Let me see if we have that report with Jamar Chase. 20 to... Okay. The report as of yesterday, I'm sorry, as of 5 minutes ago, good chance Jamar Chase is active for week 1. T. Higgins not expected to play. Let's go ahead and let's see if Rappaport has anything on Twitter. No, he does not. Let's see if Shefty does. Drew Rosenhaus told ESPN Sunday's NFL Countdown that what happened this morning to Tyreek Hill was completely unnecessary. I'm very distraught about it. We're going to have a look into it. Yeah, if it truly is that literally all that happened was a little traffic violation, and they had 3 cops hold him to the ground to cuff him. I've been pulled over for running a stop sign. I've been pulled over for speeding. And both times I got pulled over, I didn't have to step out of the car. I didn't get put on the ground, handcuffs. That's why I saw that and went, oh crap, something happened. Like this is a big deal, at least based off the videos. Who knows what the real story is? I'm sure it's going to come out, but it sounds like Tyreek is playing. So Shefty says, now official, the Bengals and wide receiver Jamar Chase are not expected to reach a contract extension before today's regular season opener. Per sources, it remains unclear if Chase will play today, actives in 30 minutes. So I don't see any report saying that Chase is going to be playing like 20 to 30 snaps. I'd be interested in seeing where you got that report from. I'm sure that we'll hear more in literally about 10 minutes when the inactives come out. Let's see if Underdog has updated the Chase pick'em, because if Chase has gone down dramatically with the projections, then maybe at that point we can say that, yeah, that report probably came out. But Chase is still higher, lower, 67.5 receiving yards. If you were looking at Chase only playing 20 to 30 snaps, it would be an easy smash on the lower. But I don't know if that report's true. I don't know where you're seeing that. So I don't know. Of course, I will keep you updated. But of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to get my 2024 rankings, a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1, a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. And you'll also get a free roster review from yours truly over there on flockfantasy.com in one of these live streams, breaking down your team trades to make, waiver wire pickups, overall roster construction advice. Just make sure after you use code FLOCK on Underdog and make that $10 deposit with a link in the live chat, you set up an account on flockfantasy.com. It can be a free account, but just make sure you have an account with the same email address so I can get you that free team voucher. But let's see if we have any more questions that we need to get to on flockfantasy.com. We got a start sit question coming out from Willie Jeans, who's looking for help in the flex spots. Looks like it's a 2-quarterback league where we're starting Lamar and Levis. In our 2 flexes, we are choosing between Nico, Ridley, Pickens, Spears, Zamir, Deontay. Nico Collins, locked and loaded play this week. Nico Collins is a top 10 wide receiver for me this week, relatively easily as well. Going over to the second flex, we're looking at Calvin Ridley, George Pickens, Spears, Zamir White, Deontay Johnson. I think if you were to have Russ starting and Russ 100% healthy, there you can make an argument for George Pickens. But with it possibly being Fields, even if it is Russ, and all of a sudden you have, say, a situation in which Russ is potentially limited, I think we go Calvin Ridley with the injury news that you have with DeAndre Hopkins, and a game where Tennessee is probably throwing the ball in the second half. In our next question, coming out from Stu, we're filling out this entire starting lineup. So starting off at wide receiver, obviously we're going to be starting Chris Olave here, wide receiver 1, Malik Neighbors, wide receiver 2. I think those are very easy calls over the other options. Going over to running back, we have Bijan Robinson, RB1, RB2, Travis Etienne. I think those are very easy calls over the other options. Tight end, Evan Ingram. TJ Hawkinson's not healthy this week. Quarterback, Anthony Richardson, very easy call. Where we really need to figure this out is, what are we doing with the leftover flex spots at this point? I think Aaron Jones, based off a decent matchup going up against the Giants, where the spread on this game is only 1 point, should be a competitive contest. Jones is a completely fine play. For the last slot here, I think it's a little bit tougher between who we're going to go with. My options really that I'm looking at will be Cortland Sutton, Brian Thomas Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Keon Coleman. I think for week 1 in particular, we probably go with JSN. Rest of season, I definitely like the upside with Brian Thomas Jr. and Keon Coleman a little bit more, but I want to see what their roles are week 1. I would rather, with those rookie wide receivers, see the breakout and then start them after. So let's go ahead and let's submit this with Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then let's pull back up the free questions in the live chat so we can answer a couple of these. And of course, if you want that guaranteed answer, you can go through and you can submit a question through flockfantasy.com. But Dino Hunter says Dak gets a 4-year, $240 million deal. Dear God, let's pull this up. Lamb gets paid. Dak gets paid. What is happening here? And we get the official report that Justin Fields is going to be starting for the... Justin Fields will be starting for the Steelers week 1. Like I said, for me, it actually does make a difference if Russell Wilson's going to be active or not. If Russ isn't active, then I think at that point I can feel a little more confident in rolling out Justin Fields. If Russ is active, I think it's maybe a little tougher. And then looking at the Dak Prescott contract, 4 years, $240 million. Obviously, it's kind of hard to really understand what those numbers mean. So what I want to do is I want to compare this to the Jared Goff contract. So Jared Goff got a 4-year, $212 million deal. So it's about $30 million more than Jared Goff. I honestly kind of think that Dak and Goff should be similarly valued. Here, can everybody spam the chat? If you were an NFL team and you were writing these contracts, or you were just starting the NFL from scratch, who would you rather have as your franchise quarterback? Would you rather have Dak Prescott or Jared Goff? Like, I want to see what's the gap between these guys. Please let me know. Spam the chat. Would you rather have Dak or Goff? We got Goff, Dak, 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 Dak. So it looks like literally everybody's in consensus. Goff, we have some Goff believers out here. It looks like probably 60. Actually, no, it kind of looks like 50-50 now. Looks like a lot of people are saying Goff. I will say if it is Jared Goff plus 30 million versus Dak Prescott, I probably prefer Jared Goff on the cheaper deal. Like, I think this definitely makes the Lions deal look good with Goff. But the total number that's just set at the very top, obviously that doesn't matter that much. What matters maybe a little bit more is seeing the guarantees as they come out. Obviously, I don't expect to get those guarantees right this second in the contract structure. Oh, okay. No, never mind. Yeah, this Dak Prescott contract's garbage. The reports just came out. This is crazy. This is crazy. Prescott to receive $231 million in guarantees. Jared Goff had $113 million guaranteed at signing. $170K total guaranteed. I'm sorry, $170 million guaranteed. So the gap in the guarantees are, you're getting $60 million more guaranteed for Dak Prescott in comparison to Jared Goff. I believe Goff's the younger quarterback too. Obviously, age isn't a massive factor here between these guys. But let's pull this up. Jared Goff, age. Goff turns 30 in October. Dak Prescott's 31. Yeah, I'm surprised that Dak got so much more money. What was the Jordan Love contract? Again, let's look at the Love contract and let's look at the Tua contract. Maybe I'm wrong to say this, but I do think all these quarterbacks are kind of in a similar bucket. Jordan Love gets $160 million total guaranteed. So Dak Prescott gets $70 million guaranteed more than Love. Dak Prescott in comparison to Tua. Tua, I think, has $167 million guaranteed. It's not loading exactly for me right now. But Dak gets another like $70 million more guaranteed than Tua. And that's what matters, is the guaranteed money. CeeDee Lamb, the GOAT, says, how are we going to pay Parsons? I don't know. And oh yeah, a reminder too, Underdog at the same time is rolling out that free Dak Prescott special pick'em. So I don't know if he's worth the 231 million guaranteed, but I'm pretty sure he's going to at least have 1 total yard this week. So if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to take advantage of that on Underdog, you can find that link in the description, in the live chat, in the comment section. Not only would you get the free Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, but also you would get a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, if you use code FLOCK. The CMC is exclusive to code FLOCK users. You get the Dak as well, plus a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And if you use code FLOCK and make that $10 deposit, you're going to get a free team review from yours truly on flockfantasy.com as well. So make sure. E-Man says that Underdog Streaks looks dope. Yeah, I know. I actually saw a tweet that somebody won like a ridiculous amount off Underdog Streaks too. But to be honest with you, I don't know exactly how Underdog Streaks works. Probably should figure it out. But yes, Fields starting week 1 just announced. I saw that as well. In terms of if we are going through and starting Justin Fields, I know that maybe we are kind of just reiterating what we've said time and time again, but I think it matters, and maybe I'm wrong to think this, but I think it matters to know if Russell Wilson is going to be active or not. If Russell Wilson is active, then I may be a little more worried, because what happens if Fields, we know Fields is not good. We know Fields isn't good. So what happens if he's horrible through the first 2 quarters, and then they all of a sudden have to pivot over to Russ? So I don't know. If Russ is active, I'm probably not starting Fields. God, I'm freaking nervous. I am freaking nervous. Maybe it's because I've had more coffee than I've ever had in my entire life right now, but I feel like I'm going to freaking jump. Oh my gosh. Maddie says he's inactive per ESPN. Let me see if this is out. I'm sorry. We're going to get back to answering your questions in 1 second. This is when all the actives and inactives are coming out. We're about to get news on Jamar Chase as well. Ooh, my freaking nerves are at an all-time high right now. Do I start Justin Fields this week? Am I actually doing it? I'm going to record a clip for the Flock League YouTube channel real quick. Sorry, ignore me. I know I'm maybe being annoying. Literally no idea what I'm doing. I'm asking the chat right now if I should start Caleb Williams or Justin Fields. Russ just got ruled out. I'm afraid that I'm overthinking this. For week 1 to go out there and start Justin Fields would just be so embarrassing if he plays like Justin Fields. But it looks like Chase is active and will play. People in the chat letting me know right now. I'm starting Justin. I don't know about Fields. I am for sure going to be starting Jamar Chase over Terry McLaurin. And Chase, you prove yourself. Prove why he drafted you in round 1. Prove why you're worth the money. Get out there and play and score some points. All right. Here's what we need to figure out, and I really need your help with this because, like I said, y'all can see that I'm kind of spazzing. I don't know if it's that we're freaking homeless, having to bounce from Airbnb to Airbnb with no internet right now. Maybe that's getting to me. Maybe it's week 1. Maybe it's the coffee. But I have no idea what I'm doing at quarterback. Who would you start? I'm not starting Brock Purdy. Tough matchup. No Sticky Ricky. Limited Brandon Ayuk. Please spam the chat and let me know right now. I know Chase is active. I'm already starting Chase over McLaurin. I'm not even asking about that. I'm going Chase. Who would you start between Caleb Williams, Justin Fields? Russell Wilson is out, according to the live chat. Caleb, real quick, absolutely hate when this happens. Dear God, thank you, OBS. One second, fixing the camera. All right, we are back. All right. Russ is out. Caleb goes up against Tennessee. All right, let's see. Caleb. You know what? We are going to do a poll. It's hard for me to do polls because the way that we have this live stream set up, but this is so important. We've had a bunch of Justin Fields questions as well that I really need to know what y'all are doing here. Okay, let me run a poll. And as I set this up, I'll remind you, we hit 2,000 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like on this live stream. If you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We live stream every single day, hanging out, talking fantasy football. Whether I have internet or not, I'm going to find an Airbnb. I'm going to make sure I'm here to talk football with you. And I'm going to make sure I can abuse the fact that we have so many of you here so I can help make my own start decisions. Should I start Chase? Oh, not Chase. I'm starting Chase. I know that. Should I start Caleb or Fields? Caleb, Fields. All right. Help me, chat. Go to the live chat. Answer in the poll. Give me your wisdom. Give me your advice. And I'll get back to answering your questions right after you help me with this. Okay. It looks like Caleb is at 70% over 300 votes. So y'all are telling me Caleb. Maybe we go Caleb. All right. This is week one. You fail me week one, I don't know if I'm coming back. I don't know if I'm asking your opinion anymore. All right. Now, if I fail you week one, it's just 1 week. I just got unlucky. Okay. Ignore it. Act like it didn't happen. But if you fail me week one, I'm holding you to it and I won't forget. All right. So I will start Caleb Williams. Thank you for the help. Okay. And let's pull up your questions. I just have to pull the chat back up, and I will check in to see if we have any more questions over on flockfantasy.com. I'm sorry. Maybe I have a little too much energy for everybody here. Maybe it's I'm just excited for football. I don't know what it is, but I'm losing my mind at the moment. I feel like I'm going crazy. Okay. Let's pull this back up on flockfantasy.com, see if we have any more questions to answer. If not, we're going to get to the free questions in the chat. So we do have a couple questions here. This one coming out from Sean says, 10-team full PPR, 4-point passing touchdown. If Chase doesn't play this week, would you start Palmer or Pollard at the flex? Chase is playing. We know this, my guy. So let's fill out this lineup. So actually, you didn't even fill any of this out. So yeah, honestly, if Chase is playing, so play Chase. Between Pollard, Palmer, full PPR format, probably go Palmer, but just play Jamar Chase. Play Jamar Chase, my friend. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Jayway, which, if it will load for us, probably have a little bit too much going on with the computer right now. So actually, we will come back to this. Let me answer some free questions. Okay. Let's move this over. Sam says, Jerome Ford or Malik Neighbors in a full PPR format. Full PPR league, go ahead, take Neighbors. I mean, it should be actually a decent matchup for Malik Neighbors this week. I mean, if you have Neighbors, this is a wide receiver that should just have a very safe, projectable target floor. Cheap receptions coming in. It's a bad offense. The touchdowns may not necessarily be there, but you have the big play potential as well. Okay. So let's move this. Frolicking Heifer, happy to see you. Says Cortland Sutton or Brian Thomas Jr. Rest of season, it's Brian Thomas Jr. by a mile. Week one, obviously, it's a little bit tougher to project out these rookie wide receivers. We can head over and we can see what the projections are on Underdog currently. Oh, I want to see if Underdog's put out a field projection because maybe that helps me with the Caleb decision. So they have Cortland Sutton at 9.25 fantasy points, higher, lower. You have Brian Thomas at 7.95. So yeah, I think you probably end up going Cortland Sutton this week, taking the safety that you have with the guaranteed role. And yeah, they don't have anything out for Justin Fields. Just to confirm. Yeah, nothing out for Fields. Hopefully they put out something. Do they have anything for Caleb? Caleb, they have at 237 at passing yards. How many rushing yards? 19 and a half. 18.55 fantasy points, higher or lower. Come on, put out a Justin Fields one for me. I need another opinion. All right, let's move this over. Okay. So Adler says Deontay or Shakir. I think Shakir has upside, right? Obviously, very good offense, a very good overall game environment. Could very easily be the highest scoring game of the week. I don't necessarily know if we're wanting to start Shakir immediately. Curtis Samuel does look like he'll play. So I would rather just chill. I'd rather wait to see what the role ends up looking like for Shakir and the overall Buffalo Bills receivers. Michael says, where does Pickens fall in your overall rankings now? Let me pull up this site. Okay, I'll just update Pickens with where our flex rankings were. So Pickens in my flex rankings previously was at 50 under the assumption that Russ was the starter. At this point, I think he falls behind Ford, Aaron Jones, Swift, Stevenson. He falls behind Ridley. I think he's right in line with like Raheem Mostert, Chuba Hubbard, and right behind Ridley, Godwin. Because definitely Fields starting is a bad thing for George Pickens. Don't get it twisted. Justin Fields starting is a bad thing for Pickens. Okay. Let's move this over. Applejack says full BBR, Zamir White or Jerome Ford. I think both running backs have a high percentage of their respective backfields. I think Jerome Ford's a better receiver, though. So in a full PPR format, I'm going to go Ford over Zamir. Zach says Yoshi or Pickens for the flex. Don't panic on Pickens that much, my friend. You for sure want to go ahead and take Pickens. I know Yoshi has some upside there. Now is the wide receiver 2 in Cincy with no T. Higgins. But it's not like it's going to be a shootout with New England. Chase is going to be playing even if it's in a limited capacity. Yoshi's never shown the ability to be productive in the NFL. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but I'm not just running out there to assume that it's going to happen immediately. Okay. Keon says best pick'ems for week 1. So some of my favorite pick'ems right now, what I would recommend for you is you need to take advantage of the promos. Like I said, usually I'm not spamming pick'ems, but I've done a pick'em every single day this week just because Underdog's been offering a ridiculous amount of promos. One of my favorite pick'ems at the moment is taking Jahmyr Gibbs to have a touchdown because he has vulture protection. The running backs this week have vulture protections. Even if Montgomery scores, you actually get your pick'em back insight credit. So it's essentially a free roll for a running back to have that touchdown. So I like taking Gibbs to have a touchdown. Honestly, you can take Bijan Robinson as well. We already did a Gibbs one, so we'll take the Bijan. So we're going to take Bijan to have a touchdown. And if he gets vultured, we still get it back. And we're going to go with McCaffrey for fewer than 115.5 total yards, dealing with the calf strain. And then if we're looking for another pick'em that we like here, they're updating these pick'ems very quick. Where I don't want to do just the same ones that we've been doing all week. I kind of like Ramondre for fewer than 13.5 yards as his longest rush. Just based off, I think that the Patriots trailed this game for a large chunk of it. So let's go ahead and let's take Ramondre Stevenson here. And we're going to go 10 to win 60. And you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to use one of the CMC special pick'ems that we have for using code FLOCK. If you use code FLOCK, obviously you get that special CMC pick'em. So we'll throw that guarantee in here. And we'll go $10 to win 60 for Bijan to have a touchdown. Ramondre's longest rush to have fewer than 13.5 total yards. And then we're just going to take the free Christian McCaffrey pick'em that we get with code FLOCK. But I wouldn't mind if you go through and if you take fewer than 115 total yards on Christian McCaffrey as well with the calf/Achilles injury. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems, you can on Underdog Fantasy. Links in the description, links in the comment section. Like I said, highly recommend taking advantage of the promos. That's why we use the CMC special pick of more than less than half total yard. We use the Bijan Robinson vulture protection. If he does get vultured at the goal line, you still get your pick him back in side entry. So it's pretty much a free roll for Bijan to have a touchdown. Pairing those together, $10 to win 60. I think it's an absolute no-brainer this week. So just make sure you're taking advantage of the promos. The way you can get the most promos is by using code FLOCK. So you get that exclusive Christian McCaffrey special pick of more than less than half a total yard. Plus you get the Dak Prescott special pick of more than less than half a total yard on top of that. And with code FLOCK, you'll actually get a free team review from yours truly on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you used on Underdog Fantasy. So when I go through and I credit your account, I can find your account to credit it with that free team review voucher. And it can be a free account on flockfantasy.com as well. Now, Connor says Chase or Pittman. This is an interesting question because obviously Chase limited. Pittman, you have no downs. I am going to be very boring about it, where I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jamar Chase. I think the tiebreaker I give is in the direction of Chase. You have no T. Higgins in Cincinnati. We're still expecting this to be a very high-scoring offense with Burrow under center. So even if Chase is limited, I think you have more passing volume. I think you have a decent and more big play potential than you do with Pittman. If you wanted to go Pittman, I'm not going to fault you. Like I said, it's a very fair question. Okay. Tyler says, if you took Chase as your first rounder, you have Chase no matter what. I probably agree with that. Okay. And I'm going to actually officially submit my starting lineup now that I have all the news that we're going to get for this week. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to take Caleb over Fields. Hopefully Fields has a big week. And then at that point, we could potentially look to flip Fields in a deal elsewhere. I'm going to start Jamar Chase over Terry McLaurin. I'm going to start DeAndre Swift over Ramondre Stevenson. And I'm going to record something for the Flock League real quick. Excuse me. Yeah, the chat convinced me. We are going with Caleb over Fields. So this is who to blame if this call goes wrong for me. All right. I decided to let them have this one. If they fail me, I'll never trust them again. But we'll go Caleb. And when Fields drops 45 points on the bench, he'll be on the trade block and I will be accepting offers. Okay. So let's move this over. Adam says Fields or Caleb. I literally just told you what I'm doing in my own league, my guy. Roger says Caleb or Burrow. Caleb, you have a healthy Keenan. You have Moore. You have Rome. Burrow, you have a limited Chase. You have no T. Higgins. You're going up against New England, where you're probably not having to throw the ball with aggression in the second half. So I think it's up to you. I ranked Burrow ahead of Caleb at the beginning of the week. But with how things have transpired, I wouldn't mind at all flipping that over to Caleb, to be honest. Okay. So let's move this over. The doc says, 2-quarterback league, Dak or Geno as my QB2. Dak has a very tough matchup this week going up against the Cleveland Browns. Probably one of the toughest matchups he's going to see all year. I say we take the contract extension as a sign, though. Let's play Dak Prescott. You have Lamb good to go? I think we can go with it. YP Creation says, do I trade CMC for Chase and ETN? No, I'd rather have CMC. I'd rather have McCaffrey. I know McCaffrey, obviously, you have risk with. But at the same time, McCaffrey scored 100 more points than the running back, too, last season in fantasy. I think it's a safe spot. But let me pull up flockfantasy.com and see if we have any more questions to get through here. Okay. So this question coming out from Bodie. Thank you, my friend, for being a member of the flock, saying we need some help with the flex spot. So we have a great lineup here. We have Harrison. We have Nico Collins at wide receiver. Tight end, McBride, running back. Montgomery, Brees Hall, quarterback. We have Mahomes. Tight end, the flex. We have Rashee Rice. For the other flex spot, looks like we did bench Xavier Worthy this week. And we are now choosing between Deontay, Spears, Raheem Mostert, Rico Dowdle, and Jordan Mason. If CMC were to have been ruled out by the time you had to make this call, I think you could go with Jordan Mason, but I'm probably expecting McCaffrey to play, and I'm not wanting to start Jordan Mason with the healthy McCaffrey. So I think we go with the player with the most touchdown upside. I think we're going to take Raheem Mostert, who should be in a much better offense than what you have with Deontay Johnson in Carolina. Let's move over to our next question. This one coming out from Donnie B's Body Bags. Says, biggest question is whether or not to start Shakir or Spears week 1 if Higgins doesn't play. So yeah, I think, is Higgins officially out? Can y'all please let me know in the live chat right now? I'm assuming Higgins is officially out, right? And Jose, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Please let me know in the live chat. Is Higgins officially out? Okay, yes. Higgins is not playing. That's what I figured. So here between Shakir and Tajee Spears, I think you can kind of make an argument for either one. We don't know exactly what the role is going to look like for either player. Both guys are players that I think have long-term season upside. I'd rather just not have to start in week 1 since it's so hard to project them. If you look at their pick'ems right now on Underdog, Shakir's at 7.45 fantasy points. You have Spears at 8.05. Is this... Yeah. This looks like it's a full PBR format, so I think that kind of bridges the gap a little bit for Shakir. Curtis Samuel's playing. I'm not the biggest Shakir guy in the world. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he does come out and have a great game. But I think for the time being, we're going to go ahead. We will take Tajee Spears here. Let's go Spears and submit that for you. And of course, if y'all were wanting a start sit question, trade question, roster review to get guaranteed of an answer in this live stream, you can go ahead. You can purchase that on flockfantasy.com. And if not, I mean, when we don't have any questions to answer, we'll be answering free questions in the chat. Dat Wretched, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Now, let's see. Lil Brain says, Fields over Dak and Tua. If you were to go Fields over Dak and Tua, the situation that you would need to do it is if it is a 4-point passing touchdown league where you are getting 1 point per 25 passing yards and only 4 points per passing touchdown. Because they're in that specific league setting, it's not going to make a ton of sense for you to chase passing volume when you have access to an elite rushing ceiling. Okay. But if it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, you go Tua. Don't start Dak. Tua is a better play over Dak regardless. R. Huss, welcome to be a member of the flock. Sebastian, welcome, welcome. Let's move this over. A-Rod says start 3. Lamb, DK, DJ Moore, and Jalen Waddle. The guy that I'm more likely not going to bench here would be DK Metcalf. Looks like Lockett is good to go this week going up against Denver. I don't expect them having to throw the ball in the second half. Jason says Pickens or Hubbard. I am going to go Chuba Hubbard over George Pickens now that Justin Fields is the starting quarterback. And then also JSN Sutton. Yeah, I definitely go Hubbard over JSN Sutton. It really is Pickens or Hubbard there with that cue. Okay. Wyatt Leatherman, longtime member of the flock, says Rome or Keenan with Keenan battling the injury. It is a very tough spot to be in. Keenan is good to go. You look at the projections for them right now. Keenan's higher, lower 9.25 fantasy points. Rome's higher, lower 7.85 fantasy points. I think you do go Keenan. Naturally, we're going to expect that the veterans are the guys that have the role early in the season, and the rookies expand their said roles as the year progresses. But yeah, that is a toughish spot. Okay, yeah, I probably do go Keenan, especially if it's a full PBR format. I do think that Keenan maybe has more just cheap reception volume in comparison to Rome, where you're looking a little more big play. Caleb, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Okay. D. Larson says, how many quarterbacks are you starting Fields over? Let me pull up my QB rankings. I'm starting these quarterbacks over Fields. Allen, Hurts, Richardson, Stroud, Mahomes, Lamar, Kyler. Then after that, Fields falls inside the same tier as Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Tua, Goff, Burrow. There, I think that's where you have the conversation to kind of go back and forth to figure out who you want. I don't know the correct answer on that, my friend. I do think that it's going to be up to you. Yes, and Tyreek Hill is playing, everybody, just in case you did not see. Tyreek Hill is playing. But let's see. Caleb says PBR format, Singletary, Stevenson, or Hubbard in the flex. So I'm definitely not going with Singletary. I don't know. I have no interest in Singletary. Like, especially after you see Saquon Barkley just absolutely dominating in Philadelphia. What I've said with Singletary all season, I mean, all off season in terms of drafts, is if Barkley couldn't get the job done, what makes us think that Singletary can? If that makes sense. So, I don't know. I'm not the biggest Singletary guy in the world. I think you could just go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard and get the guaranteed target volume in there. Gavin, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Welcome. Arha says James Conner or Jerome Ford. I'm going to go James Conner. I think both running backs have very large roles week one. I'm not expecting Benson to make a big impact right away. And I think James Conner is going to be in a higher scoring game environment in a higher scoring offense. And I think he's a better running back as well. Now, Janway says PPR format, Hubbard or Taysom in the flex. I'm for sure going to go Chuba Hubbard over Taysom Hill in the flex. Like if Taysom Hill was the starting quarterback for New Orleans, then obviously a little bit different story, but I think you are going to go Hubbard here. Now, Billy says Mostert or Jerome Ford in a full PBR format. We have kind of gone back and forth with this. If you're looking at Mostert, you have the running back with the touchdown upside in a much better offense. If you're looking at Jerome Ford, you have the running back that projects to just see more volume in the worse offense. So I think you can go either way. Peter says we need a flock over under parlay. So I will create another pick'em slip if you want, my friend. So going through and creating another pick'em slip here. I do want to reiterate every pick'em slip that I make right now. I want to be taking advantage of the promos that Underdog is doing. Maybe we go Travis Etienne to score a rushing touchdown or a receiving touchdown. If he gets vultured at the goal line, we get the money back in site credit. So it's essentially a free roll. Like I said, I think this is kind of the foundation of every pick'em slip that I'm going to be building this week, specifically because you have the promo of the vulture protection. And if we're saying that the Jacksonville Jaguars score that rushing touchdown, I think we kind of maybe go with some of the higher thens on the Miami Dolphins. I think we can go with higher than Tyreek Hill, 18.05 points. Looking at Tua as well. I think we go Tua to score more than 2 touchdowns. Ooh, actually, sorry, we can't do that. I think we go Tua to have 267.5 passing yards. But the main thing is, like I said, we want to be taking advantage of that vulture protection that we have on Underdog. And also, I do have, which I'm going to use before it goes away, we do have the Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, and Dak Prescott special pick'ems. I guess actually we only have 8 minutes left with the Gibbs one. So we'll throw the Jahmyr Gibbs one in here. So Jahmyr Gibbs just to have a total yard. And we'll go $10 to win $99.70. So what we need for this is we need Etienne to score a touchdown, Tyreek to have more than 18 fantasy points, Tua to have more than 267.5 passing yards. And like I said, we get the vulture protection with Travis Etienne, which is what I'm saying. I'm usually not making pick'ems every single day on Underdog, but this week I have been making it every single day. And I think I want to go through and I want to take advantage of all the promos that they're having. So I would recommend building your pick'ems around the vulture protection. Make sure you get in half a rushing touchdown for one of those running backs, a running back that you preferably like. I would definitely be including one of the special pick'ems that you get because you use code FLOCK on Underdog. And yeah, just using as many promos as you possibly can. And of course, if you wanted to go check out any of those on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description in the comment section. They're running more promos now than I pretty much have ever seen them do. And if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit match up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a Christian McCaffrey special pickup more than less than half a total yard, a Dak Prescott special pickup more than less than half a total yard. And on top of this, you'll actually get a free roster review over there on flockfantasy.com if you use code FLOCK on Underdog. So make sure you take advantage and just have a flockfantasy.com account set up with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way, when we go through and credit y'all for those team reviews, I can find your account. I can give you a free team review. Okay. Liam says, start George Pickens or Keon Coleman. I'm obviously lowering our expectations with George Pickens, with Justin Fields under center, but Pickens is going to have 30% of the targets in Pittsburgh. We have no idea what that's going to look like for Keon Coleman week 1. So even if Josh Allen can potentially double the amount of passing yards and passing touchdowns that you get with Justin Fields, I think I want to have George Pickens. Alex says Joe Burrow or Jaden Daniels. I'm for sure going to be going with Jaden Daniels if it's a 4-point passing touchdown league. We're really just going to be chasing rushing upside. You have no Higgins, and Chase is going to be limited at the same time. So I think it's a spot that more likely than not, Joe Burrow maybe struggles just a bit for fantasy purposes. Jack says Chase on a 20 to 30 snap count or Yoshi. I would 100% play Chase over Yoshi. 0% chance I'm going Yoshi over Chase. And I still don't see where y'all are seeing the Chase on the 20 to 30 snap. Can you please let me know that right now? Where is Jamar Chase supposedly only playing 20 to 30 snaps this game? I can't find that anywhere at all. I know Chase is playing. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Gavin says it's on NFL Game Day TV. Okay. Because I can't see that anywhere, at least on Twitter. So, I don't know. I am planning on playing Jamar Chase. If you are that worried about Chase, you could always go through and take the fewer than 67.5 receiving yards on Underdog. But I'm playing Chase. Okay. I'm playing Chase over McLaurin. And I'd way rather play McLaurin over Yoshi. Okay. Straw Batten says Zamir or Mostert. Neither running back's going to catch the ball. Mostert will have more touchdown upside, so I'm going to go Mostert. Okay. Move this over. Mr. Filthy Wub says Bowers or Pollard. Never be playing a tight end in the flex spot. What's so funny, and just to really hammer home how bad tight ends are as flex plays, to just go through and look at what the projection is for Brock Bowers this week. Bowers can be a decent tight end and maybe helps you out in your tight end slot. Bowers higher, lower on Underdog for total points this week is 6.45. If you compare this to Pollard, you're at 8.75. It is just so hard to ever sit there and say, I want to play a tight end in the flex. And if you are in a position that you're playing a tight end in the flex, it probably means that you need to trade away a tight end. Okay, let's move this over. Sebastian says Tank or Zach Moss in a PPR flex spot. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Tank Dell in a full PPR league. I think Zach Moss is in an interesting situation where the Bengals should be winning the majority of this game, of course. So there is that outside chance that they just go through and they look to just run the ball in the second half. But ultimately, Tank Dell should be in a very high-scoring offense, has the big play upside, and we know what his role is going to be. With Zach Moss, it could be Chase Brown. And I would say the same thing. With Chase Brown, it could be Zach Moss. So I'm excited to have Zach Moss on my roster and see what the role is going to be week 1. And then maybe we go through and put him in the lineup week 2. But there's no way I'm starting him over Tank Dell. Okay. Stitus says, with Chase on a snap count and Higgins out, are we going to go Burrow or Tua? I'm going to go Tua. Tua over Burrow for sure. I don't want to play Burrow this week. It would be different if maybe they were going up against a team that could potentially score a considerable amount of points here. But there's just not really any upside for us to see that with the New England Patriots. Like there's no shootout potential in this game. Francisco says Jamar or Waddle. This is the scenario where I think you can bench Jamar Chase. I would go ahead and I would just take Jalen Waddle over Chase on a snap count. Lane says Freiermuth or Fant with Field starting. I would go Pat Freiermuth over Fant. It is nice to see that you get the contract extension as well for Freiermuth. Let me see if we have any more injury reports or any more reports in general we need to talk about. So Antonio Gibson is active for week 1. Russell Wilson is inactive week 1. DeAndre Hopkins is active week 1. Keenan Allen is active week 1. T. Higgins is inactive week 1. And then obviously we already talked about Chase here. Okay. Now let's move this over. Nozeeks says Brandon Ayuk or Christian Kirk. I understand Ayuk possibly going to be a little bit limited, right? Missed so much time to your trading camp. Maybe he's not out there for 100% of snaps. Tough matchup going up against the Jets as well. With all that being said, I still go Brandon Ayuk. Still go Ayuk. Let me see if we have any more questions over there on flockfantasy.com that we should get to. Actually, we have a bunch of questions on flockfantasy.com we need to look at. So let me pull these up. And of course, like I said, if you want your question to get a guaranteed answer, you can ask on flockfantasy.com. I'm sorry we don't do super chats anymore. This is just a way better setup so I can actually see your league settings. And at the same time, you can ask a question while I'm live streaming or not. I'll answer it on a live stream and you get DM'd the link to exactly where I answered it. So you just you copy and paste the link into a browser. You see my answer right there. So you can ask a question. And even if you have to leave the live stream, you still get it answered. So it's so much better than super chats are. Plus you don't have to wait the 30, 45 minutes like super chats. So we're going to go ahead. We are going to rip through these. Like I said, you can get these on flockfantasy.com. The next question is coming out from Vizay. It's Zamir White, Devin Singletary, Rico Dowdle. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Zamir White. I agree. Maybe it's like a 50-50. The thing with Singletary is I'm sorry for keep saying this. I know it's just kind of getting repetitive. But if Saquon Barkley disappointed in New York, how can Devin Singletary smash? Maybe I take that back if Singletary has an extremely strong week. But for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to be taking Zamir. Now, our next question here. This is coming out from Stir. It says, can start 2 quarterbacks. Also, we need some flex help. Happy football Sunday, brother. Happy football Sunday, my friend. Here for our second running back slot, we're going to go Montgomery. Ton of upside here in what should be the highest scoring game of the week. Quarterback, I'm going to go with Fields over Stafford and Dak if this is a 4-point passing touchdown format. And if this is a league where you get only 1 point per 25 passing yards. Between Dak and Stafford, I would probably go ahead and take Stafford this week, actually, based off how bad the matchup is for Dak Prescott going up against Cleveland, if you were able to get that second quarterback in. Then for one of our flex spots, I definitely think we lower expectations with George Pickens based off Justin Fields starting. I still go Pickens over these other options. And then for the second flex, Javonte, Jameson are the main 2 guys that we're going to look at here. I will take the guaranteed touches with Javonte Williams, even though I do think that Jameson is in an interesting spot with a really good matchup. But thank you again, my friend. Really hope I was able to help you out. Now, moving this over to DK Jones as our next question. This is a 10-team full PPR. Looks like we didn't fill anything out. Chase Brown, Brian Robinson, Tyler Lockett, or Curtis Samuel. Who would we play in the flex? I personally would go ahead and take Brian Robinson in the flex spot. I think it's a lot easier to just go through and guarantee his overall volume. And oh my gosh, I have no idea if y'all heard that. Oh dear God, that's. So I'm going to be honest with y'all, right? I'm a little chicken. All right. I get scared over the smallest things. Obviously, I'm having to bounce from Airbnb to Airbnb right now so I can get these live streams going for you since the Wi-Fi's out at my house. Hopefully, we're back in the normal setup tonight. We're going to call Google Fiber and see if they'll hook us up. Oh my gosh. Last night, the toilet was making the weirdest sound ever. That it sounded like someone was standing and peeing, like a dude was peeing in the toilet. And I'm supposed to be in this Airbnb by myself. Terrifying. I had to go check the shower. I had to go check the closet, and I was scared. Now, during this, I don't know if y'all heard, the freaking loudest little pop happened over there. Sounded like a gunshot, and oh, that terrified me. Oh. Yes, I'm gonna call Ghost. I'm getting out of this Airbnb as soon as I can. I booked it through Wednesday, but hopefully I can get a new Wi-Fi provider, and we can just be back in the normal setup in the safe house with the 100-pound dog protecting us. Ooh. But anyway, let's go over here to Tommy. Let's try to calm him down a little bit. Appreciate you, my guy. Let's fill this out. Wide receiver, very easy. CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver 1. Drake London, wide receiver 2. Nothing to talk about. Tight end, we're going to go Ferguson over Taysom. It is a tough matchup. If this was a non-PPR format, then at that point, I think you could go ahead and take Taysom Hill for a touchdown upside. I think Ferguson, you start every week. Going over to running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, going to go with a hamstring. Very easy start. Between Javonte and Zamir White, it looks like this is a full PPR format. If you wanted to go Javonte, if it's a full PPR format, I think we go with Zamir. I'm sorry, Javonte, non-PPR, I think we go Zamir. I think Zamir probably ends up in the flex anyway. Quarterback, Kyler and Cousins in a 2QB league. And then for the final flex spot between Pickens, Zamir, Palmer, Sutton, Taysom, I think we're going to go with the other running back now that Justin Fields is the starting quarterback for Pickens. I think we probably pivot away there. But let's go ahead. Let's answer that question. And our next question coming out from Gloom. Gloom, thank you, my friend. Wide receiver, we have Waddle, Harrison in right now. We have McBride in at tight end. We need to decide what we're going to do at running back between Montgomery, Chase Brown, Gus Edwards, Jerome Ford, Ray Davis, Jalen Wright. My favorite running backs here are going to be Jerome Ford and David Montgomery. I think you can go with the touchdown upside of Montgomery. I think you have a higher floor with Ford, though, where Ford just does give you the guaranteed volume, but it's a lower scoring game environment. So I think you have more touchdown upside with Montgomery. Now, going over to this last one, this is a half PBR dynasty. Need some help at RB2 and quarterback for the week. So RB2, we're looking between Jones, Stevenson, Corum, Shipley, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I do think in general, you are looking at Aaron Jones and a very bad offense in Minnesota this year. But if you look at sportsbooks at the moment, they are actually projecting out the Vikings to be a very respectable team against the Giants this week in total points scored. There's only a 1-point spread on this game. So then we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Aaron Jones. And then for our second quarterback slot, I think we're going to end up going with Baker Mayfield. In the case of Watson, should be a lower scoring game against Dallas. I'm very interested to see what Deshaun Watson does now. I probably shouldn't say this out loud, and I understand this. This can sound like the dumbest thing ever when we say it. But right now, if you were telling me that the Cleveland Browns have one of the best defenses in the NFL, and you go back to just the 2020 season, Deshaun Watson was very easily in Houston, and very easily, I don't think this is up for debate, not just fantasy, but real life as well. Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback. Obviously, a ton of stuff has happened regarding Deshaun. Her situation looks extremely different. Blah, 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 blah. But if Deshaun Watson could somehow get back to his Houston self, the Cleveland Browns, and I'm saying it's a big if. It's a big, big, big if. I'm not expecting Deshaun Watson to be a top 5 quarterback. But if Watson could get back there, you get a top 5 quarterback, one of the best defenses in the league, Cleveland could make a Super Bowl run. That is in the range of outcomes here. Unlikely, but possible. So I'm excited to see what Deshaun Watson does week 1. Just because I think also there's a chance that Watson's so bad he gets benched based off what we saw over the past few years. And all of a sudden we have Jameson. But we have another question coming out on flockfantasy.com from Dizzle. This is flex. Are we going to go David Montgomery or Jerome Ford this week? So this is a question that we've had over and over and over again, right? Where I think the touchdown upside lies with David Montgomery and the better offense in the higher scoring game environment. I think the floor lies with Jerome Ford as the running back that's just going to get a ridiculous amount of touches out of the backfield pretty much as a guarantee. What I've been saying is I've been going with David Montgomery, but I would love to know the opinion of everybody in the live chats. Can you please let me know in the live chat, would you rather have Montgomery or Ford? We can also pull up the projections that you have on Underdog. Underdog right now is David Montgomery, higher, lower, 10.5 fantasy points. They have Jerome Ford, higher, lower, 10.25 fantasy points. So they have them literally right next to each other in the projections. They do have Montgomery a little bit ahead of them, which is exactly what I have as well. Looking at the chat, we got Ford, Montgomery, Ford, Montgomery, Ford, Montgomery. And it's hard to do a poll the way that I have the chat popped out so I can share your message on the stream. Trust me, if it was easier for me to do a poll, we'd do polls way more often. But yeah, I think we probably go with David Montgomery there. It's close. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description, in the comment section. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, they have a ridiculous amount of promos that they are running this week. You get a Dak Prescott special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for week 1. Plus a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for tomorrow night. Only with code FLOCK, you're going to get both of those. And if you use code FLOCK, you're also going to get a free team review from me on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure that you have an account made on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way, when we go through and when we upload the CSV of all the email addresses, hopefully tonight, if not tonight, tomorrow, then you get credited with that free team review voucher. So make sure you take advantage of that. But let's go ahead. Let's find our next question. Takeoff Prod says, Chase Pickens or Keenan Allen? I am not going to overthink this. I'm going with Jamar Chase. I don't care if Chase is limited. There's no way in hell I start a Justin Fields wide receiver over Jamar Chase. We're going to go with Jamar Chase here. Prashant says, start Dak Prescott or Caleb Williams. I'm going to go Caleb relatively easily, to be honest. Because if you look at Caleb versus Dak, right now the Vegas projections have Chicago scoring a decent amount more points than what you have with the Dallas Cowboys. And at the same time, with Chicago, you get the rushing upside with Caleb that you don't have with Dak Prescott. So a very tough matchup for Dak. Joe says Freiermuth or Fant at tight end. I will go Freiermuth. Jonathan says Spears or Terry McLaurin in the flex. I will go McLaurin relatively easily. Jadon says DFS question, Justin Fields for 5K or Anthony Richardson for 6.3K. I know nothing about this slate on DFS. I have not looked at prices at all. I don't know how price sensitive it is to get the elite level players in this week. I don't know if you're in a DFS tournament. I don't know if you're doing a cash game. So if I tried to answer you Fields for 5K or Anthony Richardson for 6.3K, I would literally be guessing with absolutely no information whatsoever. I'm sorry. I am not smart enough to play DFS. I would love to come out here and go like, oh, I'm a high stakes crusher on DraftKings. I roll out $50,000 worth of lineups on DraftKings every Sunday. The reality is that site is probably dominated with algorithms. The top 1% makes 90% of the money. I know for a fact that I'm not in that top 1%. I don't have the computer algorithms to figure out how we're going to be optimizing for DFS. So there are other very smart people that I'm sure that can help you out with that. I just personally am not smart enough. Go ahead and do that for you. If we're just going to be completely honest. Okay. Legit Game says Devin Singletary or Chuba Hubbard. I think here I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Chuba Hubbard, my friend. I mean, I think both offenses should be kind of bad. In the case of Singletary, I don't know if he has as many touches as Chuba Hubbard will have. And I will just reiterate what we've said time and time again. If Saquon Barkley couldn't do it in New York, why do we think that Singletary possibly can? Mr. Phil Dubub says Jamar Chase or Tank Dell. I will go Chase over Dell, my friend. Here's something that's funny. Jonathan says Spears or McLaurin in the flex. I literally answered this for you 5 minutes ago, my friend. I answered your exact same question. Gave you a very clear and concise answer. So I don't know what happens because this happens all the time. I'll pull up someone's question on the screen. I'll answer it. Say, this is what side I want. And then they go through and they ask the same question 5 minutes later. How the hell does that happen, my friend? Are you watching the live stream? Are you listening? Are you just typing in the chat, hoping that somebody else in the chat answers it for you? And I'm not just picking on you because I see other people do this as well. But anyway, DJ Moore or Keon Coleman. DJ Moore by a country mile, both rest of season as well as this week. No hesitation on that call whatsoever. Okay. Let's move this over. Joseph says Kyler or Caleb Williams. We're going to go Kyler Murray very easily. With Kyler, we see the large sample. Probably has more rushing upside than Caleb and could potentially be in the highest scoring game of the week going up against the Bills. But let me check in. We'll get to more free questions in just 1 second. I just want to make sure if we have any paid questions, I'm able to get to all of them and nobody's going to be waiting on them for us. So real quick, let's actually do a little bit of a let's just make sure we are caught back up on all these teams here. Ring season doesn't even submit anything with our software. Just ask in the comment section. Week 1 starts, full PBR 12-team league. Amari, Brandon Ayuk, flex, Zamir, Brian Thomas, or Ayuk and Amari. I would start both of the wide receivers in a full PPR format. Start both Brandon Ayuk and Amari Cooper, my friend. Okay. Now, Sam Stu coming out has Puka, Kirk, London at wide receiver, tight end Kelsey, running back Javonte Taylor White, quarterback we're going to go Goff and Mahomes. 2 flex spots we have Pickens and Christian Watson. This is a dynasty league, so obviously we have a bunch of different options. Saying need help deciding on my last flex spot between Rome, Sutton, Shaheed. I'm up 28 points. So yeah, I agree. I think Rome, Sutton, I'm not going Shaheed here. I'm not really considering him. Just looking at all the other options on your team to make sure I'm not missing out on anybody. Yeah, I think Rome and Sutton are the 2 main guys that we want to be looking at this point. I think if it's like Sutton versus the wide receiver tiers of like Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr., I'd probably just take the security with Sutton. But I do think you have a high enough ceiling with Rome Odunze, top 10 NFL draft pick, a little bit of a banged up Keenan Allen. I think he's a phenomenal prospect in what should be a high scoring offense. I think in general, I go Rome. If you think that you're a massive favorite in this game, I mean, obviously you had the Christian Watson touchdown. Then at that point, if you wanted to pivot over and if you wanted to go with Sutton, I do think that Sutton probably has a higher floor, but Rome has the higher ceiling. But let's answer that question. And then let's move back over and get some more questions in the free questions in the chat. And you can purchase a question and make sure it's guaranteed on this live stream for you over there on flockfantasy.com, of course. Layak says, Pittman or DJ Moore at the flex. I would rather have DJ Moore at the flex spot. I think that there's going to be more passing volume in Chicago than there will be in Indy, even if you have no Josh Downs in Indianapolis. Lady Ballin coming out. Thank you for joining the flock. Okay. JH says, Fields or Goff? I don't know why I'm so torn. I mean, I completely understand why. Goff's a much better real-life quarterback. You're going to have significantly more points scored in Detroit than you will have in Pittsburgh. So I think it's a completely reasonable question to ask between Fields and Goff. What I most likely would be doing here is I most likely would just go ahead, take Justin Fields if it is a 4-point passing touchdown format. Because if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, the main thing that's going to matter to you is rushing upside, rushing upside, rushing upside. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown league where you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards, I think we go in that direction. 6-point passing touchdown format, then I think you can go ahead and take Jared Goff, take the quarterback that has the projected passing volume. Okay, Nick says Dak or Justin Herbert. I think we are going to take Dak Prescott over Herbert, even with the tough matchup. Okay, Chaotic Cowboy says Scary Terry or Keenan Allen, maybe even Palmer in a half-point PPR. I'm going to go Scary Terry over Keenan Allen relatively easily. I mean, Keenan could very easily just be the third wide receiver there in Chicago this week, whereas Scary Terry's locked and loaded into like a 30% team target share in Washington. Adrian says Ezekiel Elliott, Chuba Hubbard, or Jacoby Myers in the flex in a full PPR format. I think we are going to go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard. I don't know exactly what the split's going to be between Ezekiel Elliott and Rico Dowdle, and it's a very tough matchup going up against the Browns. And with Chuba Hubbard, you know he will be that 3-down back. And I'm not excited about Myers. Myers could potentially be the third option in a low-volume passing attack. Okay. Now let's move this over. And real quick, we've been live streaming for almost 4.5 hours. We live streamed until like 1 a.m. last night, answering as many free questions as we possibly can as well. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button for us. And of course, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, because we are not going to stop live streaming anytime soon. More likely than not, we are going to have, say, I don't know, probably 150 or so days streamed in a row when it's all said and done. Last year we were at 200, but this year I took a vacation during June, so I'm very sorry. Very sorry. But Dalen says Keon Coleman or Joshua Palmer. Rest of season, give me Keon Coleman. Week 1, before we know the Keon roll. And at the same time, when you have no DJ Chark and Ladd McConkey is a rookie and Justin Herbert is fully healthy, I'm going to go Joshua Palmer, week 1. Okay, let's see. Yola says Tua or Dak Prescott. I'm going to go Tua. I think there are way more points scored in Miami this week than you have in Dallas. Tyler says Chase or Ridley. I think it's a very good question. I'm maybe very biased because I'm starting Jamar Chase, and maybe I'm just trying to manifest this, but I think if you have Chase, you start Chase. Unless it's like a nuts question like this, where it's Chase or Olave, then you can go Olave. But 9 times out of 10, you took Jamar Chase round 1. You play Jamar Chase. I'm going to tweet this out too. That way, I will say, whenever I tweet something out, it's always cursed to be 100% wrong. Tweeting out, you took Jamar Chase in round 1 and T. Higgins is out. Can't imagine putting him on the bench. Okay. Now, Atilio says Christian Kirk or Chuba Hubbard. I think here, if you are looking at Hubbard, just super safe projection. You know that he's going to have the 3-down workload. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to take Chuba. I'm cold. Welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Really appreciate you. Rick says, respect the grind, brother. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. And yes, I may be homeless right now. We may not have internet at my place. I may be a hobo traveling from Airbnb to Airbnb to get these live streams out for you, but we ain't stopping. All right. I don't care if the other members of the flock league try to tear me down and get me off my game by cutting our Wi-Fi cable. We're still out here. Okay. Jam says Tank Dell or DK Metcalf. I think it's a very interesting question. You do have Tyler Lockett now good to go this week, but Lockett is a little bit banged up. I think you have a lot more passing volume in Houston than you do in Seattle. But I think Seattle probably has a higher percentage of his overall. DK Metcalf has a higher percentage of his overall offense. So I think we will go with DK Metcalf. But let me head back over to flockfantasy.com to make sure that we don't have any other questions that we need to get to. And we have a question coming out from I'm a Flocker. Of course, you can purchase a question on flockfantasy.com to guarantee that it does get answered. I'm a Flocker coming out saying, pick one for the flex. Cheers to another great season. Much love, my friend. Happy to see that you are back with us. I think it's a very easy call. I think it's a really good matchup for DJ Moore here. So we're just going to go ahead. We are going to take Moore. I'm not as interested in Pickens now that Fields is the starter. I'm not as interested in Ramondre now that you have Antonio Gibson as well. And I think a DJ Moore is a much better matchup than Amari Cooper does. So let's go ahead and let's go DJ Moore, my friend. But let's move this over. We can also compare the DJ Moore pick'ems to what you have with Amari. So DJ Moore on Underdog is higher, lower, 63.5 receiving yards, 11.45 fantasy points. Amari is currently at 56.5 receiving yards, 10.65 fantasy points higher, lower. So yeah, Underdog also agrees to have DJ Moore ahead of him. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, if you use code FLOCK, you're also going to be able to take advantage of some of the massive promos that they have right now, such as Dak Prescott more than less than half a total yard, such as Christian McCaffrey more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. That's only for code FLOCK users. And if you use code FLOCK, you are actually going to get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, where all you have to do is make sure that you have an account set up with the same email address that you have on Underdog Fantasy. That way I can go through and I can credit you with a free team review voucher, hopefully tonight, if not tonight, tomorrow. So just make sure that you have that account set up with the same email address, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get you that free team review on the site as well. But let's move this over. Hazel, welcome to being a member of the Flock. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Kojin says, how to submit a question on Flock. If you have your team linked, you can go to the My Teams page and hit submit for a review. If you don't have a team linked, you can just go and hit the little $sign in the top right corner. Okay. Let's move this over. Scared money don't make money. Says Chase or Nico in a full PPR format. I do have Nico Collins as a top 10 wide receiver this week. I think Nico is in an absolute smash spot. So that is one of the few instances where I think you can go ahead and you can just take Nico Collins. I don't think you're having to stress too much about that. Now, Hatrick says Rachaad White or Alvin Kamara. So I think you have a bunch of receiving upside with both backs here. I think that both these guys could potentially be top 5 in the NFL in total receptions, specifically at the running back position. I think Rachaad White has a little bit more juice at this point of his NFL career. Also, you're competing with the tiny Bucky Irving in the red zone versus Taysom Hill. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Rachaad White. I think the Bucs maybe have a better offense as well. Okay. James says Swift, Singletary, or Yoshi in a half PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I will take DeAndre Swift relatively easily. Should be a pretty high-scoring game there. Roshan is banged up as well. I'm starting Swift in my own league this week. Okay. Jason says start Tua or Brock Purdy. I'm definitely going to go Tua. I think Tua is in the much higher scoring game environment. I think he has a much better matchup than what Purdy has going up against the Jets. And Tua has Tyreek. He has Waddle, both fully good to go. Whereas when you're looking at what you have with Brock Purdy, you have Ayuk limited. You have no Sticky Ricky. And it is that tougher matchup going up against the Jets. Okay, let's move this over. Kevin says Evans or Waddle week 1 in a full PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Waddle. I think Waddle's in one of the higher scoring games of the week. Yeah, I think Waddle's just in a very safe play. You don't have like a third wide receiver here in Miami that's going to have a respectable target share. Really just everything is going to be funneled through just Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. So I really do like it. But real quick, not Oliver, longtime member of the Flock. Happy to see you still rocking with us, my guy. Let me see if you had a question in the chats, if I can find one. Young Log says, hey, Mason, need help. I have the Jamar Burrow stack in a 6-point passing touchdown format. Should I start Burrow or pivot? If it's a 6-point passing touchdown league, I would just start Joe Burrow. Definitely not excited about it, but it's not like you have a significantly better play with Baker Mayfield there. Now, not Oliver says Mostert or Javonte. I'm going to go Mostert, much better offense. Or Chase Brown. We're going to go Mostert. I don't know what the role is going to be for Chase Brown. And then Mostert versus Jerome Ford. Mostert versus Ford, I think, is a very interesting question. I think if you're looking for the floor, Jerome Ford probably has it. If you're looking for the ceiling, it's probably there with Raheem Mostert in a better offense. So I think four is probably the play unless you're chasing touchdowns and you really need that high ceiling, specifically in a full PPR format. But X Manifest, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Let me see if I saw the question in the live chat from you. I'm Cold says Pickens or Christian Kirk. This is very interesting. I would have said for sure George Pickens before you had news that Justin Fields was going to be the starting quarterback here. So it's hard to pivot, of course, but let me see. Does Underdog have a Justin Fields projection out yet? Come on, Underdog. Give us something for Fields. They have Justin Fields out. Okay, let's see what they put out. They put out Justin Fields. Higher, lower, 187.5 passing yards. This will probably be the lowest passing volume mark you see across the league. Like, let's look at where they have Young. They have Bryce Young at 201. Let's see where they have Daniels. They have Daniels 210. Where do they have Richardson? They have Richardson higher, lower, 227. So yeah, the passing volume mark for Justin Fields is lower than probably any quarterback here. You have Fields at 45.5 rushing yards, obviously. So Fields maybe himself is viable in fantasy. But yeah, I think that this kind of screams stay away from George Pickens. The environment's just going to be horrible. George Pickens, they have at 53.5 receiving yards. Higher, lower, 3.5 receptions. I wouldn't mind going with higher than 3.5 receptions. I just don't know what the upside is in the offense, to be honest with you. Like, I'm probably pivoting off of Pickens if we can. And I was literally just saying that Pickens was an interesting receiver to possibly pick up on the cheap now that Brandon Ayuk wasn't going to be a Steeler, and at the same time, Roman Wilson is banged up. So I think he dominates the target share, but the issue is the offense is going to be so bad. Michael says, Michael, welcome to being a member of the flock. Let me know if you have a question, my friend. Uncle Fresh says, Dell or Terry? I will go Dell over Terry McLaurin. Dell over McLaurin, I think it's a much better offense, even if you have Terry with the higher percentage of his. Trailer Park Boys, Yoshi or Polk? There, I think I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm going to take Yoshi. Polk going to be in a very bad offense. You have no Higgins. Chase is limited. I think that's about the range where you can go through and you can consider him. Okay. Let's move this over. And I'm going to officially put on the record that I'm starting Caleb over Fields. Okay. Michael says Chase or Waddle. Definitely going to be going with Waddle. A to Z, longtime member of the flock, says, losing my mind, Fields or Purdy in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Fields or Purdy, I'm probably going to go Fields. But the thing is, I mean, looking at the Fields projections, Fields is just so bad. Fields is so bad. Michael says, haven't subscribed in the 2 years I've been with the flock. This year I'm all in. Love what you're doing, Mason. Thank you so much, my friend. Really, really do appreciate you. And if you love what we have going on here, I think you'd really like flockfantasy.com. Just especially wait once we get that freaking update out for everybody on the user end as well. It is going to be so damn nice. It's going to be so nice. But let's move over. And speaking of flockfantasy.com, let's check to see if we have any more questions that we need to get to. We have JGMJ coming out with one. And like I said, of course, if you are wanting a question guaranteed answered, you can purchase it on flockfantasy.com. Higgins is out. We're looking to flex between Dobbins, Coleman, or Ladd. There's no way in hell I'm going to be playing J.K. Dobbins. We can't play Bucky Irving. If CMC was ruled out, we can go Jordan Mason, but it sounds like CMC will play. So I think we go Keon Coleman. I mean, I think Keon Coleman is in the highest scoring offense out of this group of guys this week. It's not like Curtis Samuel is locked and loaded to have some massive target share. It's not like Shakir's locked and loaded to have some massive, massive target share. So then we go ahead. I think we take Keon here. Obviously, I'd have been more excited about Higgins being healthy. But our next question coming out from Nado. This is a full-blown roster review. Looks like maybe this wasn't filled out. Exactly correct. Asking for 2 wide receivers between Pickens. Yeah, this wasn't filled out. So the main thing that we're just looking at is half PBR, Pickens, Palmer, Ford, Javonte, or Curtis Samuel for the flex spot. I'm going to go with Jerome Ford over George Pickens for the flex, my friend. Ford over George Pickens now that Justin Fields is your starting QB. Okay. I mean, now that Justin Fields is the starting quarterback for Pickens, that is. Now, D-Tubbs coming out saying, good morning from the West Coast flock. Good morning, my friend. I will say, as a quick side note, for sports in particular, the West Coast people, y'all are so lucky. So lucky. I cannot imagine getting to wake up and football starts at 10 a.m. Not only does football start at 10 a.m., but if you're on the East Coast, you have to deal with, oh my gosh. You have to deal with primetime games going to like midnight. I lived on the East Coast for a year. I lived Central Time Zone pretty much my entire life. Waiting until noon for the games now is not that bad for me on Sunday morning because obviously we're doing the live show, so I'm kind of preoccupied anyway. But back in the day, whenever we would just be waiting for the game every Sunday, and we'd have to be twiddling our thumbs until noon, it is brutal. I am very, very jealous. Y'all get the best time for primetime games and the fact that it kicks off at 10. Nick, welcome to being a member of the flock. My friend, welcome. Vinny says, indeed, just woke up and ready to watch nonstop football until 8:30 p.m. That just sounds beautiful. And if you're on the East Coast, you're pretty much up till midnight. You start at 1 p.m. Okay. Mr. Scroll says, Mason, do you pay $55 for the first team review? Yeah, so on flockfantasy.com, team review is $55. You can ask like start-sit questions, trade questions for like $4. Or like I said, the cheapest way to get that team review on flockfantasy.com is actually taking advantage of those Underdog promos that you have right now. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK and make that $10 deposit, you are going to get a free team review voucher. So your team review is free. It's not $55. And also, you are going to be getting that Dak Prescott special pick of more than less than half a total yard, Christian McCaffrey special pick of more than less than half a total yard as well, and a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, and that free team review voucher. Like I said, just make sure that your Underdog Fantasy account, the email aligns with the same email address that you have on flockfantasy.com so I can make sure I get you that voucher. But let's move this over. Our next question coming out from, I believe, Will says, Burrow or Lawrence? Tough question. If Higgins was healthy, if Chase was playing, it'd be Burrow by a landslide. Lawrence is playing in a game that can turn into a shootout. He has all his weapons. I think we may end up going Lawrence. People in the chat are saying Lawrence as well. Obviously, it's just tough with Burrow because not only are you dealing with the wide receiver situations, but at the same time, you have to deal with the fact that there's no way the Patriots scored like 28 points in this game. There's no way it turns into a shootout. It's going to be a lower scoring game in general. Okay, let's move this over. Life says Chase Brown or Najee Harris. I'm going to go Najee Harris. I think Chase Brown's in a better spot, better offense, but it's hard to know what that role is going to look like. JVTV says Keenan Allen or Scary Terry. I'm going to go Scary Terry relatively easily over Keenan Allen. I think it's very easy to project out the target volume that you should have with Scary Terry, whereas with Keenan, he could potentially be the wide receiver 3 here dealing with a foot injury. It's hard to exactly know. Straw says Neighbors or Mostert in the flex, and then CJ Stroud or Caleb Williams. For sure, go CJ Stroud. I think it's going to be a great game environment against Indy, and then Neighbors versus Mostert in the flex spot. If it's a full PBR format, I think you go with the cheap target volume of Malik Neighbors. Solomon says, good luck to everyone today. May the football gods be with you. Yes, good luck to everybody today. This is the first week ever where we are looking at the Flock League, week 1. I don't know. I'm really, really, really hoping that we win this week. Like this is the most nervous for a week at football I've been since last year. We were in the finals of multiple tournaments and the championship, and we could possibly win 150,000, right? I'm sorry, 2 years ago. Last year I didn't have a sweat like this. Just the Flock League itself is like I'm on edge for today. I need to win. Not only the league, but I need to win week 1. Danny, welcome to being a member of the Flock. My friend, welcome. Why Doc, but not me? It says DK Metcalf or Malik Neighbors. I think rest of season, I can make an argument for Malik Neighbors based off the rookie wide receiver maybe being more efficient and just continue to get better and better and better. Week 1 with Lockett coming off of an injury and it being Malik Neighbors' first week ever, I think I'm okay just going ahead and taking DK Metcalf over him specifically for this week. JVTV, thank you for the donut, my friend. I really appreciate it. Now, pitcher ended says Scary Terry or Christian Kirk in a PPR format. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to take Scary Terry. We're taking Scary Terry. Nicola says, hey, Flock, nice grind. Palmer, Brian Robinson, or Chase Brown in a full PPR format. Full PPR league, now that you have no Chark, I think you just go ahead. I think you just take Joshua Palmer. Let me see what the pick'em is with Palmer, because I like Palmer this week with how things have broken. It shouldn't be a super high-scoring offense, but you have no... Let's just look up Chargers. What's everything here? Herbert, they have higher, lower, 228.5 passing yards. Does seem really low for Herbert. Running back, they have J.K. Dobbins at 48.5 total yards. It's honestly a little higher than I expected him to be. They have Gus Edwards at 53.5 total yards. They have Ladd McConkey, higher, lower, 39.5 total yards. Palmer, they have at 53.5 total receiving yards. So yeah, I do think that Palmer, especially his reception volume, should be there as well. That's a good spot. What is it with Quentin Johnson? Come on, Big Q. Come on, Big Q. Get there for us, my guy. Ooh. Do we want to, for the culture, do we want to come up with a pick'em slip with Quentin Johnson? I think yes. We're going to go Quentin Johnston to have at least 3 receptions. We're getting a little bit of a multiplier on this. We're going to go Justin Herbert to have more than 31 pass attempts. And we're going to stay in this same game. And we're going to go with Gardner Minshew to possibly have more than 20.5 completions as well. We'll tell the story here that this is a higher scoring. This is a high volume game. Maybe it turns into a little bit of a shootout. And I'm going to take advantage of the free gimme pick, the Underdog's offering of the Dak Prescott, more than less than half a total yard. Like I said, if you're on Underdog right now, just for the love of God, make sure you're taking advantage of the promos while you can. We're going to go $10 to win 95. For the culture, come on, Big Q, come out for us. We need 3 receptions. We need at least 31 pass attempts for Justin Herbert. We need 20.5 completions for Gardner Minshew. Let's freaking go. But yeah, like I said, definitely make sure you're taking advantage of the promos on Underdog. The way you can get the most promos possible is by using code FLOCK, because that Christian McCaffrey special pick on more than less than half total yard is only for code FLOCK users. Plus, you'll get the Dak Prescott more than less than half total yard. Plus, you will get that 50% deposit bonus up to $250. And you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com as well. If you click the link in the description, comment section, live chat, use code FLOCK on Underdog. Torrin says it's not hitting. My guy, it's $10 to win 95. Does that hit 10% of the time? I think so. Okay, the Big Q will come through for us. Not a doubt in my mind. Why Doc, but not me, says Dell or Kenneth Walker today. I think you go ahead. I think you take Kenneth Walker. I think it's a really strong matchup going up against Denver here. Okay. Mike Slice says Jason Moss Coleman for a full PBR flex spot. Specifically for this week, Full PPR league, I think you can end up going with Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you are very confident that Moss is going to have the role, there I think you can. Mr. Squirrel says, if you use code FLOCK 2 years ago, are you able to get the free team review voucher? I'm very sorry. The free team review was a promotion that we started September 5th. Obviously, every year we essentially have a different promo if you sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK. So the promo in the offseason was you get the draft guide, you get the rankings, but obviously a draft guide is not going to help out anybody now. So now the new promo is the team review. So if you use code FLOCK on Underdog years ago, I'm very sorry. You're not going to get you got the promo, whatever that time was. You should get the Christian McCaffrey special pick'em. I negotiated my contract with Underdog that everybody's going to get that CMC special pick'em, regardless of if you signed up years ago or today or tomorrow, whenever it is. But the team review itself is just for first-time depositors September 5th and after. Okay. But let's move this over. Emisa says, am I crazy for wanting to start Palmer over Ramondre? I don't think you're crazy with how things have broken this week, especially if it's a full PPR format. I probably still end up going with Ramondre Stevenson, but I don't think it's a crazy thing to look at. JRB says Tyreek Hill arrested. I thought I was done for. Yeah, that was a freaking crazy that Tyreek Hill was arrested. Literally the first 5 messages I saw in the live chat, I thought that people were just trolling with me. I didn't think it was a real thing. But then we found out that it wasn't. Yeah, well, looking at the videos, they were not pretty. Okay, so let's make sure that we are getting to all these questions on flockfantasy.com as well. This is coming out from V. Tamask says, Raheem Mostert or Joshua Palmer, full PPR for the flex. I will go with Raheem Mostert over Joshua Palmer, my friend. Richie Onions says, here, sit 1, Chase, Wilson, Metcalf, McLaurin, Ridley. So I think if we are looking at this, the guys that we need to start, you need to start Wilson. You need to start Metcalf. Running back, obviously, we're starting Etienne, Najee Harris. Tight end, we're starting Taysom. Quarterback, we are starting Kyler. And for the flex between McLaurin and Calvin Ridley, I think it is extremely close. Hopkins is playing. I believe the Tennessee-Chicago game should be a higher scoring contest than what you have in Washington. But I do think that Terry McLaurin probably has a higher target share in his offense. So now that you officially have Hopkins good to go, I think we're going to take Terry McLaurin there in the flex spot, my friend. But let's move this over. Next question coming out from Dustin. It says, full PPR, who are we going to start at the flex? So going through our flex options are George Pickens, Jordan Addison, T. Higgins, Deontay, Zamir White. I think we go Zamir White over George Pickens. And now that you have Justin Fields as the starting quarterback here, and we should expect to lower our expectations dramatically for the overall passing volume in this offense. But of course, if you want that guaranteed question, I would send it over on flockfantasy.com sooner rather than later. But Pierce says, Montgomery or Mostert to start? I'd probably go with Montgomery there, my friend. Duke, welcome to being a member of the flock. I know you've been a long time member with us, so happy to see you. Let's see if we have any member questions real quick. Drew says, Javonte or Ramondre. I'm going to go with Ramondre over Javonte. I think you have a more guaranteed role. And Duke says, Chase Brown, Mike Williams, Michael Wilson, and a PPR, we got to pick one. So I don't really know what the role is going to be for Chase Brown here, but it is a game where you could very easily see them just running the ball consistently in the second half. And you could see Chase Brown just turn out to be the starting running back here in Cincinnati. That wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world. So then we're going to go ahead. I think we will take Chase Brown. Strauss says, half PPR, would you trade Zamir for Alvin Kamara? Yes, I would. Half PPR format makes it a little bit less exciting because obviously the cheap receiving volume isn't something we're as excited about there. But I don't know. I still think you'd rather have Kamara, especially, I mean, you have Miller injured too, so that's one less player you have to worry about. Okay, James says, someone let Flock know Ayuk or Palmer, please. I beg. I would for sure go with Brandon Ayuk over Joshua Palmer. Obviously, there's the report coming out saying, oh, okay, you need to be concerned about specifically Ayuk being limited in this game. And obviously, it's a tough matchup going up against Sauce Gardner. But at the same time, what am I supposed to say here? Brandon Ayuk is a wide receiver that is just significantly better. Why Doc but me says Dell or Addison today. Please go tank Dell. Paul says Chase, Montgomery, or Mostert for the flex. This is Jamar Chase. Go Jamar Chase. That's Chase Brown. Go David Montgomery. I'm Cold says, half PPR, should I trade away Ramondre for Najee Harris? Be honest with you, if you look at my rest of season rankings, I have them in the same exact tier. I do think it's up to you. Duke says, sorry, pick 2 out of Michael Wilson, Mike Williams, Chase Brown. I'm going to go Mike Williams and Chase. Actually, no, I think we got the report saying Mike Williams is going to be limited, and it's a tough matchup. I go Michael Wilson and Chase Brown. I think most weeks I'm going to go Mike Williams over Michael Wilson, but let's just make sure he is fully healthy. And let me also make sure that we are 100% good and we have all the questions answered on flockfantasy.com. We have one more we got to get to real quick from Cali Kid. Thank you, my friend. I know you've submitted a bunch of questions to the site already. Saying full BBR, we need one between Fields and Caleb. So I'll submit the entire starting lineup for you real quick. I'd go St. Brown, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, tight end Laporta, running back Bijan, Raheem, quarterback. I would be going with Caleb over Fields. I have this same exact question in my own league. I asked the live chat. We did a poll. 70% of people said Caleb. 30% said Fields. And then for the flex, I think here we probably end up going ahead and taking Cooper Kupp over Brandon Ayuk based off the reports coming out of San Fran. But hopefully, we're able to help you out there, my guy. Okay. But let's move this back over. We already answered that from I'm Cold. Why Doc but me says Williams or Pollard today. I'd rather have Tony Pollard over Javonte Williams. And let's move this over. Luan says Chase or Tank Delboss. So I think this is like the 4th or 5th time we've had this question. I think that they are very close. Obviously, if Chase was playing the full-time role, I would prefer Chase. Looking at the underdog pick'ems that you have of these guys right now, currently Chase, I believe, was at 67.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. Yes, Chase is at 67.5. Dell is at 59.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. Dell, they have higher or lower 9.15 fantasy points. Chase, they have higher or lower. They don't have a fantasy point markage out on there, but I do think you prefer Chase, to be honest. At least I'm doing it. I mean, Higgins is out too. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems before the game starts, make sure you go to the link in the description, link in the live chat, link in the description. Use promo code FLOCK. You will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you will get that special Christian McCaffrey pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for tomorrow night's game. You'll get the special Dak Prescott pick'em for the Dallas Cowboys game in a couple hours. And you'll get a free team review from yours truly over there on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure you set up a flockfantasy.com account with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way, when I go through and upload the CSV, it matches and you're able to get that team review. But let's move this over. Zach says Ayuk or Ridley. I'm going to go with Ayuk. We're going to try to rapid fire these. Yoel says Miami or the Steelers defense. Probably going to be going with I know we're going to go Steelers. Very, very close. I don't know what to do with defenses, to be honest. Brody says Hubbard or Zamir. I'm going to go with Hubbard. Henry says Palmer or Ford. I'm going to go with Ford. Horror says Ayuk or Rome. We're going to go Ayuk. Dallin says Goff or Kyler. We're going to go with Kyler. Justin says JSN or Pickens. We're going to go with Pickens. Dominic says Daniels or Dak. We're going to go with Daniels. Flyers fan says Herbert or Gino. I'm going to go with Herbert. Let's see if Dylan says Baker or Tua. We're going to be going with Tua. The Tree Fish says Mostert or Pickens. I'm going to go Mostert. William says Fields or Daniels. I'm going to go Daniels. Logan says Hopkins or Jalen Warren. I'm going to go with Warren. Cruz says Yoshi or JSN. I'm going to go JSN. Chris says most are Neighbors. I'm going to go Neighbors. Lil J says Swift or Coleman. I'm going to be going Swift. Qualin says Fields or Cousins. 4-point passing touchdown league with 1 point per 25 passing yards. I'm going to go Fields just for the rushing upside. Let me double check, see if we got through all the questions on flockfantasy.com. Yes, it does look like we did. Okay. Let's go back over here. Nico says Moss or Chuba Hubbard. We will take Chuba. Jay says Chase or Mixon. You can't go Mixon there. Yeah, go Mixon. Slice says Debo or Harrison. Very, very close. Pretty much back to back. Up to you. Elijah says Brian Thomas or Joshua Palmer. Palmer for this week. Thomas rest of season. Yes, Tyreek is playing today. Tyreek got pulled over, detained. They had him on the ground, put him in cuffs. But apparently it was just for a traffic violation. I have no idea why you do that to somebody with a traffic violation. But it sounds like Tyreek is good to go. For sure, play Tyreek Hill. Do not hesitate. Michael, coming out of the dono. Appreciate you, my guy. Zach says Ayuk or Ridley. Already answered that. Cold says, should I trade away or Madre? Already answered that one, my guy. I answered that same exact question from you. Sean says Fields or Goff. I think I'd rather have Goff than Cousins. I think that one's kind of a coin flip. Mr. Filthy Wub says Godwin, McLaurin, or Dell. We're going to go with Tank Dell. Gary says Kate Otten, Noah Fant, or Zach Ertz. I'm going to go Kate Otten. Sam says Najee or Zeke. We're going to go with Najee. Kyle says Dell or DK. I think we're going to go DK. Aaron says Javonte or Zamir. We're going to go with Zamir. But I think that should be it. Of course, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Just streamed for 5 hours. Streamed until like 1 a.m. last night, answering as many questions as you possibly can. I'm going to go through. I'm going to continue to live stream every single day for you, answering as many free questions as I can, answering every question through flockfantasy.com. So make sure you are subscribed to this channel. I will be posting a video right after the games tonight. So come here, hang out with us in the live chat premiere the second that the Sunday night game ends. We'll be talking about all the initial reactions, all the lessons learned, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, if you want to get a roster review, you can purchase that over there on flockfantasy.com. But the cheapest way to get that would be going over to Underdog Fantasy using promo code FLOCK. When you use code FLOCK, you're going to be getting that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 plus my roster review for you for free through the site and a Christian McCaffrey special pick'em for tomorrow night's game and the Dak Prescott special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for the game in a couple hours. So make sure you take advantage of that. You can find that link in the description and the live chat. But good luck, everyone. Really do appreciate y'all. Cannot wait for football. Hopefully I'm back at the house and no longer homeless, traveling from Airbnb to Airbnb. Let's get my internet back. Much love, regardless of the situation, regardless of where I'm at. I will see you tonight in the live video premiere after Sunday Night Football.